Watch out, they're headed our way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. A thousand gods!
Felicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch. Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. Huh. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Catwalk.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the Shanti.
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path. Good boy, Petey. Meow.
Introducing Black Cat. Cross her path and your luck runs out. One of the world's premier thieves, Felicia Hardy. I've been hands-on with Black Cat, and I can tell you right now, she's going to shake things up, or should I say, scratch things up. And no, honestly, your gilded shop, being able to do things like buy portals to take high ground and bypass walls, is going to be insanely fun, especially in top-level team play. Can't wait to see that. Also, her ultimate is kind of like a better Bucky ultimate in my mind, but I digress, folks. For those who meet the Black Cat's gaze, you should beware, as her omens never miss their mark.
Shout out to all the Black Cat main, Spider-Man and Blade. Strut your stuff, take the shot, and claim the stars. Get ready for class with Peter Parker, the photographer, and struck a pose as Black Cat. Meow over with the Starlight Shadow of Blade as well. Whether you are chasing the ultimate headliner, wiping out the creature lurking in the deep reaches of space. Talk about all parts of the meta right now with Spider-Man, Blade, and Black Cat. Rep the costumes live in game, available until May 15th.
That's right, and once again a friendly reminder that the Twitch drops are active, they are live, and they look spectacular. If you're a Daredevil fan, you cannot miss this. Look at this Will of Galacta skin along with the exclusive spray, nameplate, a drill emote. Also, are there any Gambit enjoyers in chat? Because starting today, you can also earn the gorgeous Will of Galacta Gambit skin, which will grace our screens any second now. But I can promise you and tell you already that this color scheme, it's Gambit's. You thought Daredevil is looking good in it. Nope, Gambit's got his number. This looks good. This looks good. And you're not only getting, of course, this beautiful skin. No, you can also get an emote, a class act. I don't know what it does, but I'm sure it's looking good. So all you have to do to earn those drops is hang out with us, watch Marvel Rivals Ignite action unfold on your screens, and link your Marvel Rivals account to your Twitch account. Don't let these rewards slip through your fingers while we're breaking down the action today. Also, amigos, atención, unete a la fiesta en español right now as well. The energy over there at the Spanish watch party is incredible, so make sure you're checking out their stream for a different flavor of this grand finals day. That's right, It's grand finals day, everyone. The wait is over. I am Zoe, and you are watching the final day of the America's preseason playoffs. We have reached the end of the road, and the atmosphere is electric. Joining me at our imaginary desk to crown a preseason champion are Cozy and Iron Chip. Guys, the playoffs have been a wild ride thus far.
You could say that again. Yeah, I'm going off of 2 hours of sleep because of the chaos of last night. Pure chaos. I mean, we had game match fives all around. It's now the definition of the America region. You know, the top kind of figured out, but the middle of the pack, Chip, Zoe, is absolutely nothing, but still figuring itself out in this ever-changing scene.
It's like chaos. I mean, I love it, though. I love every minute of it. I think the Americas region of Marvel Rivals right now has been, it's any given day for any given team. We say that often, but I'll say it again. I mean, I just can't wait to see what happens today. I know this is the first match, but a little, you know, there's been some differences in terms of win-loss rate, but no matter what, this should be a banger series as we head into the finals.
I love that the way our cameras are cut out right now. It just looks like mom and dad, and we brought Chip to the big game today.
Look at that a little bit here.
No.
Well, we brought our kids because it's listen, this is the event you're going to bring your kids to because they have to witness how champions are crowned. Our champion here in the preseason will get the lion's share of a $50K US dollar prize pool, $16,000, and of course, Chip, they also get the most valuable currency of all, the absolute undisputed bragging right.
Yeah, that's it. You know how important that could be. And especially on X, you know, we've seen a lot of, you know, bragging going on. People feeling confident. I love stuff like that. I think it's great for the esport in general. But yeah, definitely want to take this home early on as it does put you in a good spot moving forward.
It does indeed. Now, Cozy, it was a heartbreak hotel yesterday. We sent home not one, not two, but 3 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, when we looked at the prize pool there, I've talked to a lot of the teams moving forward, and what's so cool to highlight as you look at the bracket here is we've got essentially the top 3, 2 of them non-orgs, right? And so what a crazy scene that's become, and that makes it way more important than just the money. You know, TLC winning, obviously they're signed, ready to go, and the money's great, but getting that first for these, you know, other 2 is much bigger to show that you are worth the sign, the belief. And I've got to be honest, guys, after the last couple of days, I mean, if you are not watching this ever-growing esport, you are missing out because this has been pure just fun, if I'm being honest, just because you never know what's going to happen when any team can win. It just makes it the best esport possible.
Yeah, and if you're looking on paper at today's matches, you feel like you know who's going to come out on top, but also we felt that way before every single time we looked at the match schedule, and oh, how wrong we've been. We're now seeing Yeah We Lost, who's already made it into the top 3 here in the Americas preseason, and they will be going up against Team Liquid Citadel once more. Let's just say when they met in the semis, it was clean, it was not pretty, so they have everything to prove right now, and they will fight for a spot in the grand final against Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, it should be a ton of fun to watch today. But I mean, it was very much, I mean, last time they met, it was a little dicey. But Yeah We Lost has definitely grown as a team. They looked solid yesterday against Sentinels. Another heater series, like you just talked about, Cozy. Multiple map 5s going across the board every single day.
Yeah, and with this first matchup, right, with Yeah We Lost and TLC, you know, opening up the gates, domination was a little bit on the rough side. And I think Yeah We Lost, I'm going to be honest, they haven't been great out the gate when it comes to these games. So don't read too much into that. But the last time they had, you know, the matchup, when they take it to their hometown, Museum of Contemplation, spoiler, they were looking the part for just a brief second, right? And that is the belief with this team. They're either lightning hot, on fire, or in some cases ice cold, which was the last matchup they did have against TLC.
Yeah, and now they're in this situation, right, where we have to wonder, will Yeah We Lost come in with a nothing to lose kind of chip on their shoulder, which is a good thing. They might also come in energized from their narrow victory over Sentinels that no one believed they can get it done, and they did get it done in a 5-map banger. Or is there some severe mental damage from that 3-0 stomp in the semis? Like, is that still sitting with them, you think?
It's definitely a possibility. Some of the stuff we saw from Yeah We Lost on those matchups were, you know, they were having fun, which I think is awesome. But you also want the practice against TLC, I would say. Like, if I were on that team, I'd be like, we got to try to figure this out, because if we go up against them again, I want to win. You know what I mean? But we saw some Wanda, we saw some Widow, we saw some craziness going on, and I don't think we're going to see that today.
It reminds me of like the rookies in the NFL that do like the big time like touchdown celebration day. It's like almost all right, they're learning as they're now going from the tier 2 scene to pros and some of the stuff to clean up, and you're actively seeing them each game almost kind of clean things up as a unit. That's why I think today maybe a different case in some ways with him, the definition of a breakout team.
Yeah, I think the opinions are split. Like, some would find it very entertaining what we saw from We Lost on that last map against Liquid Citadel. They found it funny that they just came out the spawn door with literally mystery heroes, like whatever, like stroked their fancy at that very second. Others say that they just really gave up and didn't try, and that was just like kind of a throw. As entertaining as it might have been, is it the right thing to do? Like, are you taking anything away from that? Are you learning anything? That said, speaking of learning, guys, I mean, Liquid Citadel is finding themselves in the lower bracket, which means they are coming off of a loss. It's a 3-2 loss against Swamp Gaming in the upper finals, and it seems to me, if you're going back to watching that game, that Swamp Gaming may have delivered a bit of a blueprint on how to at least draw blood from Liquid Citadel.
I like that thought process. As we're looking here at We Lost his composition across the board. I mean, a ton of talent there. Quickly to address them, maybe they have looked at that, right? They saw, hey, these comps worked against them. This is maybe the idea of what we want to run. But We Lost, they typically don't try to look at other teams' comps. They just run what they're comfortable on and do some weird stuff to shake things up, right, Cozy?
Yeah, for sure. More on that ban pick thing, because there's a lot to that, trying to find what works against a team full of talent. But, I spoke with Liquid Citadel a little bit here, obviously, same day of casting them pretty much. And this is a team that have so much high expectations. If you look across, Swamp was the up and coming, oh, wow, we're surprised. They're great. But this is the team we expected them to be good. And expectations only cause disappointment at times, right? And so you got to feel for the players there and taking their first loss. But I sometimes think losses are good for teams. We saw that last year 1 with Energy and FlyQuest ship. The losses were good. It cleaned them up, got them ready. Obviously, talent across the board, flexible across the board. But yes, the blueprint, Zoe, as you said, is now available. And what that was trying to shut down a bit of that backline and the target bans on Speedery. We're going to look at that potentially again in the grand finals. But even down here low, I want to see if We Lost picked up on that.
Yeah, but then it goes back to what Chip said, right? We Lost, they don't seem to, care about that kind of stuff. They just kind of want to run what they're comfortable with. But that can be targeted. I mean, that's what Liquid Citadel did, right? They have a very clinical approach to their drafting. And last time they just, targeted, Kendrick's hero pool, Card's Hulk was banned out. They targeted the pillars of We Lost's play style, which then were forced into very uncomfortable positions, resulting in them looking very outclassed.
Yeah,
I'm
not sure.
Messy ship.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's the idea, right? They just want to try to shake things up. I don't even know if we're going to see anything that's been the same from them again today. And that's kind of the beauty of watching We Lost and why they have such a large fan base and they're so exciting to watch is they always just do weird stuff. So my best case scenario for them in this first matchup would be they pull out something that we haven't necessarily seen yet.
Listen, it went to 4 a.m. for the East Coast. So if you missed it, let me fill you in on what happened. Essentially, whenever it got 2-2, they took it to the third map, and out of nowhere, Gambit was banned every game. They then saved the Gambit and the Rogue together and ran that comp. Mask always playing Thor. So that's the stuff. It's the pocket aces. It's things that people will not expect. And if it showed me one thing, Ship, it did show me that they are flexible, because for a while, MRC, first couple of weeks, we were kind of getting the same comp from them, and we kept saying people are going to just figure this thing out, Zoe, and they're going to know how to stop them shortly. But it's them flexible on the change. Even if it's still off meta, at least they're changing it up.
Yeah, there was absolutely a plan B, even a plan C, and a C and a half, because numbers and letters mix so well. But I think if we're looking at the community sentiment, right? They have a massive fan base because they are so entertaining, and especially in a matchup like this against Liquid Citadel, it's We Lost being the scrappy, unpaid, ranked warlords taking on the big orc, the big pharma kind of thing, right? So you can't help but to root for the little guys, for the Davids.
Yeah, I mean, and we're looking now. We see the map's going to be Hell's Heaven. I'll tell you what, that was a map that was really dominated by TLC in the last go around on Swamp. So it's gonna be tough. It's tough, but also, yeah, we lost looks good there too. So it's tricky, right, Cozy?
This is the map they always take it to when they lose on the come around. Not the second map, that's obviously Museum of Contemplation. But yes, this is where they try to get things right. And funny enough, last time they went against each other twice, they try to get here. And if you look at that matchup, it was the third map, and they at least got a point on it. It was 3-1 for that final bit. But yeah, this is a map they like to play because it really suits We Lost his playstyle and gameplay. But listen, if there's one thing TLC's flawless and perfect in, it is domination. They have not dropped the set.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, give me the matchups to watch out for. Like, who are we having our eyes on domination?
Oh,
I mean, I want to get your opinion on this, Coach. First, I'm gonna say Xantho looked really good yesterday. I was surprised with Xantho on the Gambit. I thought the Gambit looked clean. A lot of finals, insane healing, and really good initiation. And that's what you want on a Gambit player in this meta.
Yeah, so we keep talking about the backlines of Swamp, backlines of TLC. Hey, we got to start the conversation of Xantho and Kendrick because there is some craziness that they do in opportunities, doing way more than the heal job. Kendrick being on the Fox so much and having crazy plays as well. But for me, Cart is a big heartbeat of this team. If you ban out Cart and he's kind of having an off thing with Venom going on, it messes up their flexibility because Jitward sometimes goes Venom and then they can't really flex to what they want to. Now with Jitward opening the Deadpool as always, for me, it's watch the messiness and the craziness of Jitward in the backline of Cooper and Nero and how they handle in situation and peel for that.
Yeah, that's what you have to like shut down. And in their first meeting, it was just kind of energy going like nuts. Like, turns out if the entire team is dead, they can't do anything to your backline. Simple as that. So yeah, those are definitely plays that you don't want to give them their like best heroes. But then Energy showed us yesterday I can play pretty much anything, so it doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah, Energy's a human aimbot, right? I mean, Energy's looked so good across the board. You know, when you get Elsa on the table, I'm not sure that's going to be the case here. I think it's probably going to be a double Gambit matchup, but I'm not. Then again, who knows? These teams are trying to shake things up. You could list pretty much everyone on TLC for a solid conversation about how they play. You know, Speedery in that conversation for one of the best, not only duelists, but also can run that backline Ultron, probably the best Ultron so far in the Americas region, but maybe even the world. And then, yeah, we lost. When you look at their stat lines after every game, everyone's got involvement. There's like rarely a time that someone doesn't have involvement. And you mentioned Cart. Last time we saw Cart had 3 finals, I would still argue had the most involvement in the game because it was constantly on point. So there's stuff like that. I mean, both sides definitely have a lot of skill, and that's why they're up here.
Yeah, my gut tells me they're going to allow the Elsa ban the Gambit. They usually hate playing against the Gambit. With Cooper having that access, it gives them a bit more of the dive that they can go with when you're trying to, get chaotic with Jitward. That's what my gut says with them at least. But yeah, for me, listen, I mean, it had to have perfect things to happen for TLC to fall. Energy was still pretty much flawless. It was just that Mello was just going crazy yesterday. So, like, he's going to show up and do his part. But it was Spark Chief and Cart. Those are the two that if one of them are having an off bit of the Vanguard play, the other is going to fall. But I just feel like, we lost don't play well against a Deadpool Vanguard. And Zoe Pauly, we know him as Captain America. He's been one of the best tank pools in this entire thing.
Oh, yeah. No, his Vanpool has been clean. In general, I feel like in the playoffs, we've seen so much more Vanpool getting through the ban phase. And they've been looking phenomenal, which almost makes me worried against, like, wait, why are we not banning Vanpools? Like, I feel like we should, but the same case can be made about a lot of other heroes that are up for grabs right now. So it's difficult if you're banning out meta heroes or if you're banning out, like, just, like, whatever the opposition is, like, an expert in. For teams like, we lost. I mean, they want to impose their chaos, and that starts kind of in the ban phase already, right? So, like, they keep you guessing up until things are actually unfolding on the server.
Sure. Yeah. You know what I want to watch out for, Shib? For sure. No question about it. We've seen so much of this in the preseason. It has been the battle of the Daredevils. We saw Daze versus Speedery. Jitward versus Speedery is going to be the next thing that we might run into. Because if you look at the gameplay, we'll talk about this more if it is TLC and Swamp on the rematch. But it was the same formula against Liquid. And the Gambit, the Mantis, the Ultron. That shuts down a lot of Speedery. And if you get rid of the Daredevil, then it forces him to go Psylocke something a little bit different. But I think the Daredevils are going to squeak through.
Yeah, I was watching the Daredevil play back and forth yesterday, obviously between Swamp and TLC. It was so back and forth I couldn't decide who might be more dominant on the hero. But now I think that's another conversation. Jitward's great on that hero too. Gets banned all the time in the past on different matchups. So I don't know if that's going to be a target. The one-sided DDs have been a big problem in these different matchups. Zoe, any predictions before we go into this?
I predict a good game. That's what I'm predicting here. Let's see
Call out.
if We Lost the underdog can take it to Liquid Citadel in this rematch here in the lower bracket final.
I predict
And
fun
look
is
at
going to
that.
happen, Jim.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Gambit Haunt being banned right off the rip from good old TLC. Gonna be the Elsa ban. So the inverse. I mean, heck, you were right, buddy. They're not giving energy any of that fuel.
Yeah, I think it's just scary. Energy's just so locked in on that hero, and I think you can do a really good job peeling, which they don't want right now with Elsa in this current meta. Percent-based damage, it really messes up things. Even like that Thor, it can mess with Brawl. It can fit into every single comp. Goodbye. They're gonna allow that Gambit through, and then they're saving Kendrick right now with that Jeff.
Yeah, good call out. It was all about Kendrick because Kendrick did play the Jeff really well on this map. Didn't play a lot of Jeff yesterday. It was more on the Fox and the Strange, but this is the Jeff map for Kendrick in general. Zaytek's not going to have options for the Elsa. That's been their game plan a lot, Shib, is protect the duelists and allow them to pop off. I actually like this a bit better because we've seen that Jitward, if he gets target ban, he can adjust. Zaytek is just great at so many Psylocke, Phoenix, you name it. They don't need Elsa. Gambit not making it through, that's a big win for them because Speedery is the protection. And honestly, Shib, I think this is a sneak peek into what we might see for the pick bans of Swamp if that happens, because you get the Ultron saved, and you can at least get them going in the game plan they want.
Yeah, they've done their homework. They're trying to find a way through it because they definitely messed with them yesterday. It was, it was an incredibly fun map to watch or match to watch across the board. But yeah, it was very much cerebral in the ban phase, and teams are going to try to play chess with each other here moving forward. And I think We Lost is kind of taking a page a bit from that book. But we're going to see the save for Nero as well on that White Fox. Nero's been disgusting on that hero in terms of finals and damage as well.
Yeah, just has been a hero that has been an anchor for a team. If it pops off, something like Right Amazing yesterday on Sentinels showed the same. It's like, man, you can get just crazy value from our newest strategists. And also the ultimate, being able to fall there, right, and have ults wasted on you, but then you come back with a team ship. I think that's so underrated that you don't, die and fall after that ultimate. And it's kind of a second life, second chance thing, as Star-Lord going to be banned. So this is the target energy ban, if you will, Shib. They're getting rid of at least two of the options that he's shown to like in domination.
Yeah, but at this point, actually, I like it. I do like it. I was going to say, I was wondering if the Vanpool might have been a better go, but to try to ban out. But, what do I know? Because these teams clearly have their strategy in mind. As we see the lock of Vanpool from We Lost, that's going to maybe head towards Jitward's way. What this team is known for doing in the past is running the strat pool or the dual pool and then switching around. Essentially, you just want to get those levels early on, but Mask Off Rip will be at least floating for now, that Vanpool.
And it's funny because a lot of the preseason, the week 1-2, you did not see Jitward play Deadpool in domination. Mask has kind of tried to pick up that role and pick up the Deadpool mask, if you will. But yesterday, we finally saw that flexibility option come into play. Cart ready to go. The Hulk still online and active as well, showing that Liquid does not fear what might come from the player that does so much. But yeah, on the other side, there it is, the Doctor Strange ban. And I've been loving this more and more, Shib, right? Because it says, hey, you're gonna play perfect, and if you don't, you're gonna lose.
Yeah, not only is that the case, but it also just stops Kendrick from being a raid boss on Strange should they want to change things up, which is really locked in on that hero, just some big ultimates. But yeah, I'm with you. Also, like you're saying, in domination, you can't touch again. It gives you so much peace of mind, and you can overcommit a little bit in those final fights because the retouch is likely not going to come through, and that is always a smart play. We're seeing more and more of that as the preseason develops.
You get two get out of jail free cards. It's the Jeff ult and it's the Doctor Strange portal. So they got rid of one of those for them as they banned Jeff, and they're hoping that is going to give them the upper hand. And if I'm being honest, Chip, with this being the first map, We Lost can take this with the Jeff. Very favorable and probably the one they want to play the most out of the three, if I'm being honest. So interesting opening. Zaytek's going to be on that Psylocke, which is a comfort play. And watch out for Speedery. He likes to hunt the skies and get rid of that early, but Zaytek's already getting some heat.
Yeah, Smart Chief taking an own in the space on the outside. Jitward almost caught out, but good movement there to dodge that in that moment. Smart Chief playing behind now, sees the chase, tries to get on that. Look at all this dive potential coming in immediately from Yeah We Lost as Xantho gets that first pick. And wow, make it a two-piece now as Zatex finds a third. Energy gets one, but it won't matter. That's going to be point early on here for Yeah We Lost.
Rookies from the tier 2 seed, they do not care about the meta. They don't care about expectations, non-stop aggression. That's how they want. They thrive in the chaos, and this is what I love, Shib. They're going to bring all of it right here, right now. I said yesterday, guys, any day, any team can win. I know what we've seen in the past, but do not doubt it. And if they can get this domination win, Shib, that would give them so much momentum to push forward and try to steal an upset. Energy, though, has always flexed over to this Winter Soldier against this team to stop the aggression and the dive.
Yeah, Spark Chief, good play there. Finds one, make it two. Cooper now onto Jitward, trying to play off that back line, but it won't last long. Goodbye as Mask falls there. Xantho as well. And the immediate retake from Team Liquid Citadel is a testament to why they're such a strong team.
Yeah, they're showing exactly what they did last domination. This is actually where they opened up last time with that Spark Chief on the cap, because we were all talking about how Pauly's the cap, but Spark Chief's there. Played a great job as well, and same result as last time. Yeah, we lost, took the point first, but it's how fast Liquid Citadel can adjust under pressure. That is something other teams don't have, especially when playing these young guns that are so aggressive. Energy obviously being the big leader of it. The voltage comes out and again is ready to fire off as that Kraken impact. He knows he's thirsty to start getting that limb feed firing off.
Yeah, it's one of those answers we've seen from Liquid Citadel. Against Yeah We Lost, Nero finds one onto Xantho. Jitward trades that onto Cooper. Strat for a strat, but why not more as Mask is able to take out Speedery. Energy starts up with that Kraken impact. There goes one. Do we see more? No, we don't. Cart with a huge shutdown here from Yeah We Lost is going to put them back in advantage, but the point is still being held by Liquid Citadel. The freedom charge to buy more time. Pauly is dancing with the cap as the portal gets committed now.
Little shocked that Zatex did not get any eliminations with that dance of the butterflies, and what an early portal. That just shows how much respect they have for this team they're going up against. Cannot give it to them that early. That Spark Chief ult really saved it for them. Yeah, we lost. Could not finish the deal. And if they stagger here, good job rotating out, not over committing. They get together all as one mass, though dangerously low, throws on the banhammer. There's going to be no follow-up with that ship. I don't know if I like that. And with Zatex falling, that's going to be a wipe.
Yeah, I love that early portal. As long as you're using some sort of strat ult to stall, you guarantee your team gets there. Speedery able to find Kendrick now, make it a two-piece. Speedery's on the chase, showing that he can play whatever as well. Energy trying to find a pull on the... Ooh, goodbye, Jitward, just to lead it there. From the side of Energy once more. Cart on the back line, which is pretty much home for him at this point. Zatex now finds Cooper. Yeah, we lost up numbers, but not for long again. Energy with the answer onto Cart. 95% in climbing here for TLC.
And Chip, we've talked about it so much. How many teams can keep calm during the storm? And it only takes one, and it's Energy. I mean, this Bucky's the perfect hero to be that anchor and just, hey, get rid of all the chaos. Hey, Jitward, what's up? Here's a hook, and you're dead and gone as Matt's now pushing in. They do get a throw off the map of Spark, which is a big pick. Even though Jitward does go down, he'll be back Spidey fast, but it's taken down the cap, which is important. But Energy, oh my God, is he ready and fueled up after that loss yesterday, Shib?
Energy might be the real Bucky Barnes. Finds two and does have that Kraken impact already available. What a punch there around the corner. And Kraken goes up, but that one's just going to be a safety punch. Now looking towards Jitward, who's at literally like 30 HP and a dream here. The retouch has got to come in. Can he get the health pack first? No, cannot. TLC get map one.
First of all, what was that go-go gadget punch from? Like, how did he get that from across the map, man? Yeah, you know, Jitward obviously was going to go down there if he touched it. Would have quite literally been a spider getting stepped on. You know, Ant boot from Nick Fury, you know, kind of quote. But at least it would have triggered the overtime and given them a shot. But you know what? Actually, if you look at the ult economy, maybe at least it gives them more to go with, because we don't know what they would have burnt in the strat line-wise. Kendrick, Xantho have stuff. They just weren't able to get anything going after that stagger. And it was the portal. You know, we call it. It was the portal with the energy picks that was the main issue.
100% right. Yeah, well, the idea there was, all right, they had Pauly and Spark Chief up. They had about 75% HP. Spark Chief pops alt, and I'm sure in comm says, commit portal, trust me. Pauly's there dancing with Spark Chief, making sure they play around that overhealth. They avoid the butterfly because of it, the cutterfly, if you will. Stay on, everyone's back on point, and at that point, they own it. And that's why stall and cap are so strong in this meta, where, yeah, we lost aren't really as committed to the stall because a lot of the commitment is on that dive instead.
Yeah, no, it's a great point there on the different matchups and metas you can have. Folks, I know there's been so much rivals 4 days in, but this is going to be it on the top scene for month. Plus, so lock in zone number 2, ready to go. Watch out for this Xantho ult, and we'll see if they can combine that with the Cart Feast, but it's going to go in chaos right away, and there is going to be the Dance of the Butterflies. Look at all 4 Qs pressed. If they don't come out with the win here, it is all but lost. Lots thrown at them, Shib. Oh, man, that was a lot of commitment, but it looks like they are going to be able to get the points. But how long can they hold on to it with what they had to use?
And you see Jitward on that dual pool now, leveled up a little bit here. You're right, they did commit a ton, getting point, but now the idea is just stall for as long as possible. Look at this switch here from Speedery, able to find one off the back of some plays from Nero, make it a two-piece as a team so far. Energy using this pick to just shut down a lot of this brawl dive, this snowball comp that is being run by Yeah We Lost, and it clearly has been working. Shout out Energy making that pick work in this meta because we really don't see a lot of it. Pauly with the pick there onto Jitward, and once again, this retake less than 30% a second time in a row.
Bro, I always laugh because people are like, Marvel Rivals is just a game of ultimates. If you watch Liquid Citadel and Swamp, they show what they do with neutral play. It's disgusting. They don't need to, rely on the flashy colors to get jobs done. I think that's what is so lethal about them, as those 2 picks came instantly, man. I mean, you traded 4 ults for 27%, and Liquid Citadel just, bat an eye.
Yeah, 100% the neutral in this game right now is significantly more impactful, even ever since those changes. Pauly going to commit with the banhammer there, but what do you know? Down goes It's Jeff. Commitment again, but this time from Mask. Trying to make something happen with the Freedom Charge. Kendrick's on top of it, able to make something. That's a first pick here for the side of Yeah We Lost. But again, 3 ults are out. Energy gets one onto Kendrick. Is there going to be an again with this Kraken impact up in the sky? Bang, comes down. Will there be the pick, though? Mask able to drop away and about 30% HP, avoiding it by about 15. Energy. Somebody stop him. Is finding 3 now and will keep control of the point.
Zatex is doing a great job, Shib, of getting those backline hits, and it just feels like there's no follow-up after. And Energy was like, you can have 1, but I'll survive the 5. Speeder does have the devil to let out here, and if you look at what they had to stop it, not much. If you Liquid, track those ults and go aggressive right now. I think he's going to let the devil out any moment. Here comes Hell in Hell's Heaven, but Zatex trying to get that backline, was caught, discovered. Cap, Spark Chief took him down.
Yeah, good work there, Speeder. He's able to take out Xantho on the high side, looking for another pick on a Jitward, who I do not believe is ult available. No, does not. And that's going to be the pick. Bang, as Speedery finds a second. Look how dominant on that DD. See it once more. Not matched at the moment, but is available. Cooper finds Kendrick. And wow, I mean, this hold from Team Liquid Citadel, they're just unbreakable. An actual Citadel just, taking it to them at this point as Pauly finds one more.
Yeah, reading like a court case. This is flashbacks to just a day ago. I mean, first of all, you got the recipe of how, Yeah We Lost plays in these domination matches. And TLC, you don't like them when they're angry. And getting down here in the lower, they are angry. There's a sliver of time left on the overtime clock. Both go down in Shib. That was a speed run masterclass. Liquid Citadel taking map 1.
Fortress tested, and the Fortress has been proven. This Citadel looks unstoppable. They lose point early on, and every time come back around 30% and never give it up. That is just a textbook set of plays, because the idea is they want to force out some of those ults, especially on map 2 there. Let them use whatever. Give them the point. You know what we can do. We just won't commit anything. We'll come back and win fight 2 and never give it up after that. And it was just an absolute masterclass. We can see the stats now.
Yeah, they just overreact to point being taken, right? Like, there's all the stats. Whoever gets point first, 70%, they don't care. You know what? It's like, let them have it, and then we'll match that opposition. Obviously, Energy popping off, final 13, 16K to boot. And Zatex, again, was the highlight that really impressed me from that team. I'm telling you, Shib, it feels like when you get them on, heating up, they're on fire. But until then, there's definitely some ice that definitely needs to thaw off. So we'll see which Yeah We Lost response. I can promise you it'll be at the Museum of Contemplation. There's no doubt about it, folks. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will be back to the action.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Cozy and I run ship. And to absolutely no one's surprise, Liquid Citadel is up 1-0. With the caveat that, you know, like, this is, yeah, we lost worst map type, so we can take that as like a piece of hope, a sliver of light. Anything, Cozy? I didn't convince you. I'm looking at your face. I did not convince you.
You know,
I'm trying.
Yeah, listen, yeah, we lost. Starts out slow. I do know that. And hey, listen, you know, Shiv and I, we casted a J3 community class. Shout out to that. There was a Spider-Man that was going crazy, and even as unorthodox as a Spider-Man would be to ban, you have to stop the thing that is absolutely wrecking your strategy. And right now, Shiv, it's got to be the Bucky for energy, because yeah, all that CC, all that stop is quite literally putting a wall, the Citadel Fortress, on their momentum.
Yeah, I think it's a shout out to Marvel Rivals as a whole, right? Because some teams get afraid, as you see. Good call there, Museum of Contemplation. Had no doubt about that. But, you know, teams are scared to run things that maybe aren't quote-unquote as meta. Bucky has taken a seat back in the meta, but the idea of having raw damage, a ground on punch, which affects things like Cart on the Hulk and or Venom, having the pull and just having the raw damage and CC and a huge ultimate at all times just to brawl with your team, it just fits so well into countering exactly what Yeah We Lost wants to do. Teams have been struggling because they're like, you know what, that character's not meta. Maybe we shouldn't run it, and I don't want to lose with that. But when it comes to a team like Team Liquid Citadel, they're not afraid of that, and they pull it out, and they look dominant doing it.
Yeah, and this is pretty much the pick that threw Yeah We Lost off their game already the last time they met in the semifinals, right? It was energy on that Bucky coming at. We were like, well, okay, we did not expect that. Well, neither did Yeah We Lost, and energy wreaked havoc on that particular hero. I do love that we just have like individual heroes that make a comeback just in this playoff because they can. So yeah, it's great to see that, but it adds another level of like, oh no, now we have another hero that we should be banning out. Like that's rough. That's rough. Now, Cozy, you did call it. Museum of Contemplation is where we're headed here. We do have that's a convoy map. That's the best map type for Yeah We Lost. Yggdrasil could also have been a great choice. I think they played it 3 times, won it 3 times as well. But Museum it is. What do you expect to see from them there?
This is their home, right? This is your home. This is their home, because they always pick to come here. But the way that the corridors are and how it leans to dive. The one time Liquid Citadel looked weak was 0.1, and then guess what? That was the start of the Bucky that came out. If they ban that, what do you do? So,
well, what do you do indeed? We'll find out what Yeah We Lost will do going up against Liquid Citadel on this second map.
All right, welcome. Welcome in, folks.
I love you.
As we are going to see right now, the first ban of the Elsa is going to be something that, Psych Guy Live. See, this is the change-up that I wanted to see from Yeah We Lost. I was going to say it's something that we expected. Good change-up.
oh man, the speedery bans. Let them begin, because Swamp Gaming, they discovered the hole to allow the flood to come in. That was the swamp. But Yeah We Lost is going to get rid of that comfortability, and then they are going to go and protect the Elsa. Both the things I'd love to see. If they can get a Bucky ban in here, man, I love the playbook coming up right here now. Is Gambit going to be banned, followed by the Mantis? The more orthodox things you'll see from Liquid Citadel. But yeah, Shib, changing it up is good, because they haven't shown that a ton, too. They always kind of stick and grit their teeth and go through it.
Oh, yeah, man. I think, you know, this is the kind of stuff that I want to see from Yeah We Lost. Just keep shaking up the mentals. This is how you got to go after a team like Team Liquid Citadel, especially after struggling against them in the past. The lock-in of Elsa here for Yeah We Lost is also something that I think Zatex, you know, can look dominant on. And that's going to open up some windows here, allow you to play a little more different than just kind of committing fully to that divey snowball composition. But there will be a little bit of an answer from TLC on that Gambit. Now they have some movement and some self-peel.
Yeah, so now it's like, okay, do you need to ban the Rogue? Because Spark Chief loves to play that. Now it's like, okay, can you even ban the Bucky? I think it's fine to go with that. You also have the Elsa to worry about, though, so you can't let Energy have that. So now they have 3 problem ship. They can only solve 2, so the Bucky ban's going to have to wait. I don't think it's going to happen, just with what's available, right, for the kind of chess match that's happening here at the high level. So it looks like this last ban, if I were to guess, is probably going to go to that Elsa. If it's the Bucky, I'm all for it. But, man, either or, Energy's going to feast.
Yeah, it's funny because it's the same story that happened last time. They were able to ban Elsa super late. Energy doesn't even care at this point. It seems like he's like, go ahead, I'll play whatever. But they're floating the Loki because the Mantis is in play. The Mantis in play enables so many different compositions and really can be threatening. I have no doubt a triple comp will be on the table here for TLC, who can run that incredibly well. Probably the best in the Americas region, but who knows? Well, I guess the best in the Americas region is going to be decided at least so far today. But the final lock in here, this could be that Van Pool again.
Yeah, you know what? I said they had 3 issues to worry about. Yeah, forgot about the team up Loki with the double Gambit ult. That's probably a little bit more important even than the Bucky and the Elsa that's been so prevalent. The Jeff save us the last. Strange. I was going to say, save the Strange here. It's such a great Strange map with the portal, especially on point 1, 2, and even 3 at times, Shib. But we're going to continue to see that against them. I will say it is a great, Baby Land Shark map as well, especially they're getting towards the end of both point 1 and 2. There's some good opportunities there to close the deal.
Yeah, you called it out. You can also have a pretty decent saving opportunity too if they land a big ultimate. But Strange off the table changes things up. As Jeff can also be defensive with the ult. But yeah, again, and a point 1, like you're saying, it could be huge. But the major call out you made was the Strange, save the Strange. Dude, I agree. I don't think that's a bad play. They think your Strange is a problem for them. Why not potentially consider that as a save, as your second save, to try to shake up, what they've been practicing? Because at this point, they assume that Strange is going to be off the table because they're going to ban it every time.
For sure, right? And you talked about it on the last map. It's like 2-for-1 value. So it's not like you're just saving the portal, but Kendrick's so comfortable. But for me, I think that would just change up what they want to do with Cart and Mask as well, right? Because then it's like if he's going Strange, Triple Vanguard can work just fine. It doesn't exactly play to their playstyle, and Strange usually comes out more in the chaotic moments, if you will. But either way, as Jitward's showing him, I don't think that's what we're going to see out the gate. But we've got the offense up ready. Energy can be on the Bucky, even with Elsa available. That shows how powerful this Winter Soldier is against the non-stop aggression as we lost.
And let the games begin, folks. You can see the damage boost being spread far and wide, even on the Jeff from Nero. Nero is not afraid to play aggressively. You won't be seeing that too much because essentially would be touching spawn door if he tried to flank right now, but they're going to play a little more front to back for the current moment. Zatex is able to find one early and set the tone. Goodbye, Speedery on that Mantis.
This was what they found out last time against Swamp. You ban what Speedery likes to play, and they typically would pick him first, and that's just what happened now. And this is exact repeat of map 1 against these two teams in the museum and why they like it so much. If there was a win percentage on this first point, I think we lost have the best in the whole tournament. They do so well up to this moment, and Jitward is going to get picks as well. Have not seen him on the Phoenix, typically not on these poke heroes, but there's so much of this hallway they can work with. Love the pick and the decision now, and if you look closely, a couple of ults coming up close, Ship, going to be a big impact. Nero, Xantho, both of those going to be huge, but Cooper going to let the cards out.
Oh yeah, we're going to see a big Q fest in a moment here. Cooper going to enable the team to get those ults even faster, and with that speed boost committing heavy now as the feast lands. Is there a combo on a Speedery who's holding on for a moment? Good movement there as Energy gets the first pick onto Jitward. That's going to put numbers up for the moment onto Citadel as Nero goes under for the It's Jeff. Zatex even in that out now onto Cooper, and that's big value. Goodbye to the Gambit. Zatex falls from Polly. Well, on that Van Pool is just an absolute savage. Cart again trades it back onto Speedery.
Really good rotation, right, Chip? The fact that they survived the cars and got the pick on the Coop after was so massive for them. Love the swap up from Energy as well. Get the Bucky on the next point. Either way, they've got all the Qs ready. I think they open up with Kendrick and then straight into Xantho, but there comes the Galartrox, and Cart's going to be caught in it, begging for life and a chance to breathe there. He goes right back to the spawn. But you know what? Not the worst pick if the rest can survive this madness, especially when Spark Chief goes down.
Yeah, both Venoms out of the fight right now. Ensong, bang! Able to find a few as Jitward gets a 2-piece. Kendrick able to find the third, and this is going to put them in a dicey spot. Portal needs to come in here from Spark Chief. It will, but it makes it a difficult fight for your team, especially if they are staggering a little bit. If a touch comes through, Portal gets committed. Can they get there? They are. Glartrox goes out from Zatex. That's going to be one. Make it 3 now, Zatex, to hold on tight and push this thing through.
Wow, with the quick, hard bite of the Glartrox, filling up the stomach. You know what? Hey, we said we wanted to see something of a surprise factor like they did on Sentinels. It was Jitward on the Phoenix. I mean, talk about being able to get those wombo combos set up, ready to go. I'm in love with it now. Is Energy going to stay with thee? Also, keep your eyes on him. Speedery, this is kind of what happened. Flexing over to these different picks, right? Playing a little mystery hero, figuring out what works, and that's how they solved it if you're Swamp gaming against them. Opening up the playbook on how to beat TLC.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going into triple like this, you want big ultimates, and that's what they're trying to run right now. Energy, able to find Zatex. But again, look at the space already being owned on point. You just got to try to take it around that pillar on the bottom side. That gives you an advantage on defense because you can play around that natural cover. So that's what they're doing. Energy, finding Jitward. And again, I like that pick like you called out, buddy. Good call there as the whole team drops back and resets as a unit.
Alrighty, so this is where they struggled last time with ease, and they weren't able to get it down this ramp whatsoever. Xantho ult has been online for quite a while. They can pair that up. We'll see if the feast comes with it. Remember, the symbiotic shenanigans are still at large because this is before that patch hit shit. That team looks still goaded. Card gonna go ahead and survive just barely as the card's full. Believing in the heart of them is going to be Liquid Citadel, finding that pick. And now at this point, don't overcommit. But Xantho's still going with the Jeff, looking for food, is trying to get through this. But wow, Spark gonna shut that all down.
Really smart play by Cooper there, because the idea is you don't want to all too close to the door. They're just going to drop back and retake, but half the team was on the left side. There's no way to get to the spawn door from there, as everyone falls is Speedery. Speedery's going to make it a third here. Yes, everybody falls once more. Citadel are angry now. Bruce Banner is the Hulk. Going to get this chase onto Xantho.
Yeah, this is very good, honestly, for Liquid Citadel to figure out the Speedery stuff now, too, right? You know, if you believe you're going to win this thing and get in the grand finals, go and lock in on the Psylocke, get into some aim training while you're at it. But yes, Energy now has the Glarchox ready. Gonna get rid of this bug on the wall, but Jitward's so fast, so lethal. Oh, how did he escape that? He cannot on the wall, but he's gone. Hunted, just slapped.
There's value in that, though, as they do find a trade. That was pretty funny, as Zatex is able to take out Speedery. But yeah, dude, a little do-si-do there. Still finds that pick, but it's matched right back. We're going to see ults committed. Banhammer goes out. A huge Glardrox here, and that's going to be one. Do I see two? I do not yet. The movement from Polly is kind of crazy. What? Still holding on for now. Insane movement there by Polly to hold on as Energy gets that pick. And now, as I say it, Caster Curse, goodbye, Polly.
That Banhammer saved them, right? Because he had to be careful with those shots, and Zatex didn't want to commit too much, but did just enough to win. Ooh, card going down as well as Zatex, but it did use the Glartrox. Energy fell. Kendrick getting a big pick in the back line. That's what you want to see from this ever-growing scene of these rookies. And now they're able to get through the hard part of this push. Obviously, Spawn still so close. Going to get in overtime, surely. Oh, back hat from Spark Chief. Absolutely
Genius.
Great there, making sure that point does not move a muscle.
That needs to be in your bag, folks watching. If you are getting pushed by a team, go steal that cart from them if you can. Mask able to find Energy early on with the Van Hammer, making a two-piece now. Mask looking clean on this Vanpool, saying Polly who, as Nero trades it back onto Kendrick, saying White Fox who, I guess, as we see that trade. But ultimate advantage going to be up here for Liquid Citadel, but they are very close to getting point 2 here. Can they make it work?
It's always the tough part to close out because of how close that spawn is, and doesn't help when you 2 down. The duelist not in this thing, but Cart getting Energy, okay. You know, they're going to be back at the same time ship, so not really a huge trade in terms of value. Everybody going to get back together and reset for this thing on agreement. Now looking at what they can do. Man, Cart is just absolutely in there. The team now has to follow. They're going to fall. It's going to be now the Fox Ninetales coming out from Nero, looking for more as the team pushes up the W. Spark Chief trades with Jitward, getting Polly as well. 2 for 2. Jitward can fall, though, with the quick web back.
Yeah, dropping back now, but the space has been retaken. Oh, almost committing something there. As we see Energy duking it out on the front line. And that was going to be just a moot point for now. Jitward heavily committing. Does not have up, but finds a two-piece on a huge punch. And that's going to be 3 Spider-Man mains rise up right now. Jitward looking incredibly strong. And that's going to be a quadra. And that'll drive that point through.
Sophie McGuire just fell to his knees somewhere on the streets. He can feel it. Absolute heat coming from the friendly neighborhood hero. Now, Jitward close, close it in on ult as well. Now, if you look at what they do have, you're going to see a lot of just heavy neutral, big lane poke fight here. We'll see if anything changes because Speedery on the Psylocke has got to get that value towards the back, but it's so hard when you've got Jeff and Fox to deal with.
Yeah, agreed. It's just a lot of pressure, a lot of communication. But Energy cuts right through that noise, says goodbye, Jitward, out of the sky. A little bit of vengeance from that movement before. Cooper taking out Xantho. 2 numbers, make it 3 here. Speedery finds a piece of that pie, drives them up towards the spawn. This is where you want to take this first fight on this map, because you want to ensure you have the best chance at winning this. We have seen teams push through here on OT, and we've seen teams struggle here, maybe even put a portal inside of the point. But everybody makes mistakes. You see Energy look for more.
The seventh member has always been the ducky float for one of these teams, typically. But yeah, if you look at it, man, I mean, if you lose this fight in the neutral, also it gives the other team so much ult charge, and now pretty much you're going to be able to tell the tale that's about to happen here in the second point of the map. Either way, so hard to get this point 3. It's going to be a quick hit of the spider, but getting out of there quickly. Jitward, oh my, trying to energy. Are you kidding me? To swift into that nuisance.
Yeah, Xantho goes down with the It's Jeff. Speedery takes that pick quickly. We see the commitment as everybody's going down here. Alt advantage, roughly even. But yeah, we lost losing bodies before those alts get committed. There's Mass trying to find something. Jitward takes out Speedery, but Spark Chief and Energy trade it back. OT ticking down, but alts are still available. Now it's about value. They're playing a little safe here. Liquid Citadel does have alt advantage for the moment, but it won't last too long. There's that commitment now as we see Pauly try to own and push them in with the backline on top of the push that's being driven by Spark Chief. Now dropping backwards as a unit as everybody's stacked again.
Beast with the Abyss comes through, closing in, but not able to get it done. Trying to get the Spark Chief from it. There comes the first bit of Jeff. Gonna find something as Nero. He's escaping with a few as the Glartrux comes out. And oh my, Zaytex!
Wow.
He finds 3, the Monster Hunter, the Apex Predator. Are you kidding me? The cleanup. They will not be stopped here. Riding the duck through the tunnel ship. Are you joking?
Yeah, I kind of called it there with the OT, I guess, as they are stepping up now. The Monster Hunter pairing up with a Spider with a huge combined ultimate sweep and then finding some picks right after the fact here. Mask setting up with Jitward. Owning this space is going to put everybody in a tough spot. They weren't expecting this engagement, and that's the idea of setting up prior to the fight. You see Kendrick doing the same thing, ready to engage on that back line. Ultimate's going to be completely gone here. Yeah. Neutral fight as Pauly finds one. On to Jitward. Now looking back towards the back line to keep them healthy for a moment, but it doesn't matter. Now looking forward. Energy finds one, but Kendrick's on a 2-piece and trying to find 3 and will find the 3rd here. And wow, yeah, we lost. Might be able to keep this moving for the moment as numbers are in their favor.
Highlight players were the strat lines, and it is Kendrick going off and Jitward pulling off the Spider-Man that he's not found success with in this preseason. Are you joking? He found deep hiding seek there in the plant bushes. Are you joking? Xantho now close with the It's Jeff. Goes down. Jitward probably fine here. And here comes the cards. Believing in it is Liquid Citadel to hold this line ship. It's Jeff ready. The edge right there to throw off the food, but it's Liquid Citadel putting it in quick.
Oh, and he's stuck up in this top side from that ultimate escape. Put himself in a tough spot and gets locked away in that moment, trying to use it to take away from point, because the scary part is if the team's stacking on point and you eat your team, you could just lose it immediately right there. So when elects to take it to a different position, but catches himself between a literal rock and a hard place, buddy.
Okay, couple things. First, I think, yeah, we lost is plenty fine with that, right? There's a great push on that map.
Yeah.
That's a tough map to finish off, and obviously got so much value out of that overtime going from the start to the finish. I want to ask you this, Shiv, for those that watch Tank Pool, right? You've got the Banhammer. You can follow up that in tough situations, but even with Dogman at times yesterday, we saw the pop quiz from the Tank Pool to survive and just like be that constant nuisance there. Like, when do you decide that? Because in overtime with 5 people looking at you, you would think that would be the shot. Never really saw Mass take that opportunity.
Yeah, it really is a tool that you pretty much exclusively use for stall. I don't think it's a bad idea there at all, buddy. I think that's a great call out, but it kind of also depends on, and at that point in the match, I would assume he's pretty much fully upgraded. Maybe you didn't have something upgraded that kind of threw it off for you, or the decision, or you thought the pick would be more valuable because you can guarantee a pick pretty much on a backline, depending on the situation of cooldowns with that Banhammer. But yeah, didn't elect to use the stall, didn't buy more time with it, and also at this level of play, folks aren't missing, so they can burst through some of that focus damage.
No, for sure. Kendrick was just lightning heat following up on all those Banhammers. He was the one that kept closing in, and that's what you need done. Did not get much value out of the feast almost ever, but at least it was able to create some opening and space pressure as needed. Again, guys, Venom at this level, main job, get those cooldowns out, the key ones from the enemy, and get back safely. Don't fold. Spark Chief now on the Groot. Things are changing. Oh my, delete button. Instantly go back to spawn. Have a good one, Speedery, who just always seems to have a tough time, if not on the 2 heroes he loves most, and Ultron Daredevil.
You know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the exact spot that the pick came through from Zaytex. But Spark Chief found that location and traded it right back at him. And now they will have this space. Spark Chief going to be playing this group to own these positions. This is going to force some wall break. And this is going to be difficult for the side of, yeah, we lost. They have none of that really in their composition besides Zaytex. Mask is typically going to be flanking with that Van Pool. So it's going to be tough. And Energy able to find Kendrick in the back line will once again put them up in numbers. And that is a large stagger right off the spawn after that first pick.
Yeah, and they kept doing this the other day. It was Energy finding that backline pick over and over. And when Swamp took over TLC, it was the same done to them. But Cooper going to make quick work. And now you're down 2 strategists, staggered back. This is an absolute chaotic mess at the moment. Yeah, we lost. Take a breather. Reset, reload. Paulie going to go ahead and do that exact pop quiz. Showing some sustain here. Now trying to get the best of it. Speeder trading as well. So this is going to be a 0.1 cap. No Doctor Strange available.
And you can notice the setup here from Spark Chief. Sometimes you want to put walls in a little bit strange locations so they're not worth breaking. So they come up and just have value later on. What a pick there from Zatex again onto Speedery. And like he called out, seems to be a target here in every single one of these fights. Nero and Spark Chief and Energy say, all right, we see your pick. Let's quad it real quick. And they try to take this point. 2 meters and a dream. Yes, they will be able to find point 1.
Yeah, playing rock, paper, scissors out here, and Citadel pulls out the gun, right? I mean, it's like there's nothing you can do about it. And here's a quick little selfie to celebrate with that jersey. Paulie showing his new hero, known as the Cat this time, the tank pool. All right, Spark Chief looking for a trap, setting up these walls early. And he's got that Groot ult. We did not see a lot of great Groot ult from him yesterday, Shib. So I want to see this be cleaned up because they're going to need to get these unlocked, especially playing a higher opponent.
Yeah, there is some potential. Sometimes you actually might even want to use it on some of that dive commitment from the Vanguards, but just to kind of answer and save your backline. But we see Speedery here find Kendrick again through this Raging Royal Flush. We all know how valuable this can be. Cooper going to be able to take out Cart through the Chaos. Speedery again on that Mantis as another pick comes through. But Zatex not going down without a fight. Finds Speedery, which at this point, buddy, he's got his number. He's looking for him in every single fight.
100%. And what, if you're Xantho, I guess maybe he's swapping to Invis, but it's like, why ult there when you're down 2 on that going into it? The hero play with what edge? You know what I mean? It just felt like probably not the best time to do so. But if you're swapping over, it does make, I guess, some sense, even though you could, kind of save some of that for the next one. But here comes the Glove Shots on 1. Zatex trying to get that hero moment for him, and Energy quickly puts that multiversal clash into the grave. And man, right now it is just all hero on hero, Elsa on Elsa, Fox on Fox. Everyone's going down in the side of we lost.
Oh, I love that drop back as a unit there to play near Nero, allowing those AoE healing effects, like abilities there to keep everyone healthy and just avoid some of that damage from the end song. And wow, Nero turns that right back into Jitward on that escape. No value and an answer there from the side of we lost. Now the commitment comes out from Kendrick, the Kamiho Unleashed, but it gets eaten immediately. And again, we'll be healthy at the end of that. But now falls from Nero on the chase. And look at the point the whole time. Spark Chief just owning it, putting up walls that are not being broken because their comp just quite ain't made for it. Another pick on a Zatex. And now it's just a battle of a 1v5. I don't see this lasting long here. We'll make it a 2v. And the retouch comes through.
Wow.
What an invisible boundary install. Incredible play there.
That's where I would have liked to see the pop quiz if you're Mass, but right now doesn't matter. Energy, Cooper go down. How do they flip this back? And that's the importance of having Jitward and Cart. They've done this to so many opponents. They've been able to get back into the action because of how quickly those heroes swing into it, quite literally. Are you joking now? Looking at it, just 4.5 meters plus to go. Spark Chief does have the ult, Cooper to follow. So they've got all the big cues, right? How much to commit doesn't matter all too much. Got 2 minutes on the board as well, so look for them to really throw the kitchen sink at them.
Yeah, this has been a good back and forth here, but we know what's happening soon with that Raging Royal Flush. And there's that commitment. Everybody going to dive forward now. Paulie, wow, almost gets that shot. That was disgusting. On to Kendrick in the back line, playing off these strategists. This is going to divert focus. Jitward running for his life. Goodbye to Peter, who gets KO'd. Spark Chief has the Strangling Prison available. Looking for, you don't need much. One is plenty, as we see that pick. Xantho finds one, mask another, but Energy answers back on a Cart. And everybody focusing on the Cart now as Spark Chief goes low and falls, and another goes down. Xantho is popping off here with some really good positioning on that invis.
Sue Storm making both Reed and Neighbor blush, man. Getting a couple of those, and we've highlighted just the lethality of Xantho. One of my highlight players through this whole thing, as I've seen them play any hero that's called to them, was early on the Jeff, flex the invis, a perfect play swap now. Looking at it, Nero ready for the Fox. Kendrick can match, though. Need to see Cart get some connection in the follow-up to go. That's what they're going to lead with Kendrick. They're waiting on that, but no, it's an Apex out first from Zatex. Anything coming from it? No, coming up empty and hungry. Ship as Mass diving in immediately. This dive and aggression is perfect. If you're looking at the ult track, I love what they're doing, but Energy, as always, answers the call.
Yeah, Xantho finds another pick, though. Numbers up for Liquid Citadel. It's about this final fight situation here for them. They did make some switches in composition. You can see Spark Chief now off that crew. Energy, come on now. That was a split millisecond. Beautiful combination there. Now looking towards Kendrick, who gets a pick, and goodbye Kendrick in the same vein, but is getting chased down. The Glartrox goes out. Will that land? Whoa, Speedery finding two, coming back hot with a vengeance. The spectacular spin is out. Does that get value? It does not. Pulls out cooldowns, though, as we see Pauly get a pick there on a Xantho, and we know how strong that is, as Xantho's been playing lights out. The battle on point. The Kumiho Unleashed won't last long. Goodbye to Kendrick as we see Jitward fall, and down goes Cart, and that should be this point for the side of Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, I've got to measure if you can win it here or stall and save for this next, because they did a great job, Ship. They were able to get this thing down to 0 again, right? Which gave them an overtime. This is going to be an overtime going into it. How much do you save resource-wise for this next fight, right? Because you're going to get one big Q. Xantho can at least lead that, but obviously slightly, I would say TLC has a couple more win cons up their sleeve. Bus moving, everybody on point. Sometimes they like to push up. In this case, though, with the time available, Ship, just trying to push this thing as fast as possible into the float and into the action. Now, just like that, Ship, things open up. Cooper going to get the heart of the cards ready to go right now. Raging Royal Flush teams up everybody in a quick deletion of Yeah, we lost. Back to the spawn.
There's a lot of commitment there, though. 3 alts go down in that first fight. So, yeah, we lost. Not a bad job there pulling some stuff. As we see, Xantho has that invisible boundary. Zatex at about roughly 70%. And we will see what they elect to do, but this is where the clutch gene needs to come into play. It's going to be, at most, a fight and a retouch on Portal.
Jitward going on over to, I love the triple Vanguard here, man. I mean, this is like perfect for the situation at hand, right? So taking a look with the Apex, save everything, man. Big overtime play. That's what you need to do. The Strange Portal will come into action. A Speeder is going to find Zatex through it, and that's going to go ahead and delay some of that charge. They're really pushing this thing quickly. Now get a little bit of push. There goes Speedery down. Not a big pick at that. He'll be back soon. Jitward, though, deleted once again as Energy has his number each and every time. But what they're doing, Ship, right now is perfect. Just keep this duck float staying still.
Energy is just so disgusting. That was massive, finding that pick as well. And yeah, I mean, their target priority has been very smart, constantly solo ulting Zatex 2 in a row now. Spark Chief dropping back onto Xantho, but it gets Glartrox. I don't even think that was intentional from Zatex, or maybe that was just some insane understanding of play. Pauly gonna anchor point for the moment. Portal gets committed once more. They've got to stay on as OT ticks down. Feast of the Abyss goes under. Kendrick gonna be there, but not for long. Goodbye to Kendrick. Speedery gonna pop that E with the Dark Magic to make that pick come through. Liquid Citadel up a number once more. Pauly does have ult available. Outside of that, Cooper and Spark Chief gonna be next in tow. Mask gonna start with the ult for Yeah, we lost.
Every single hero moment is pressed at this second as Mask's gonna go up and throw up the first Avenger. Everybody freedom charge behind. Kendrick so close to the Ninetales, got to stay in as well. But on the other side, it's the biggest ult in the game. Never folding, never showing cracks in the foundation is Citadel. Here comes the Ninetales. It's a big feast. Spark is gonna get this tail down. Energy finds his 3, but oh, good trade there, Mask. Gets couple. Kendrick takes down the Fox v Fox. This could be it. Yeah, we lost. Might take this with now getting the last hit on Speedery as that portal play.
Yeah, both strategists down there is so much value, like you called out, buddy. It's all about seeing if they can maintain pressure on point. They don't have Portal. Goodbye to Energy. Yeah, we lost her heavily up here as they press forward once again. Jitward gonna find the next pick. Do I see 2 here, Jitward? We do, and OT goes down. It's a 1-1 series, folks.
It's the Museum of the Lost at this point. Go ahead and wrap it, change it in the game on the servers. This is their hometown. Folks, what I said yesterday, if you were with me at 4 a.m., I said this will not go as easy as you think. Any given day here in Rivals, any given Sunday, especially with the top 3 teams in America. Yeah, we lost. Tie it up.
Yeah, this has just been a heater so far. Well done. Yeah, we lost. Looking refreshed there. That team comp were great for him. I mean, honestly, it was off the back of just an insane OT push on point 3. And I think that absolutely won it for him. It's so difficult to push there all the way on this map, and they got it right to the very end. Looking at stats, Zatex 23 finals there.
Yeah, you know what? We highlight so many players on this team. One we don't talk about a lot outside of the interview and the Thor is Mask. I feel like Mask had some of the biggest moments there. Surviving, kind of always there, keeping that point and getting the call to action. But those picks, Shib, how did they, with Energy getting that huge trade, and then it was an instant flash. It was Kendrick, Mask, trading more, and it was incredible finish from both of them. I mean, absolute entertainment. 23 across the board. Energy did all they could with 65 finals. Disgusting. Don't go anywhere, y'all. We're recovering, getting ready for match number 3. It's tied up here in the lower finals. We're going to take a quick break.
Welcome back, everyone. There we have it. Yeah, we lost the tying up the series against Liquid Citadel when it matters the most. 1-1 apiece in this best of 5. How did they get it done? It seems to me like someone may or may not have been looking at the blueprint that Swamp Gaming has offered just yesterday, Cozy.
Yeah, hey, you know, at the beginning of the show, you said, what is going to be the key or players to look at? And I was like, Speedery in the bans, because for 2 weeks, everybody was trying different bans on TLC. Nothing was sticking. They have 6 talented players. Who do you get rid of? Hey, how about giving them the best players in the game? You have Gambit, Elsa. That's the meta ban. Forget about that. Get rid of Speedery's top 2 picks, because then it throws off the flex order that they can do as a team, and call a spade a spade. If you look at Swamp into this, every single time it has been Speedery target bans, the opposition has found the upper hand. And I also got to say, the overtime is just so chaotic, and that's exactly where I think, yeah, we lost Thrive as we look at Central Park.
Yeah, I mean, this is just to kind of follow up on that. I mean, too, like, they also just, stats don't matter to them. This team is so committed. I mean, Cart only getting 3 finals. You might be saying, how do they win this? His whole job is to be on that cart. You know, it's just to stall, buy time. The team can int all they want. They could just buy more time, have 1,000 fights, and lose a billion of those finals. If you look over, they have so many finals on the side of TLC. It just doesn't matter. It's all about objective, and they play it so well.
Yeah, I loved the confidence that, yeah, we lost brought to this past map. Let's see if they can repeat that performance on the map pick of Liquid Citadel, Central Park, for a map number 3.
Yeah, Ship, you said that perfectly, my guy. I mean, it's been that every single team they've gone against, Cart is just glued to that payload. They had 3 minutes on point 2, and they just could not continue to swat the bucks, because guess what? Then Jitward's back. Then it's Cart, and he's just back and forth dealing with it. That's why Matt's not pressing the pop quiz. Doesn't need to as we open things up yet again. They're going to definitely go with the Ultron ban. Gambit ban. Gambit saved. But if they showed anything, obviously that map leans a lot to their comforts. I would say, though, Central Park Ship is somewhat of a map that they could take advantage of.
Yeah, it enables some of that weird stuff they like to run off and go place, but it's also a really good, I was going to say Ultron map, as you can see. That's why that first ban is out. Goodbye to that immediately. And you talk about just targeting Speedery a bit, and it's funny because even at the midseason Worlds last year, that was advice that teams were saying against old Envy. They were like, you know what? We just have to get rid of Speedery's hero pool. It's too threatening to us. And it worked for them then, so they're trying to do it again now, bringing it back. It's a good strategy. He's such a strong player. As we see the removal here of Mantis and the lock-in of Elsa for the side of, we lost once more. And they've looked so good. Zaytax locked in on that hero.
Yeah, I think Zaytax having Elsa is just such a good... we keep talking about these, like, get-out-of-jail cards. Like, obviously, the Apex can be that. But, man, it's the neutral with that guy. His one-hit combos on Strategist are disgusting. The amount of Mantis... that you can't even react, Chip. Once you're in the air, the Elephant Gun is going to be absolutely ending your life. Daredevil's being off the map, which is obviously a crazy hero for this because of the vision, man. The 4K that you can see with the walls and the setup. I think that's almost sometimes bigger than the dive with it, right? At the pro scene, as we now see the Jeff ban with the tank pool save.
Yeah, Loki's a great answer for things like Psylocke, but also so is that DD for the vision setup like you're talking about. And we're going to see Match Right Back Energy wants that Elsa as well. So that will be locked in. And the final ban coming out here, it could be that Vanpool should they elect to do that. Maybe we're going to see something shift up here with Polly back on cap. I think Polly is so good on the Vanpool, but also does a good job installing and taking point on cap and diverting focus. So maybe that'll come into play here. I'm curious what their attack strategy is going to be because they could also run that Groot stuff they like. So looking forward to seeing their option.
Yeah, repeating the exact same as last time. Folks, if this is your first time jumping in and seeing the esport, you've come for a good one. This is a team coming from the MRC from couch to pro, now putting head-to-head against Liquid Citadel, the all-pro team, facing what could be an early elimination, shocking upset for the preseason of America. Teams locking in. Jitward likes to flex the Black Panther. Well, you know what? We did see him once in week one, but I do not think on the biggest stage we'll see a little Wakanda action.
Yeah, I am not sure either, but it would be funny. At least floating it right. You know what? Did it last time for a single time getting KO'd. We did it one time, so I think that's going to be the case again, and it worked. Found a two-piece early, fell, and then just switched. Went to like Spider or something immediately after to get back to point. That's the kind of situation that works great. If you have the Spider in the bag on a map that allows for some off-map potential, you can absolutely make some crazy, unique plays, and Jitward's setting up for it once again, like we saw a few maps back.
It's classic. First of all, we keep talking about the ace in the pocket aces. They keep doing that, right? Bringing something different. But yeah, hey, it's like your ranked games out there, folks. With the Black Panther swapping is never going to be the meta pick. It's back to Spider-Man, Iron Fist, and friends. But here we go. Gates are opening here in New York as we get this underway. Nero and friends lead the back line. I love the Panther here. Look out for the King of Wakanda. He's hungry because he has not been played in ages on this top level.
And they're ready to engage. They're catching it early, though. They saw it coming. Kendrick trying to make and enable that play. Energy juking for a moment. 70 HP, though. Almost goes down. Good movement there to get back to the back line, and that's just textbook as we see Speedery on that Star-Lord. That's another very strong pick in this meta. Seen a lot as the solo duelist when you're trying to run something like a triple backline or a triple front line. Spark Chief says, all right, get out of here. Goodbye to the king real quick. And now going to walk down Xantho, and Xantho's going to be at a tough spot, bringing a lot of cooldowns. The chase comes through, and goodbye to Invis.
Yeah, a lot of falls early, but do know Doctor Strange is available this time around. They had to answer more than the troll ban to get rid of that portal, so they are able to get back. We're going to be able to open up some magic, but energy hungry. Again, they're like the Hulk. You won't like them when they're angry. They're in the lowers. They are pissed, and it is now 1-1 as the portal opens up. Jitward leads the charge. Again, what did we say, Ship? It's all about the sustain. Taking time off that point. Try to get Cart, and wow, Cart with the wombo combo. Are you kidding me? The perfect time of the pop, too, of the symbionts.
Yeah, they're going to find absolutely everything there. Going strategist first, that's just top-level focus, is going to make sure that you win the fight. You may trade a few KOs back and forth there, but if you get strategists as priority, you win the sustain. So the idea from then on is you can play as long as you want in the stall. You can duke it out for 3 minutes or whatever, however long it takes before they get back here. Obviously, in 20 seconds, but still, it's very important. Great target prio there from We Lost on the retake.
Oh, Zatex with a quick combo as always, and Jitward dressed up as the occasion in that Hellfire Gala wear. I love it too because you can swap to that Strange. Doesn't really matter to lose that ult on the Panther, but gone again. Is this now going to be the quick last scene of that King? Potentially, yes. It's going to the Spider Ship. We're back in history repeating in sub. Zatex though, Apex Predator, look out for the legend in the sky. Speeder now trying out different options because it's been tough on them as they figure it out. Xantho throws it up, keeps the team alive through the boundary now. Perfect survivability, barely alive, and wow, they commit a lot, but down goes the strats.
Yeah, they want this point now. That's going to be 3 and make it 4 here as Mass goes down. Cart tries to trade again with energy, getting some value. Going to try to stall here with the feast. Does get 1. Will there be more? Duking it out for a moment. 100 HP. Escapes and cannot touch in time. That will be point take from TLC.
He was going to die anyway, you know, but nah, that feels awful when you're trying to get that quick dive at the end to try to keep that thing going. But it just shows that's a perfect highlight of like what they like to do over and over again. Now down 3 minutes 50 seconds is a world of time. This is where it's a make or break it moment on Central Park. You cannot let this point 2 push all the way. Momentum usually lends a hand. Look at up the top right. We don't have Daredevil, but we can see through the walls. You've got the dive coming on both sides. It's going to be up in the Venom in the back, and there's Zatex going for combos. Fox up and ready. Going to be matching the opposition. Nero matches. There's the dinner time, and Shib, the pull-off unsuccessful, and a Big Wolf.
Yeah, Nero going to commit now. Make sure everybody is healthy moving forward. Polly finds that pick onto Jitward, and there's the banhammer out. It's committed from both sides now. Oh, wow, good focus there on a Zatex. Goodbye. Polly with 2 now. Cooper drops back with the banhammer on face, still gets value. You know what? If you don't miss, you don't take as much damage, and there was no missing there as 3 fall, make it 4 as Cart goes down. And here comes a huge off map from Jitward to try to trade just a little bit.
He missed that first one on the ult. He's like, I still got to get it back. You know, I got to make sure I still have it. Finds the Nero quick pick, and that is again why Jitward so lethal. Wow, with the combos and the movement. Once again, gets that health pack and moves in. You got Cart ready for more. They're going to continue to stall this thing. The Hulk has not been seen yet, and that's because of what Venom can do with Spider. Now, here's the legend in the sky. Speeder, he's been a legend for so many teams now here in the form of Liquid Citadel. Can't find much, and good rotation into protection of the castle that isn't Citadel's, but Dracula's castle in New York.
That was great capitalization on forcing someone into a tough spot. Speeder able to clean up Jitward there as Polly finds Kendrick, and wow, right back at it. TLC have locked in, and they might they take this point incredibly quickly. Almost 4 minutes for point 3 is plenty of time. Yeah, we lost though. This is a defensible position. You have some off-map potential, and you know who's great at those kind of spots is Invis and Spidey.
Yeah, a bit brutal because they did have like so many things to keep that going in the spawns right there. Like that would have been the perfect situation for them to get a bit more of that win con of what they need on the time waster and how they won last map. Either way though, look out and keep your eyes peeled. We've got 2 Glartroxes going head to head like a monster battle in your pocket. Looking at Spark Chief, trying to find most on that back line. Again, get those important cooldowns out and ready, and here comes the trigger of the ult, and bam, just like that, eating, munching, not gonna find success. Don't love that ult, and they're gonna pay for it. Zatex Cart trade.
Yeah, they come right back in and do find a few here. Good attack so far, or attack on the defense, I should say, as they sweep everybody, send them back to the spawn door. Not a lot of commitment on ults there. Xantho and Zatex, but Zatex already back at 21%, Jitward 35. We're gonna see Polly, Energy, Nero in this next fight as Polly already starts it off.
Yeah, that's why it was a bit of a bummer they couldn't hold that second point because they have so much here, but they're doing a great job either way. Point is pushing those slowly but surely. Mask ready for the banhammer. Got to follow in. There's Kendrick to go in with it. They're going to go all in, but no, right now, the Glartrox slowing things up. Another pop and finish in perfection. What he's doing is timing that ult quickly there with that right click. Makes it impossible to dodge, Shib.
Yeah, and that is another start from we lost that has looked clean. And notice the commitment from Liquid Citadel there, using a ton. But the main problem is going to be Cooper and Speedery in this next fight. Cooper going to build that ult quickly. Wow, okay. Or how about the problem is Energy, who just hits the delete button on Jitward, and now numbers are up. Spark Chief on that cap now, going to look to take the height and try to apply some pressure, not allowing them to just ride them home as Cooper is very close to ult, forces out one on himself, and Spark Chief gets the trade out of Mass. Zatex always finding one, but does actually not pay for it, not yet. Now he does as Cooper gets 2 and Energy. One more. Wow, clean play.
What are you waving out? Waving at is the mirror in the spawn, as Vicky said yesterday. But looking at Zatex, And what they have. I mean, Ship, I like the approach. Minute 24, right? And talk about the way this is going to rotate in, because they can get a little bit of time there with Xanthos. Cart's then going to be able to lap around. Jit will be back in a flash. We know that. But wow, with the Cart opening hit, that's going to slow down what they can do in that sustained build. And the winning hand, indeed, perfect from Citadel.
Yeah, they got the space back in their side right now. TLC a minute on, very close to point here. This is going to be tough to hold, but you do have the invisible boundary. The question is, can you get there to launch it properly? Can you commit with Invis inside of all? Because it's going to be tricky and very hard to get on top of the point. Zatex with Glartrox available as well. Not a lot of answers yet here for TLC, though. This is their fight to win. Good engagement, and they do get there, which means the boundary will be committed. But Glartrox available here for Zatex as well. Off-map potential off that left side could be in play. Zatex with one on the energy. Nero trades it back on to Jitward. And there's that Banhammer, but a huge Glartrox comes in from Zatex and will likely, oh wow, insane protection there. That was disgusting by the side of Nero to get there and protect the team.
How in the world they had the entire team in the mouth and unable to finish with it. Nero continues to jump now with the 9 tails, one at a time. The life still activated with it.
Wow.
Gonna be tough at this point. Just trying to get this time down to 0. Liquid Citadel beating down Lost in Dracula's castle. Now quickly love to pick on Xantho, going over to the quick res. Now just trying to get this thing 4, 3. Oh, 3 seconds left as it's going to be capped to 3.
I mean, that was just heads-up play from the backline. Shout out to TLC with an insane answer. After being down 1, trades it back quickly onto Jitward. A massive Glartrox gets committed, and then it's followed up by a disgusting teleport from Nero to get on, block the damage, switch to alt form, CC immune your team, and move them back to point to take it over. That was just beautiful to look at.
Yeah, it's just the mechanics and the game awareness is just so top level, especially from these back lines. But I want to continue to highlight, though, it's impressed me so much because we've gone in here forever now knowing Nero and knowing Cooper, right? We've said forever this is the back line of the entire scene. The fact that Kendrick and Xantho going, really blow for blow in terms of both survivability and team impact is beyond impressive for me in the way that they're trading. But yeah, man, I mean, oftentimes when Liberty calls, Nero answers, and the team found freedom to get the 3 capped and done. Now, on the offense approach, obviously, it's going to lean to this team a bit more on this map, and you can definitely get this point very quickly when you come at all angles. Look for Cart Jitward in the back. We'll see how they like to move.
You're going to see the setup now, folks. Again, this is, we lost, I would argue, is more of an offensive team. They typically, although on their defense in the last point, looked really clean. Dive style always works well on attack because you can kind of force your engagements when you want to rather than being retroactive or responsive to what you're seeing on the map. We're going to see the attack now from the side of, we lost. Liquid Citadel running that comp that they ended with, found success with it. Why not change it? Or, why would you? It is rather, as we see Pauly owning the height.
Yeah, okay, a lot of responsibility is going to go on Mask here to protect and peel for that backline because Spark Chief is going to be absolutely in their business, shield thrown and all. And there's Cart once again right on cue. Speeder knows his task at hand, going to farm up that ult as well. As Cart just trying to do his best to survive, going to be forced to pop that shield. How does he find a trade in that? That's disgusting. Every tendril hit, dude.
That was dirty. Right to the dome. Goodbye. Puts them up 2 numbers now. As Liquid Citadel still has to be able to, or they don't, they are teleporting back here. Speedery making that work right now. I was going to say still had no take on point from the side of, we lost. Not even a 1 tick in. Zatex finds Cooper energy, trades that with Jitward, and Zatex goes down to Nero. What a retake here by Liquid Citadel, but I would say that's a win here for, we lost, forcing that portal out so early.
Yeah, portal out. First point capped as that, our first little hit
like that
there, if you will. Definitely going to give them some of a chance. The trap's gonna be ready and set up. Energy 70% end up. Chib looking at what they have ult wise. I mean, I guess what Xantho just pushed in full aggressive.
Yeah, you can. You absolutely can. He does have that answer, and it's worked. You can be aggro with it because, again, if you dump that invis on top of the enemy team, it slows them, and it gives your team an advantage. And we see teams using that very aggro as we see the pick come in from Cooper, though, onto Jitward. And that's just what you can see here from Gambit. He just handles his own against dive like that, and Cooper has always been strong on those backline heroes. Nero in the same vein. Xantho, though, finds energy, still holding on to that boundary for the moment, now commits as Zatex gets the second pick onto Pauly. Goodbye to a third here, potentially. No, there's the commitment again from the side of Cooper. Glartrox goes out. Actually does go over that structure. No, not able to make that work there. Hoping somebody would land on center point was the idea, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, that was one you don't want to highlight. And honestly, if you notice how Liquid Citadel is playing, have you noticed they've avoided that crack in the middle because you don't want to get the spider pull off as well? Like, it's just the positioning and all that communication that they're trying to get every bit of an advantage that they can. And here comes the Galartrox, and he's going to make it look much cleaner as it uses all of it on Zatex and friends. Kendrick goes down as well, and 1:42 is left, and they've used a lot on that initial dive.
Folks, if you're learning anything from this gameplay, note that one pick is value out of an ultimate. You don't need a five-piece. Be more aggro with it. Use it offensively in a moment that you think you can get one. It doesn't always need to be a team wipe because value is value, and you're just looking for time off the clock. 1:24 available here for we lost. Ults are going to be roughly even here, 3-4 in this fight. Out goes the Kumiho Unleashed from Kendrick. The spectacular spin lands to Polly, trades it with Zatex, though his cart finds energy. And that's going to be a big duelist down here for TLC, but it's matched right back with another Kumiho. Out again goes the Freedom Charge, but Cart deletes Cooper from the fight.
Noel is applauding these timings of the Abyssal of Symbiote is crazy. Cart's able to get those pops so quickly, but it does not matter even with that pick. It's going to be now Sparksheet finding two, and that point so close to yet another mark would have given them that much more time. Speeder now trying to find the stagger as they continue. Forced to reset, 42 and up. They still do have the Strange they can go into. Last but not least, Matt's going to swap over. Jitward now taking the role of the Merc. He's got a lot to say here with 33 seconds left.
Yeah, Xantho will be able to stall a bit here. Zatex needs to land a big ultimate to make something work here. They're not even halfway through the cap, but on point once more is Cart, trying to divert focus. Everybody going to drop back now off the back of Speedery. Heading backwards, but we see Cooper and Nero just constantly at each other's side as Spark Chief looks for that pick, does find one, soon to be two. Clean play from Spark Chief.
And they were able to get the second cap too. Cart was able to get that kind of behind the scenes very quickly now, and that's going to at least give them a little bit less of the fight to have, as now time is ticking, 2 seconds left. Will they go down yet another map? Xantho ready, loaded. Matt's going to go down. That's a huge pick early, but can get back to the action. Speedery helping the cause as Energy finds Xantho in the ult. Goodbye. Release the loss as now Liquid Citadel holds strong, deletes their best player in front of their eyes. Yeah, they lost.
Oh, that was really clean. I mean, they knew that the ult was available there for Xantho, and the idea was they were using Poly, immediately Banhammer, full focus on top of Xantho. Goodbye. And at that point, when your team is relying on a huge barrier of essentially immortality and you don't have it anymore, it's going to mess with your plans, and they fumble it right there. Well played by Team Liquid Citadel, who are looking back in old form.
Nero, you are disgusting. 41-41, both of the strategists. Just go look at, just look at that alone, buddy. Look at the stats. 11 and 9 from Kendrick. Applaud. Hey, 41-41 on the other side. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. Shib, I want to ask you, I know we're headed to break, but I want to ask, what was the difference there between those two maps, right? Both dive heavy, things were favorable, but what do you think they fixed Liquid Citadel-wise to kind of clean up and make sure they get the win?
Honestly, I think the Star-Lord was huge for one. I think the Star-Lord allows Speedery to chase and kind of, have escapability, and then he can combo it consistently with that Gambit when it's in the play. So it was a smart pick. Spark Chief on that. Cap looked really strong as well, not going down a single time. But everybody, like you're saying, got a piece of the pie. Look at the finals across the board. Everybody on this team has playmaking potential, and everyone in this map did just that.
Yeah, they got the damage, but they could not get the final hits, and that obviously will lead to the loss. Yeah, we lost down 1-2 against Liquid Citadel. This is the lower bracket finals. Don't go anywhere. This could be it. We'll be back after this break.
거침없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 fly mode be bright free shining flying high feel the spark of light mode 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up 사라져 fade out fade moonlight gonna burn the night out every time my heart's flight we go higher eyes wide right through the starlights 차가운 공기 속을 relax 지금이야 take flight we'll dance on the moonlight 손 묶어버려 turning up the heat get it high we're switching up the libras mixing up the breeze oh all they want to know how we do it now it's time we switch to flight mode wake up wake up wake up wake up feel it feel it feel it feel it
Welcome back. Well, looks like Yeah We Lost has poked the bear, and Liquid Citadel are trying to make a stand here to show us why they truly deserve to be in that grand final, and that our ranked warlords will not get in their way. That said, though, they really cleaned it up, right? Like, they went back to like really focusing that backline of Yeah We Lost, who just didn't manage to really get anything going. It was a bit of a grind there for them.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, there's a lot of ways they can still win this, and this is a team that we saw after a couple losses came in, the mental kind of crash. What a long way they've gone even in 2 days, right, of just having a quick switch up from playing Widow out the gates and Iron Fist and friends, right? Absolutely, at least it's getting really close and competitive at that. For me, the question, looking at the maps, right, where do you take it? You could go to Dawn, but I don't know, TLC's flawless there, so you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Yggdrasil, they went to Heart of Haven. That wasn't exactly the best pick.
Yeah, that gives me memories of the Mystery Hero stuff that was going on in Heart of Heaven. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I think Yggdrasil's probably going to be the play. It does enable a lot of that like snowball-y comp stuff, where you do have long lines, streets phases, essentially, like we like to call it, where you can just engage heavy on the back line. And that's what they want to do. So I would assume they're going to select there. But again, we haven't seen a lot of things like Araco. I think if you can find these weird maps that maybe your team excels on, that you have that kind of die potential, that could be good, but who knows?
They might want to take it to something a little out there, right? Something out of the left field, because it's the team that likes the element of surprise to begin with, and there is a lot of tape on them on Yggdrasil, so we kind of know what to expect from them heading into that map. They played it 3 times this far. They won it 3 times as well, but yeah, they're definitely a bit more of an open book in that regard. Let's talk about what we want to see from the ban phase here then. Like, is there anything you feel like Yeah We Lost kind of dropped the ball on this last map, or are they still on the right trajectory technically, and then it's just coming down to the execution?
I think they're going to keep it, honestly. I think they're going to stay the same mostly. There's a few things I'll swap. By the way, I think Midtown, my guess is Midtown, because with how they did against Sentinels yesterday, they really played well on that map, and it has the same advantages as Yggdrasil in some ways with the poke lane. So that's my guess. You got the dive at first, then into the poke.
Sure.
I don't know. We'll have to see where they go with it. But yeah, as far as how they clean up the end of the ban, it's funny. You saw at the very end, I believe it was the Gambit save. They had the Loki ban available as well. And they typically go with that because you don't want to give the double cards. So I think they stay with that ship. You can't stop it all, and they've at least shown that, yeah, they're losing to some of this, but it's not like constantly, the cards that are winning there with the Gambit ult.
For sure. I mean, the team up was obviously a problem with Speedy, but it's not like he had 30 eliminations or anything like that, right? So you have the Star-Lord option there. But yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, they could definitely choose Midtown. They did it against Lunex, but Lunex stacked heavy with Brawl on point 2 and dominated them. So I'm not sure if that changes their mental, but it's definitely something they've done in the past, so they feel comfortable there. So I'm with you. That could definitely be an option as well. I'm not sure what the answer is in terms of the ban phase. It seems like with Yeah We Lost, it's just if they're feeling confident in the map. If they start the ball rolling, they play well. But if they're struggling, they just continue to struggle.
How can they stop all the pressure that is being put on that backline? Because Xanto was taken out of the equation. Xanto was like one of the big, like, not playmakers, but like he made a difference, right? In the moments where they won fights, where in the moments where they were able to like make something happen for themselves. How can they add more sustainability to their strat line?
So what's interesting about this team is because of how aggressive they play with Cart, right? Then that leads, okay, what do you have? Mask as the Deadpool in the back. So they rely on mobile, the strategist being mobile for the most part, because the peel is just tougher to have. Sometimes you have mass flux to that, and they've been saving the tank pool. Maybe they change that up. Do they allow Zatex not to have Elsa, even though that would be crazy with the SVPs going on, even when they do lose? Or do they continue up? Hey, are you joking? Hey,
What?
flawless record from TLC and domination. And yeah, we lost. Say, we want all of it here in Krakoa.
I hate this. No, why?
Hey,
I love it. That's the best
him.
response.
That's the identity. That's their identity through and through, man.
Maybe that's the change, though. You know, there's a lot of open air there, but
Yeah,
I
I
think
didn't
that,
see that one coming. We take you to your best map. Haha.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, we pranked you. But yeah, no, it's I don't know. There's a lot of open air. There's some decent, triple backline compositions, which I think plays well for TLC here. But hey, who knows? They like the open-ended dive potential, and they have the ability to do that with Cap, Venom, and even Spider-Man and some of that stuff. So I could see that work, but I don't know. I don't agree with it, but we'll see.
Anything can happen in Dom too. Like, that's the other thing. Yeah, like TLC's play so perfect in those matches, but like, hey, way to end things here in like a team death match, right? Like, just go chaotic. We're trying to pop off, make it as messy as possible. We're gonna see probably the Deadpool duelist. That's kind of been the last resort in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, Ship, I want to ask you real quick on that backline protection, right? When you have either Hulk or Venom, obviously gone, right? At that point, I just feel like the things that Mass fluxes into isn't exactly perfect for that protection or having more of that front line.
You're saying the protection from TLC, or you're saying for them having? Okay, yeah.
Against the dive too, going back against Xantho and friends.
I don't think it's a bad idea for them to ban out what they might be diving into. Like, I think we used to, think about last season for Ignite 1, that we used to see a lot of the Animal Crossing backline. The teams were just running Rocket, running Jeff to stay healthy. Nowadays, that's kind of looking more like Fox Gambit because they can just kind of play on their own. Invis is kind of there, but even Dog and I were saying yesterday, Invis is pretty diveable now. You can know what cooldowns you have to see. You see the shield, you can melee through it. So I think, if you start attacking more of that self-survival stuff, even if you do get rid of Fox, it could throw them for a loop and give your team an advantage on that dive. So yeah, no, it's a good call.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what they have planned to take us to Krakoa. That was a choice. Let's see if it was a good one and if they can tie up this series. Guys, take it away.
Alrighty, folks. Krakoa is the destination for what could be the last map and hope and call from we lost your MRC champions of Season 6. Now here in Season 7, showing out and showing up as pros. Expectations blown away, and now they are absolutely have everything to play for. Wow. Starting out, we got the Ultron ban yet again, Shib.
Yeah, it's looking similar. They just don't want, Spidery's backline. You talked about targeting Spidery's hero pool a bit, but there's a lot of, it's an ocean a bit, so it's tricky to find what you want to target first. But that does remove some of that strong triple backline stuff. And obviously, coming in to the next season here, that's going to be even more threatening, folks. Again, this is playing on the last patch. It will not have Black Cat or any of those changes that you've seen that you're playing currently right now. As we see the removal of DD and the lock-in of Gambit, again, that just makes them have that self-peel potential that I don't think that we lost wants. So I don't know. I struggle with that.
Yeah, but you called it out, right? It's Fox, and then we were talking about Invis, but Jeff being the other, right? So if you have Jeff and Fox, they're alive now. That answers that. Dude, we're going to see full tilt aggression. I mean, this is going to be absolutely – they're just going to play their hearts out and fully commit to what got them here, and that is the chaotic dive that they love. Now, Elsa going to be a ban, obviously, because that protect going to the Jeff early. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would do that if you are TLC because Zaytek's comfortability on that. It's going to happen. Once again, Spidery shut down with Rogue, doing more of the same.
It kind of, you could force Zaytex onto something, maybe like the Psylocke or the Phoenix that we've seen, and that's a little more attackable. It's so difficult to go against an Elsa in this meta, as they are going to have that one-sided Elsa advantage. This is kind of crazy. This is going to be feast or famine here for We Lost. They're either going to look crazy and start the snowball walking or moving, or they're just going to get absolutely rolled here based on the comp that I'm seeing for TLC.
No, for sure. I think we'll probably see Zaytex on Psy. I think Psylocke is probably going to be the choice they go with depending on how they play.
Yeah.
I like the... Okay, so love this pick to get Nero not having the Fox. Probably going to swap over and do more of the Jeff action. We've seen Nero on plenty of things. Again, this is what's so great about this team is they're able to flex into so many comfortable picks, Shib. And just looking at Nero in particular, I mean, this guy,
no,
Fox,
it's a good band,
Jeff, Cloak, Invis, everything.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. That's kind of what we were talking about before. That's just one of those answers to the comp that teams have seen. You know, we saw teams like Lunex running Thing on certain maps. I don't think Thing works as well in Domination. Works better in like more brawl phase. You know, when you're running Midtown, stuff like that, you can find some success. So instead, they're going to get rid of some of that self-peel option like we talked about. And I think that is a good idea. You know, it's a different ban phase. So I personally like it. They're shaking things up, and we're going to see what it looks like as the comp from the side of TLC looks exactly the same minus White Fox from the last map.
And folks, this is just to figure out who's playing in the grand finals of it all. It feels like a finals in itself with the stakes that these teams have, trying to show orgs what they are made of, especially in the MRC Kings. Now, taking a look at what they've got locked in. Yeah, we lost, still discussing it again. I'm telling you, man, they're going to stay true to form, right? Not change up anything too crazy here. And look at the mobility of this team. The row coming out at the very end is what we saw against Sentinels. Dude, I love the build.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a fun one to watch, folks, as we can see the comps are being built, but, you know, things can change. I like the Rogue, like you're saying. I think it definitely it can be unique, but they're not going to have the Gambit team up, and I think Rogue gets better. I think Mask, you know, floating right now for those who maybe can't see it, the Rogue, I'm not sure if that's going to be a change, but if that's coming into play, that's... I know it's a little tricky. We haven't really seen that run by anyone else, but that's what Yeah We Lost does. It is going to be run.
They played it yesterday with Sentinels, but it was with the Gambit, right? So obviously when you lose that team up, I mean, that just takes away a ton from that kid. But either way, this team is ready to roll. We're going to be on the Vanguard as well. So you've got 3 tanks you'll have to deal with. And I said Psylocke for Zatex. I had a feeling because this guy is lethal, constantly doing his own game and always does his job. But wow, just like that. Gonna go ahead and take this corridor to the right, like the approach. Energy sniffing that out immediately.
Yeah, Energy with a nice start there onto Zatex, setting the tone a little bit. Up in the sky is that Rogue, trying to apply some pressure to the back line, but Cooper is gonna do-si-do, stay healthy, and a huge spin, able to find Kendrick, and yikes, it's looking tough here for Yeah We Lost off rip, as TLC are gonna get that point quickly.
Got full house, full wipe there from Cooper on the Gambit. Energy to boot. Now going to go ahead and reset. Don't get staggered too late. Have fun. Goodbye, card as well. Honestly, could have let him live even a little longer. But either way, going to go ahead now and wait for their next attempt. Yeah, we lost. This is it. They face elimination. This was for third and moving forward. Energy, 75% already. Absolutely disgusting shit when you're looking on it. Yeah, we lost and what they even have close to.
Yeah, this is it's a good start here for TLC. This is pretty much the comp they wanted to run, minus the Fox. And Nero's great on that Jeff. So Jitward goes down here. Energy with some great tracking from downtown. Insane aim. Now looking for a second when we see that chase comes through. And yes, as we see Pauly find one on a Mask and look for more.
Yeah, right now, I mean, this is just absolutely taking one down at a time with ease. Oh, disgusting. The dash and the whip. The web did not matter now as Peter Parker continues to find the grave. And now everything ready. Qs are up. They're just farming the neutral. And this is, man, this is looking tough. You said that at the pink band phase, Shib. What this would look like. Fire and heat from Yeah We Lost or back to cold.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling this comp just looks so good for Liquid Citadel, and Nero able to find one onto Jitward, a second pick there on Zatex, and that could be more, yes. Ooh, nice movement for the moment. Speedery not able to get that chase onto Xantho with the escape. Ult advantage still up for TLC here, though. 80% in climbing, and that is a big-time stagger, forcing the fight to guarantee it's going to be a 99% touch. Likely, if they commit too early, it's just going to put them even down more in option. TLC, if they want to guarantee the W here, they do not overcommit these ults. They play with Pauly early, use Nero as an answer, and Spark Chief probably last if they're panicking, but Energy's going to have free reign.
Yeah, called just like that, and there it is. It's going to be Pauly to the Nero. Shib nailing exactly the play down, and that is going to be a tough one to swallow. Not the Jeff, but Zatex missing the ult there. But hey, Nero coming up empty, gives him a bit of life and hope as Spark Chief throws the punches, the shield deletes. There goes the Fox. Nick of time, 99 up and over. Cooper looking low, great peel from Spark Chief, aware of that attack on that strategist. And just like that, Galarchux comes out. This is a huge one as Energy finds success, and both go down.
Jeez.
2 to follow Shib. This is looking ugly.
Yeah, I mean, we you know what? We kind of saw the writing on the wall, if I'm being honest. Yeah. I didn't love the phase. It seemed like in picking Dom. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure about it, but hey, it is what they're comfortable on, and it is what it is. Their team looked great over there on things like those convoy maps, but electing to not do that now, and they're paying for it.
You got to risk it to get the biscuit, man. And they did, I mean, every bit of risk you could possibly play here. I mean, this is just what they like to have. High risk, high reward. Except the players they are as one team, one unit. Again, expectations beat, but they want more to continue to show who they are. Cart now. I mean, if you just look at what they have, I think the biggest problem, Shib, is they had no answer to ults, right? It's like you got the shark and the fox. It's a runaway was the only answer they could do for most of those. And they didn't even need them for the most part, as energy really was just popping off throughout and Speedery picking up the pieces. And this is perfect practice. Hey, you want to keep banning Speedery like Swamp did? Well, TLC is moments away to fight that rematch, and they're able to just, kind of fix those holes.
Yeah, agreed. It's like a warm-up, right? And being able to pull out the Star-Lord there, and was always looked clean out in the past, but just another option that a team might have to focus on if they do want to ban out a target, especially if Gambit gets through like we're seeing here with Cooper on that hero. The commitment now, Carr got to make a play fast on this Hulk. If they want to find some success, they need to change the tone here because the momentum is just so much favored on the side of Team Liquid Citadel. And here goes that commitment. Nice shot there. Nice play, excuse me. As we see Cart with two now, not even needing to commit this ult. And there we go, as the momentum is changing here for We Lost.
It took this mini match just to get that Hulk out and ready to go, throwing those gamma punches. And the quick in swiftly, the legend in the sky. Oh, disgusting. It was Cart. Cart with the stasis. I thought it was a sleep from downtown, but Cart doing it all here for the team. Absolutely cracked player. Kendrick now has that strange we've seen come out at crazy times. Monster Hulk ready. World Breaker is coming out. Going to target Nero in that back line. Finds Speedery up in the air. Knows that 50% is still up on the board for Speedery because frozen but not out.
Yeah, the commitment on ult might have been a little bit too much, but that was a disgusting exile as we see Mask and Xantho able to find the next two. 14% in climbing, but what we've seen in the past here from TLC is they don't care about losing 30%. They'll retake in the next fight. But you look over at the answers from We Lost. They have Xantho and Mask available. Energy, Speedery, and Cooper will be what they're going to start with, likely waiting for Speedery here for Cooper.
Yeah, good call there. Now, Mask, Xantho, just waiting patiently here as 32% is going their way, and they have plenty of sustain with this build as well. Can portal back and keep this thing going. Don't want to rotate out too bad, but there it is. Heart of the cards, and Citadel moves in quickly, forcing now the ult from Xantho. Cooper finds one to delete, and you can't get this point back, and they do just that. They hang on tight, even with 3 down. How long can you live through the onslaught of 6? It's not going to be long is the answer.
Yeah, they do take this, but 50% is nothing to joke about. Not bad there for We Lost, but you look at that alt charge and notice did not need to commit anything. Speedery said, you know what, I don't think we need to do this. Let's just use that charge in, find our value. Energy, Poly as well are available. Spark Chief right in tow, so heavy advantage here. But We Lost, their goal now is just to try to pull out some of those cooldowns, pull out some of those alts, retake, and start again. Poly finding Xantho, make it a 2 as Energy cleans up Jitward once again. Poly trying to find backline. Goodbye, Zaytex, the millisecond before that sleep comes through.
360 no scope sleep was unable to keep them alive. You know what, Ship? This is kind of what I feel like. At the Contemplation, they were able to get away with having the Elsa Gambit, right? Because that's their map, that's what they do, and I feel like they kind of hung on to that. Like, we don't care if you have the best heroes in the game and the server admins, and we're kind of see them pay the price because all you need sometimes is that Gambit ult, and you don't have to commit any other Q. And now look at Liquid Citadel. They've got everything else. They don't need any other answer. So tough to deal with.
Yeah, and Cooper's like lapping ult, already at 53%.
Yeah.
Speedery now committing in the sky, going to start applying some of that damage. Forces out the Soul Resurgence from Zaytex, and the focus is on Zaytex, who does do a good job moving, but pays for it from Speedery. 1 number up here for Team Liquid Citadel. Spark Chief dancing inside of that team up there with Jeff, and the point retake is going to come through here in a moment. We lost up at 55%, 56. Energy finds one more. Kendrick goes down. Xantho takes out Nero. Numbers even for the current moment. We'll see what happens with this Glartrox, but point take is almost here for the side of TLC.
Yeah, I mean, just getting that point back was nice, but not for long as Energy continues to farm the highlight reels in the top 5 plays that will be on display here after this. What looks like warm-up now in Krakoa. Yeah, great job in efficiency from them, but we'll see now because there's just not a lot available. Clearly, if Cart wants to go into hero mode, now's the only time and the perfect time, right? But, dude, when you got the full Infinity War coming at them momentarily, I don't know what can stop it.
On your left, goodbye to Zaytex as Spark Chief finds one. Nero, Cooper, everyone finding a little bit of value. Cooper again onto Kendrick. 90% in climbing here. That's going to be a must portal play if they can even get there. I'm not sure. 10% is roughly what you're looking for. So now Kendrick's going to get there. It's about the touch coming through here from Cart, or whoever can touch. There's Cart on the touch, using ult to stall for a moment. It's Jeff going to counter that instantaneously. Great ult there. Good read from Nero, seeing that coming a mile away. Goodbye. Oh, what? It just clips the edge. That might be enough for them to retake as Cart gets one. Kendrick on a Cooper. Pauly finds two. But I do think that might have been the swan song. No, Pauly with another pick on the mask. Still holding on point. Is going to be a problem. And in the sky, Speedery cleans up the rest. That should be a W here for TLC.
Man, that was a little anticlimactic, but also crazy. I mean, yeah. Hey, listen, Cart, man, you are him. That is the end of what Yeah We Lost can show in the preseason. Again, folks, blowing away expectation. Top 3. I think a lot of people are happy to see them there. I know they're not happy with the results, but the ranked demons will be back. You can be sure of it, and that means exactly what we expected. The rematch, the clash of the Titans. It's the 1 versus the 1. Will the revenge tale come true as victory comes to Liquid Citadel?
I'm excited for this one, buddy. We got to witness it yesterday, and it was chaos, and it was so much fun. Looking forward to seeing it once more. Looking at these stats here, though. Energy, 16 finals, and you know what? I could have predicted it when I saw that Elsa on the table. Really solid play, 32-2. And Smart Chief doesn't go down again. I think that's back-to-back one time. I think last map only falling once, and now 0 times. Just heads-up play, constantly applying pressure, but never overcommitting.
No, for sure. And I mean, a couple things I highlight. Obviously, domination. We already said that, right? But also, when you look at it, man, what Zatex can do with Elsa, when you get rid of that, it just, I mean, hey, 4-11, 5-11, I'm not an expert, but that is not a recipe for success to get anything rolling for him. Spark Chief never falling from grace and locked in to the fullest. They took care of business, Shib, as this team going in as the top team and the undefeated domination champs at the least. Got to say, though, man, it's always giving a little bit of a buff, lower bracket buff, right? You get the loss, you get warmed up, and hey, man, that Swamp Gaming matchup came down to the wire.
It's the tale as old as time. Does it give you the advantage because you're warmed up, or does the team download what you're thinking when they're watching you play? Zoe, what did you think of this matchup we just got to witness?
Yeah, I mean, frankly, that last map went pretty much exactly like we all expected. We are not, like, you know, in the back room. We don't know why they took us to Krakoa. We expected to see a dominant performance from Liquid Citadel, and that's exactly what we got. On the upside, at least Cart can go out of this one with his head like high, like did not get thrown over the edge. He dodged it somehow, punched back, so there's that. Overall, I do want to say, though, like, as we're moving into the grand final, that's obviously the end of the journey from Yeah We Lost. I'm very impressed with what we saw from them. Like, I think they really took it to, like, the best teams we have. And yeah, sometimes it looked very one-sided, but there were a lot of times where they made them work for it. There were a lot of times where they had them second guess, where they made them even uncomfortable. And I think that just should make everyone really excited for what's to come for Yeah We Lost.
Yeah, I love this team. I actually had them coming in third in my prediction, so I'm pumped to see that land exactly where I thought. I believed in them, and I think because they believe in themselves so much, as corny as it sounds, but they've got now a month to just get right and potentially, in my opinion, hey, sign this team. Or if you're looking for a team to sign, it's right here. Writing is on the wall. Obviously,
do they want to be signed? Like, I don't know.
Right?
Would they ruin their narrative?
Yeah, right. I know. They don't want leashes. They want to be free to roam.
Yeah, they want to be free. They're playing free. It's their thing.
Yeah, we're free. No, they look super good. I mean, again, I don't know how I feel about the last map selection. I don't want to beat that over the head too much, but mistakes happen. The team, they said they struggled to find scrims and all that kind of learning stuff. If they're able to figure that out over this next month, which I don't think they're going to have a problem anymore, because I think teams are going to want to try to scrim against a team that's more chaotic like this, because this could be a different side of the meta coming into, especially this next season as things change. So might see more of that. They might learn more as a unit, come up with strategies that work for them on specific maps. And if they can do what they did at Museum of Contemplation on other maps that they've learned as their strengths, this could have been a different story. So, shout out to them. I agree. Sign this org, or maybe don't if they don't want it, but I think they probably do.
Yeah, on the other side, though, for Liquid Citadel, like, this was the dominant performance that we wanted to see, right? Which is probably good, because they didn't have to, first of all, break a sweat before heading into a best of 7 in the grand final against Swamp Gaming, which already took them all the way when they met in the upper bracket final. And also they didn't have to show their hands, which I think is very, very important right now, as both of these teams have been scrimming each other so much. So they already are so familiar with each other, and yesterday's match between them has forced them to already like dig a little deeper and like show some of the things they have up their sleeves.
Yeah, talked with Liquid Citadel before today, and man, I gotta say, I talked to them this morning, and they're cooking. They've got things ready and prepped up. But again, yesterday we looked at it, and I think Gask was like, "Hey, what happened there, Cozy, in the matchup between them?" And it was really like there wasn't a lot to yell at. It wasn't like, "Oh man, players played bad. This happened." It was a few plays. Like that is how two great teams play. It's not this massive mistake. It's small ones in the most important moments. And Shib, we've continued to see the great teams consistently make those. And that's the edge Swamp has. They're the perfect team in the biggest and brightest lights.
Yeah, it's about showing up in the moment. And I think we've seen that a lot. And again, shout out America's region, because this has just been so fun to be a part of. It's been so crazy. Always going game 5 final moment. Like 99% domination, always. It's just, I don't know how you write this stuff, but yeah, it's about showing up in the moment. A lot of teams are doing that right now, but Swamp clearly at this, current moment is the best of the best at showing up when they need to. And it's about, can TLC do the same?
Indeed it is. Now, speaking of the best, we do have Polly joining us for a quick chat after this dominant performance in the lower bracket. Polly, congratulations. Welcome to the show. First of all, of course, how do you feel now? You're back in the upper bracket, you're back in the finals, and you're going up against an opponent that you just faced off against and lost against yesterday.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I'm just excited to play them again. I feel like this rematch now is just... I just want to play against
That'll be
them.
good.
After yesterday, what happened yesterday.
Okay, I hear motivation. That's good. We're fueled by the revenge, right? Do you feel like, if you're looking at the yesterday's match and then also today's match, do you feel like those targeted speedery bans from Swamp Gaming yesterday kind of exposed you to an extent, especially now that we lost also kind of used that playbook to sneak a map from you?
We did kind of predict it, but we find a way to like make it good again, because they do. With that ban, they do like eventually let us have characters open, like better characters open, like Gambit. So we just play around that, and it's just good, better.
Yeah, you guys are so versatile. It's hard to ban you out to begin with. So I'm surprised it worked in the first place.
Yep.
What's up, Paulie? How's it going, buddy? Good to have you on. I know job's not even close to finish, man. You're just ready to get on and ready. But I have to ask you, I look at Captain America, leader of the Avengers. I look at you the same a bit. Pro's pro, man. And you have been a part of some great teams, but your whole team has come from other teams that had like big expectations. And that obviously makes things, always harder at times. But tell me, I saw your tweet. You said, won't happen again, man. Gotta ask with that, the motivation behind that and how your team locks in. What was it like after that loss? Because that's new territory, right? Like, how was the room? How was the feeling? And like, what was the focus after?
I think we immediately knew why we lost, but we still like bothered it a lot after that. I think we just lost to ourselves. I think we just gave them way too much respect. It's important that we just play our own game, and that's how we will win.
Hey, it's fun to have you in the America scene. They stole Terra. We're glad to have you over here, buddy, because you are just such a great player to watch and witness, going from cab to the tank pool, man. Appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to follow up on a similar question. Dude, I can just see the fire in your eyes, which I think is, you kind of need that going into the finals, definitely amped up here. My question was going to be around like what you attribute yesterday to, the reason you struggled, but I don't want to, have you give up too much. You've already touched on that. So a follow-up question would be, potentially the cap GOAT in the world, I would argue, is the cap GOAT in the world now looking like the Vanguard or Vanpool GOAT of potentially the world. We'll see as that gets developed throughout this year. But when do you decide between the two as a team? Because sometimes I see you throw Spark over on that cap as well.
I mean, it's kind of because I'm already playing Thankful like this much, and I already know Spark is like already pretty good on cap, so I just trust him to do his job, and it's kind of like having me as like the main tank, right?
Sure.
Because Thankful plays like similar to Mag and like Shield tank. He's basically just like an anchor tank, and he can dive sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Beautiful. All right.
I really like Sparking Kappa. I think he's really good.
He's like super versatile. The Swiss Army knife of tanks at this point. I've seen him play everything. So awesome, man. I appreciate the insight.
I got one more for you here. Just talking about expectations. You know, I think it's almost unfair the expectations everyone had of y'all, the super team, the all-star team, as we like to call it, you know, because of the members there. But you've been on teams, set it up before with the expectations, right? And some of those fell short. And so how do you, when you have everybody having so much expecting from you, not let that kind of affect y'all's mental, right? Or let it get to y'all in any shape or form. I've asked this before from one of y'all, but I want to hear from you, kind of like looking at those expectations and looking at how people view at you. How do you settle that within the room?
I mean, honestly, don't care. I'm just playing here.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I'm good with it.
I just want to prove everyone that I'm willing to try my hardest to win, and that I have the dog in me, and I'm just fighting.
Yeah.
Is Pokey there with you guys too?
Not currently. Not currently
Say
right
what's up.
now, like we're at, but currently in EU, watching us.
Cool.
Cheering you on, no doubt. Polly, yeah, we see the dog, we hear the bark, we saw the bite as well, and we hope to see more of that in the grand final. We're going to let you go and get ready for that. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good luck, buddy.
You are most welcome. Great to get that insight from Polly about their last match against them, and also, of course, against the squad from we lost. It just went down. The third place, though, nothing to scoff at. I think that is very, very impressive, considering that it is an MRC team, right? So people initially didn't really have them that high. Although it was the one team that people were like, they could surprise us. And they did. So, yeah, we're going to get a rematch in the grand final. I love to hear how excited Polly is for that one, though. Like, it's a grudge match. It's a revenge match for sure for both of these teams. And we're going to dig into it and set the stage after a short break. So don't go anywhere.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Shade on my window frame, on a boat to my flame, blinding shining lights. Oh, I bet it's getting way out of control. Lock in, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing on the moonlight. Turning up the heat, we're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐, 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher. Eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기선을 realize. 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This time switching to flight mode. Fly, 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 burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This time switching to flight mode. 올라가 계속 높이 높이 fly away. 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임. 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나. 그 끝을 몰아서 run even 위로 flight mode. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. 계속 높이 높이 fly away 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나 그 끝을 몰아서 run even 위로 flight mode We're dancing under moonlight 소문 꺼버려 turning up the heat get it oh We're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all we want to know how we do it now it's no restrict to flight mode this time switching to flight mode this time switching to flight mode
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight 저 위로 날아올라 Light shine on my window frame On a boat to my flame Blinding shining lights oh, oh, oh. I feel skipping way out of control Lock in oh, yeah. We won't stop it Flying high is our destiny Lighting up flaming stars We're reaching out towards victory 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높이 날아가 They can't catch my vibe and my light We're dancing under moonlight 소문 꺼버려 turning up the heat get it oh We're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all we want to know how we do it now it's no restrict to flight mode yeah 차올라 내 눈빛 봐 불부터 나 ready now 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타 거침없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode be breath free shining flying high feel the spark of flight mode 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up 사라져 fade away moonlight gonna burn the night out every time my heart's flight we go higher eyes wide right through the starlights 차가운 공기선을 realize 지금이야 take flight we're dancing on the moonlight 소문 꺼버려 turning up the heat get it oh we're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all we want to know how we do it now it's no restrict to flight mode wake up wake up wake up wake up feel it feel it feel it feel it this time switching to flight fly 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 burn up burn up burn up burn up 올라가 this time switching to flight 올라가 계속 높이 높이 fly away 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나 그 끝을 몰아서 run even 위로 flight mode we're dancing under moonlight 소문 꺼버려 turning up the heat get it oh we're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all we want to know how we do it now it's no restrict to flight mode this time switching to flight mode burn up burn up burn up burn up this time switching to flight mode
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight 저 위로 날아올라 Light shine on my window frame On a boat to my flame Blinding shining lights oh, oh, oh. I feel skipping way out of control Lock in oh, yeah. We won't stop it Flying high is our destiny Lighting up flaming stars We're reaching out towards victory 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높이 날아가 They can't catch my vibe and my light We're dancing under moonlight 소문 꺼버려 turning up the heat get it oh we're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all we want to know how we do it now it's no restrict to flight mode yeah 차올라 내 눈빛 봐 불부터 나 ready now 떨림이 번져가 감정가 입안 위로 올라타 거침없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 fly mode be breath free shining flying high feel the spark of light mode 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up 사라져 fade away moonlight gonna burn the night out every time my heart's flight we go higher eyes wide right through the starlights 차가운 공기선을 realize 지금이야 take flight we're dancing on the moonlight 손 묶어버려 turning up the heat get it high we're switching up the libras mixing up the crystals all we want to know how we do it now it's time we switch to flight mode wake up wake up wake up wake up feel it feel it feel it feel it this I'm switching to flight fly 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 burn up burn up burn up burn up 나 올라가 this I'm switching to flight 올라가 계속 계속 높이 높이 fly away 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나 그 끝을 몰라서 run even 위로 flight mode we're dancing under moonlight 손을 꺼버려 turning up the heat get it high we're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all we want to know how we do it now it's time we switch to flight mode this I'm switching to flight mode burn up burn up burn up burn up 나 올라가 this I'm switching to flight mode
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight 저 위로 날아올라 Light shine on my window frame On a boat to my flame Blinding shining lights I feel skipping way out of control Lock it, oh yeah We won't stop it Flying high is our destiny Lighting up flaming stars We're reaching out towards victory 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높이 날아가 They can't catch my vibe in my life We're dancing under moonlight 손 묶어버려 turning up the heat get it high We're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all we want to know how we do it now it's time we switch to flight mode yeah 차올라 내 눈빛 봐 불부터 나 ready now 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타 거침없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode be breath free shining flying high feel the spark of light mode 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up 사라져 fade away moonlight gonna burn the night out every time my heart's flight we go higher eyes wide right through the starlights 차가운 공기선을 realize 지금이야 take flight we're dancing on the moonlight 손 묶어버려 turning up the heat get it high we're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all we want to know how we do it now it's time we switch to flight mode wake up wake up wake up wake up feel it feel it feel it feel it this I'm switching to flight fly burn up burn up burn up burn up 나 올라가 this I'm switching to flight 올라가 계속 계속 높이 높이 fly away 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나 그 끝을 몰라서 run even 위로 flight mode we're dancing under moonlight 손 묶어버려 turning up the heat get it high we're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all we want to know how we do it now it's time we switch to flight mode this I'm switching to flight mode burn up burn up burn up burn up 나 올라가 this I'm switching to flight mode Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 분명한 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 아무도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 잡아. 파도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명. 파도 믿어 날 때까지. 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나. 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러. Oh yeah. 분명한 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 아무도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be
You crossed my path! Gotcha! Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Felicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch. Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. Hup. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Catwalk.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the Vishanti.
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path. Good boy, Petey. Meow.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? Eventually we will get to a point where you guys in the chat are responding what's the meta with you, but we've got the whole Ignite season to go through. We've finally seen all 4 major regions play now in Pacific Asia, China, EMEA and Americas, all at least debuting in their pre-season. So meta-wise, what has changed? So we have to start with the Glortrox in the room, which is Elsa, who actually fell down a bit in popularity to the point that Gambit is the first time actually overtaken her to be the most powerful, most impactful character in the game. And a lot of people ask me, like, how do you gauge this? How do I know all of this stuff? Well, I have a system that I use with all of the drafts that we've seen across all 225 games. I use this system called threat level, which goes from 1 to 100. 100 being an Avengers level threat, hotly contested, a very influential character when it comes to the draft and compositions of the meta so far. And out of a score up to 100, Elsa's score was 99 after the first week. It could not have gone better for her, but since then it has dropped down to 93, and Gambit's for context is 95, which is sort of stabilized in that point. So this doesn't mean that Elsa was involved in 93% of drafts and 7% of the time she wasn't used. She has been involved in every single game of Ignite so far, other than one, where Rejects and RVLE in Asia Pacific just didn't decide to touch her in draft at all. That's one game out of 225, might I add. A drop in score doesn't mean that she's just not popular or she's not strong. It just means that she's not as contested as much in the start of drafts, which is really where those threatening characters tend to stay. Because Elsa is good in every type of composition, removing her is just a good way to influence the draft more. Anybody can play around Elsa, whether you're playing Dive, Triple Strategist, Convergence, Convoy, Domination, any type of map, Elsa is just good on it with the amount of stuff that she can do. You remove that, you kind of force other teams to be a little bit more uncomfortable on other types of compositions. And if the other team decide to try and protect Gambit instead, that's fine, because we'll remove the likes of Star-Lord, because the combination of ultimates between Star-Lord and Gambit, which I was going to call Royal Legend, you guys can decide between that and Galactic Flush, but I know which one I'm picking. You can get rid of the Star-Lord if a Gambit is protected, or even the likes of Rogue that go up so much when it comes to her strength because of that combination with Gambit. You just remove the characters around Gambit if he is protected, and a lot of teams tend to start to struggle. So Elsa is being protected less and banned out a little bit more, and whilst she is being banned out first in a lot of games still, she is still very strong, might I add. 93 out of 100 score is still S+, so yeah, she's still strong. But other teams are still very much committed to getting rid of the Gambit. But if Elsa is not being protected anymore, who is? Who's contesting her there? Well, Gambit, for one, but also Mantis has gone up massively in popularity. Notably as a protect option, because Mantis has amazing team-ups with the likes of Loki and Groot, who are still pretty good with that combination. But because the likes of Mantis has damage boost, she synergizes with everybody. Soul Resurgence is a really good offensive and defensive ultimate, and most importantly, she is one of the staple characters when it comes to Triple Strategist. She can pair with whoever, if the other team decide to ban out Loki, Invisible Woman, the Mantis can make other characters around her work pretty well, and she has a lot of offensive capabilities, which means running triple strategists doesn't feel like you don't have that threatening firepower, I guess. But if I had to show you guys a graphic of what this would look like, it would look like the following. Granted, graphic design isn't really my passion here, and it's not a perfect system to gauge strength because it's a hero shooter. We're just talking about the draft, which characters have been banned out and protected. The hero shooter, you can switch characters at any given point. The two things I want to know: almost half of the top 20 heroes in this list are deemed as threatening. It's strategists. 9 out of 20. There's 5 duelists and 6 vanguards, but 9 strategists. And I don't think there's that many strategists missing from this list at this point, to be honest, either. Even White Fox has been banned out a bit. But also, I wanted to note the big drop-off between Elsa, Gambit. There's a big drop-off between them, then Mantis, Deadpool, Vanguard, and then another big drop-off before we get to the likes of Invisible Woman, Loki, Ultron, etc. I'm very curious to see what some of the regions can do to be creative and see what other characters that might not be on this list might be starting to climb when people realize how good they are. But until then, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome back, one and all. It's time for the America's Preseason Grand Finals. It's been a long road, an exciting one at that. But in the end, there was Swamp Gaming and Liquid Citadel coming out on top, pretty much as we all expected. The rest of our brackets, we can forget about that. That went up in flames. But like the end part of it, I think we got it right. Correct, guys?
Yeah, I think NetEase is going to have to boost up the rewards, I think, on these predictions, because they're going to be the 100% should be like, I don't even know, a season passes for the year, because it's so impossible to predict in the scene of both EMEA and here.
Yeah, 100% gives you a character in the game or something like that. Yeah, this has been nutty, but I mean, the amount of upsets has been great, but I think it just bodes well for the future of this scene. I don't know at any given match who is going to show up, and that's the beauty, and especially these two teams.
Exactly. Now, they did play in the upper bracket final, and it went all the way, right? It was a 5-map series. Swamp Gaming, as you can see on your screen, this squad came out on top. How did they get it done? Like, is there an actual formula, or was it just like map to map, like just a grind?
Yeah, I think a bit of both, right? We obviously saw what they did in the pick ban with Speedery, and you guys, I'm going to spoil it right now. They're going to be the same 3 you most likely will see each time. Gambit, Mantis, Ultron. Get rid of those and then have a splash of spice there for the last one, and that's kind of how they figure things out from there. But yeah, I mean, we've talked about this so much shit, but they have subs that they use unlike any other team in the scene. I think what is going to be kind of a growing thing in the esport, where you have players that can do different things at different moments on different heroes, and that is one of the things that make them so great.
Yeah, especially as the hero roster develops, you can't specialize in them all. It's just so difficult. The more time that you're able to consistently play on a specific hero, the more dominant you're going to be. Like seeing Days in some of these, like Wolverine, just is a huge problem, and that's a specialty there alongside DD. But looking over at Liquid Citadel, it's a similar story. They've got some really strong strengths, and they do have some diversity. But yeah, it could be exciting to see if they add another someone to the roster, or if they change up, essentially have some more hero strengths. But this team right now is looking incredibly strong, especially against we lost. What do you think, Zoe?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you can sing praises for each and every single individual. Like the backline as a whole has been so very impressive. Nero and Cooper, like absolute standouts for me. But then also, of course, right the front, that Spark Chief and Polly, this is such an electric squad, and they're hard to counter. Like, yeah, we feel like Speedery's heroes got banned out, and that kind of gave an in, but over-under, like, Speedery is still incredibly good at anything else. And now that they know that these kind of bans can come in, like, they're going to be prepared for that. That's what we heard in the interview just now there as well, right? With Polly, he said, like, they expected, we lost, to do the same thing. And, like, they definitely went back. They scrimped the bots. They have identified why they lost and didn't share whether or not that came down to those pick and ban phases. But they have identified it, and he sounded like they're ready to run it back and come out on top this time around.
A chance to reset the narrative, right? Remind everybody why they were the favorites. I think this is all about a game of adjustments. We keep talking about this, and you always have to be one step ahead of your opponent. So it's like, okay, if they went after Speedery, do they try to adjust that, or is that exactly what Swamp Gaming is expecting? It's kind of going back and forth there, the battle of the mentals. Talked with the coach before, and he's sad to say he's just happy it's these two teams. You know, that was what he had to say. Like, these are the teams he wanted. This is the matchup that I think the people wanted as well, to continue to settle the score here in America as the next best and greatest. And Wakanda, the iconic Marvel location, Zoe, is going to be where they duke it out.
It is indeed. It was great to get the inside chip yesterday from Fox, right, into how they came out on top, and also just generally the mindset of Swamp Gaming when they go up against this very well-known foe to them.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really important if they can get a domination win. That would be massive. This team has struggled against them, specifically in Dom, losing both dominations last time, and that was the W's that came on top for TLC. So if they find one early here, that is a tone setter, because when it comes to like Convoy and Convergence, dude, they're not even letting them have a single point. They lost 1 point in all 3 Convoys and Convergence. That is insane to say against a team like TLC.
Yeah, it was a beatdown in the first map of domination. Like, don't even let that decide anything for what is going to come of a BO7, because just like how going from best of 3 to 5 changes so much, even more so, like, what would have happened if, we lost, still had another chance? Like, there's so much that you can do there, and I think between these two teams, we saw every single map matter, and it came down to the last milliseconds of those adjustments in play. And so best of 7 Shib, and I'm calling it now, man. I think we might go the distance.
Like
I sure
the
hope
distance?
I sure hope so.
Well, if Ship and I are on the broadcast, apparently it's happening so far. Sample size pretty big, you know. So yeah, I'm in it. I'm strapped in. I'm ready for the action. They delivered in the upper bracket final. There is absolutely no reason to believe that they're not going to run that one back again for the grand final to determine who will be the champion in Americas for our preseason, and with that also, of course, get very good seeding heading into stage 1. So let's get the show started. Guys, please take it away.
Well, Shib, it's the grand finals. Here we are at last to kick off year 2 in what is going to be an awesome banger year of esports for this game. And first of all, let's see immediately, do they adjust and get Speedery's picks protected? And how will Swamp Gaming respond to that? Gambit's off the board. Cooper, Valentina, top of the scene in America. Not going to be able to play the man that never folds.
Yeah, and then that is going to allow Elsa in, likely for both sides, but we'll see if Swamp tries to do something a little cheeky here. Again, folks, Swamp really want this Dom win because they look so good in Convoy and Convergence. If they can find something now, it'll give them a major leg up in a best of 7 where teams are able to kind of figure out each other's strengths and remove those strengths. And like we call, goodbye to the Mantis and lock in to that Elsa.
Say with me, Gambit, Mantis, Ultron. It's very easy to memorize because that is what you're going to see consistently here in the side of Swamp Gaming. They did every single time with the splash and the changeup. Loki going to go first up. Looking at that, they did that on map 2 and 5 against them last time, so they did ban the Loki once before, but oftentimes going to try to shut down Daze. Daze is an absolute animal in every sense of the word, and they're not going to let him get the devil, but will have hands on that Wolverine. There's the Ultron gone, Mantis protected. Okay.
I love it.
This was
I was waiting for it.
Hey, let's go. Shoot. Not once yesterday.
Yeah, I think that is a really cool idea. I think, it kind of messes with the flow. And again, it's just, at this point, it becomes a habit, right? To have that portal play, even on, when you're holding point, you expect it to come through. Removing that tool is a big problem, especially at this level of play, folks. What you'll see is these early portals, like we saw actually in our last matchup. If the team has some sort of strat line ultimate, they can commit, or they have cap, and they use that ult to stall point, you portal in, your team's back. Next thing you know, it's like nothing ever changed. And all the ults they used to wipe you off point have now been used for nothing. So it's just a massive tool to remove.
There's a lot of things you could prep for, and I think that was not on the sheet. I will say I think Swamp Gaming was expecting them most likely to protect Daredevil, right? And then you know what's going to follow from there, because if you ban the tank pool, you already know Paulie is going to be taking the cap from Spark Chief. And when that happened last time, Spark Chief suffered a little bit, especially early on in Dom. Then they locked in and got it done. So they're going to go and commit to the full dive. That's exactly what you're seeing here, Shib. Everything going to be aggressive. They're kind of taking on the we lost hat here when they play this composition and be looking at Spark. I think that's going to be the difference maker if they want to change the result from yesterday.
Oh, buddy, I'm excited. Strap in, everyone, as we will be beginning our best of 7 between 2 of the top teams, the leading side bracket for both A and B. Exactly what was expected, but man, have they looked incredible. Last time was a battle with Swamp coming out on top. Will it be the same story, or will TLC bounce back? Let's find out together.
Well, Shib, on both times, Deadpool was banned for Swamp Gaming in Domination. Both those maps they won. Scatter is an absolute madman when it comes to the tank pool. And so with that available, going to really open up a lot of plays and push. Valentina going to be boosting herself and the team. The confidence is surrounding her and the play of Swamp Gaming. Welcome to the Swamp, they say, as Liquid Citadel looks to set up the fortress early on the point. But Swamp is showing a nice angle here at first. I like the positioning.
Yeah, it was great to see her interview yesterday. As we begin now, Speedery, very aggro on the back line. Speaking of Valentina, goodbye. Well done there. Speedery finds one off rip, setting the tone as Polly gets a second. Melophobia, though, from downtown. Just a ton of damage and great focus, but Energy says, I could do it too. With a two-piece, make it three, why don't you? Trying to match right back, and that will be point early on here from TLC.
I can see one team's warmed up on one side. Energy already flipping, dipping with those quick mouse pulls, and yeah, absolutely crazy. You're going to see a lot of trades like this happen, folks. It's not going to be these 6 wipes constantly. You'll see one go back and forth, and it's slight push of momentum either side. But when Speedery is free, we have seen success from this team, and they did that in the protect phase. Now setting up Pauly, going to be on the Man of Freedom. The first Avenger leads the way, backs up into the team, rotates nice. Spark Chief going to set up on top of the early dive. Near a low, though. Now have to go ahead and focus that as Cooper is also looking in danger.
Yeah, Polly and Cap like peanut butter and jelly. You can see just the influence of owning that space and constantly applying pressure, trying to get that all quickly. You can see alt advantage here. Going to be just slightly in favor of Team Liquid Citadel. Melophobia finding the first pick, though, but it is matched as Speedery takes out Forky. That is going to be huge as Speedery again finds another of the back line. Goodbye to the strats. Really clean start once more in this second fight. Energy onto Daze, and that's just a matter of time. We're still going to be holding this point for quite a while.
Well, talk about adjusting to the Speedery bans. They're doing just that. Absolute verdict. Guilty. Speedery is guilty as charged. Going off now as Pauly finds a big hit there on Kraz, and that's going to shut down everything of momentum. There's the Glarchox. It's a fat one. They might be able to get some lunch here, but nothing going to come from it. It's going to be the response. It's a Pokemon battleship. 1v1 there. Energy, nothing from it. The monsters come up empty.
Yeah, and you can see still alt advantage up for TLC in this fight. They will have 4, almost 5 available, but you'll see almost 4 available in this fight for Swamp. There's the commitment now with the Rage of Ultron. Spark Chief matches it back. Polly does the same. Daze goes down. Nero turning into the Fox. What does the Fox say? It says it wants a pick as down goes one from Swamp, but it's matched back from Melophobia with a nice shot there onto Nero. Still holding on to this point, though, 93% in climbing.
Mellow and his off angles is how this team won yesterday on the quick picks, especially on Energy, the main damage. There's another as Cooper goes quickly to the grave. Valentina's Soul Resurgence kept them through that fight. Committing a lot, though, to get this point back. Scatter gets 2 with the pistols, farms that XP, takes a photo to celebrate, and now 4% up and recharging. Shib, obviously Liquid Citadel has plenty there. With Speeder getting 2 picks often, that Devil letting out should give them a lot of momentum. But you're going to see Swamp push in heavy.
Yeah, there's going to be a double freedom charge available here, which not only applies a lot of that overhealth to your team, but does give alt charge advantage. It gives you that 20% increase in alt charge, which is very important. But when it's matched back and forth, it evens out. Who gets the first pick here? Speedy recommitting. Let the devil out. That's a very good lawyer there, but not able to get any value just yet. Dropping back the point to buy more time as the retake is coming through. The side of Swamp knows it's not a big threat to let them have it should they need to. They don't need to panic as long as they touch in overtime. Energy dropping away, getting that first pick again on Valentina. But Craze and Daze able to find 2. Wow. Speedery, though, matches it back once more, and this is back and forth here, folks.
Absolutely trade for trade as Energy now gets the air cleared from the skies of Ultron. Absolutely disgusting as Daredevil just read them like a court case. Pauly gets another, and the time ticks down. Overtime. Done, set, match. Ooh. Zone 1 going on over to Liquid Citadel. Sit down, ladies and gentlemen. This is obviously where we started yesterday, Shib, with the dominating performance on domination.
Yeah, the Citadel's walls are firm in the Swamp. I'll tell you that much. On map 1 here, Stellar Spaceport, very clean by Team Liquid Citadel. You can see the focus is just very much on Valentina. Yeah, I was going to say, so I'm curious if the switch comes through. Valentina debating a couple of other strats to run where you don't just have that sleep as a cooldown to answer some of this dive, because TLC is just all over that backline right now with a full dive commitment. And again, folks, Elsa can really play into that dive. She can peel, she can poke, she does it all. So it doesn't matter if you're fitting into the comp, because the comp fits into her always.
For sure. Valentina played a lot of Loki Luna Cloak against them yesterday. That was the main kind of swap offs that we would see between them. And honestly, a lot of the weak points, if you were to find one with this team, is how much Forky relies on Invis. Once that's banned, and was banned a couple times, the swap went to Luna every now and then, but is always very comfortable there on the hero. As the Rocket going back to the Shark, though, so that's a new look for the team, at least in the fight here today. But Days, man, when he's on the X-Men, one of the most fearful out there, and he's going to go ahead and try to put on a show against the Lawyer.
Yeah, as a Vanguard, I see that pick, especially with the name Days under it, and I wince a little bit. That is terrifying as you see the entirety of Liquid Citadel sweep the right side. A full flank commitment here from their team, and that's what they can stack on those Jeff bubbles and get that movement speed boost as a unit all through one bubble. Commitment comes through. Energy holding that Glartrox. Kraz, excuse me, pops immediately that shield and it gets answered, and that should be, oh my goodness. Oh, I was going to say, what an escape, but no, 3 fall as Energy cleans that up.
Woo! Yeah, that was very good. I thought you had me. No, they did. They definitely had all of them right there and now. Gotta love that Star Lord voice line. Speedery gonna get Days out of there as well. Close the quick sun and get 11% in climbing for this team. So much value there in the pressure into the punish. Once again, Kraz gonna jump off. Make sure that there's no long in between for the reset.
Yeah, and there is Kraz. Who's played great so far across this tournament, this preseason. Looking forward to seeing more of that Hulk play. Just going to peel a little bit and use those bubbles to help the backline through the dive. Brawl does a very good job into dive, folks, much like Poke beats a lot of that Brawl. That's kind of the triangle you see in these games. There goes the commitment now from Sparchief. Under, looking for a combination. Does find one, but a great fade there from Cloak. Speedery still able to get the first pick once again. Make it 2, Speedery. Somebody try to... This Lawyer at this point needs to be hired by everyone. Absolutely dominant performance. Energy and Polly again with another 2. Traded once, but they're not letting the foot off the gas, buddy.
Legally dismantling them. I literally bit by bit as Paulie charged up, ready to go. 58%. The Q's all around. Doesn't even need Mjolnir for this fight against the villains of the swamp. Now looking for what is kind of just an awkward time of waiting. You usually want to push up to 1 point. They always take this right angle, Swamp does, and they want that because of Melophobia's set up for the Apex Predator, but Spark's going to take the battle right to them. There goes the Glartrox. He's caught right in the mouth, but is going to escape. Good bursting of the monster now as the victory is painted in the path with Liberty Rush push forward.
Wow.
1-2 fall down. They are unstoppable in the form of domination. The walls are unshakable.
Yeah, Polly leading the charge consistently. You saw the other Glartrox pulled back quickly, but it was still bursted before it gets value, and that's why it's very difficult to land those ults when the team has focus and understanding of when it's going to be committed. Melophobia is still finding one, though, on a Spark Chief. It's a good start here for Swamp, who needs something now, but are going to lose Kraz in the trade from Speedery, and has been seen so much in that feed. Oh, this could be huge, but no fade is available. Yep. The idea there was to prep for that. Good idea. Well done by Valentina. Pauly trades that back onto Days. Valentina with that trade as discussed. Energy looking for one here. Does take out 2, and that will be game 1. Team Liquid Citadel.
Another highlight reel from the mount of the Glartrox. Yeah, I mean, hey, what did I say going into this ship? Don't overreact, right? Because this is exactly where yesterday set up. But great adjustments. I did see, I like the cloak switch later on and obviously showed a little bit of what they were trying to get from it. But the adjustments, I'm telling you, all night, they could not stop thinking about it. Who wants it more, Shib? That's who's going to come away in this best of 7 as we take a look at the stats. And how fitting, buddy. You saw it in his eyes, the feast of anger.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say that. You're in my head, man. And we've been doing this too long together. I love it. It just, you saw the readiness of that first matchup, and it does go MVP to Pauly. 19-1, 9 finals. Speedery and Energy both getting 12 and 11, over double the max of Melophobia on the side of Swamp. Really clean play there by Team Liquid Citadel. But again, folks, this is what they've been doing on Domination. It is by no means the swan song here for Swamp, who have been absolutely turning it around on them on Convoy and Convergence. But we'll see if that continues to be the tale right after this break.
And we're back, and history repeats itself. This is pretty much exactly how this one went down last time around. Cozy, you talked about it already at the end of the cast, but it was Swamp Gaming who turned it around. Also, of course, Swamp Gaming, they're coming into this cold, right? We saw Liquid Citadel just getting a decent warm-up game against Yeah We Lost, whereas Swamp Gaming, they were just waiting for their turn. And that might sound like a cop-out, it might sound like an excuse, but there's something to be said about having hot hands going into a very important match.
No, for sure. And I mean, I know I'm a bit of a fever dream right now because I casted technically today, but is history repeating itself? Yes, it is, because they took it to Wakanda, this exact map, after the Dom that happened, and that was over on Hell's Heaven. So it's funny how things just rotate the way they do. They like the way they won on this map. They did pretty well with it. And I agree, Energy warmed up. He doesn't need no aim trainer ready to go. He had that on Yeah We Lost.
And this is that map, too, that they pushed it the entire way, Swamp, and then held them 0.1. That's like, not to say disrespectful, but that's like a big play. And that gets in the mental there of TLC, and it clearly worked last time. The question is, will it happen again? Because this is exactly like history repeating itself with a 2-0 on Dom, like you're saying. And then going into the next match, you got to hope things switch up here if you are a fan of Swamp.
Did you get the sense that Swamp was ready for what Liquid Citadel rolled out with?
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll dive into that in the pig ban phase as they adjust for it, Zoe. But for me, it feels like even though you might know what your opponent is going to play, it's not always easy to get the counter up.
That is so true. Well, Swamp Gaming got to give their A game here on their map pick of Hall of Jala. That's exactly where we went last time, and they came out on top. Can they do it again? Let's find out.
Well, ship match 2. Once again, we're back here. 2 Wakanda maps back to back, and yeah, did speak with them a bit, and they did expect them to protect Speedery, but you can't stop what you can't stop, right? I mean, that devil was going to be let out one way or another. Again, across the board, Liquid going to go up with the Gambit Loki back to back as we look at what they continue to do, because it was only 24 hours ago they banned the Loki to the Daredevil, to the Mantis, and Gambit last time they played on this.
Yeah, and it worked. It really did work, as we see the lockout there from the set of Swamp of that Ultron. There's that DD ban that'll be matched on both sides. They don't want Days to get a hands on that either.
Mantis?
Yeah, that could be.
No?
I was going to say, or
okay.
Vanpool, which is not bad at all, because you know, we just talked actually to Paulie, who says, if Vanpool's on the table, I'm running, and feeling like a very confident Vanpool who can apply pressure to that back line without overcommitting too much, can kind of play that main line, can fit into like a brawl, dive, poke, and do virtually everything. So you can stay in the front and just pepper back line through, which is always good too, so you don't have to fully commit to that dive comp.
For sure, and it just changes up completely how those Vanguards play, right? It's funny with that Mantis being available for like the first time ever after they banned back-to-back. Was expecting potential for that to happen because you got to get the Daredevil first out or the save happens, as they just did. And they saw what happens when speed gets their way. Now those Speedery bans are in effect, and they did not win one when that was the case. So definitely, oh man, dude,
I love it.
Because it makes the play perfect, right? Like there's a lot of times yesterday where like they lost the fight because of a portal push through and the resilience from it.
Yeah, point 2. I remember that exactly. That's a great call. And they're just like, all right, if they were able to clutch through a portal play like that, let's not allow that to happen. And I mean, shout out again. I mean, Daze is also discussing on Strange, similar to like Kendrick. So it's 2 birds, 1 stone, as we can see now. It seems like the idea, folks, for those who are looking at this, for Team Liquid Citadel is go ahead and have this Mantis comp Swamp. We're not worried about it. And then we'll just ban everything else that seems to be a problem for us in our comp. And it's working on game 1. This is going to be the real testament, though.
Yeah, and just continue to have eyes in the sky. Like they have answered the bell to shut down the robot that is Ultron. Yeah, I was gonna say would have liked to see Daisy on the Wolf instead, so I'm actually much more comfortable there. Fastball special coming right at you, hype and hot. Orky Dog gonna go ahead and load the team up with the jump and the kidnap, and this is what won them a lot yesterday, Shib. Days in the kidnap he would get oftentimes kind of gave them the out. Maybe sometimes they would lose a strategist or so, but Days always found that opening pick off the map or into the team for the feast.
Yeah, he's a problem on this hero. He's up in the conversation for one of the best, and same with DD too, but you know, going against another fellow dominant DD player, so that is up in the air right now. As you can see, jump pack available there for Days, so you know how scary that tackle can be. Frontline staying as Kraz is going to be on that Hulk. Mello, obviously, as well on that Elsa. So Elsa matched once more. Energy coming out on top last time. Can it happen again?
Alrighty, now looking to go up the main street. They typically took that upper ground where Kraz is right now. We're going to go jump right into it. There's that kidnap into Spark Chief immediately deleted is the symbiote back to spawn. Great job, and the kidnap done and dusted. Energy, though, going to try to settle the score. Does just that. Scatter goodbye. That's going to also stop all that XP, which really helps enable the team on the defensive front. Look at that. Once again, the kidnap. He wants more. They find Cooper. He's stolen. Sushi cut up and gone.
And you can see the passive pop there on the Wolverine from Daze. And there's the re-engage from Spark from downtown. Going to be right out the spawn door through the left side. You can actually retake point if you're able to use that swing properly right outside the spawn door. Clean play to get back there fast. Made that happen with a huge dunk. But the pressure being owned here by Swamp Gaming. Have point priority halfway through this cap right now. TLC walking back at him heavily, though. Now goes the boundary, matched at the moment by Nero. Fox is unleashed. Does it get value? For the moment, not quite yet, but the Glortrox gets launched, and it is going to be an answer for Nero. Goodbye to the Fox as it is launched back at him. I'm not sure it's as valuable, though.
Oh, up in the sky is the legend himself. Mixtape in and guns out. Speeder trying to find more, and there it is. Nothing but the Kumaho going to go down, and that's the value of that second life. This is the exact same thing as yesterday. That value from the Apex Predator. Valentina picks up Spark Chief, and at this point, as we get the level upgrade, mid-madness, Scatter going to go ahead and get those golden guns ready. Call it 007.
Oh, trying to hold, but downtown with a huge tackle. Daze able to take out Energy after Energy finds the first pick. Forky onto Cooper, and that will be a first point cap there for the side of Swamp. And what I like to see there from Valentina is waiting for that E to be popped from Venom and using that trance to pull Venom in and make it more vulnerable. Making the switch now to Luna as it's more of a streets phase, front to back.
What are we doing pressing Q up there for Venom on Spark J? I don't know why that one came out. Maybe just trying to get a quick pick, but either way, it wasn't going to be much of a difference maker and didn't change off the hero either. So a misplay, but not too much. I kept talking about Daze, man, just opening up the lane with those kidnaps. He did that to get that point one, and Energy, though, finds that backline once again, continued to hunt and scatter with the finish and the flush. Perfection. All of them now pushing back, not allowing any space, even with the spawn doors inches away.
Yeah, I mean, Energy used Glartrox seconds ago and already at 93%, which is absolutely insane. I mean, Melaphobia doing the same, but just slightly actually in front of Energy there, so you can just notice how much damage was dealt in that moment. Teams elect to try to hold here inside of this garage as the new early, like, essentially point hold for the streets phase and try to buy as much time as possible, but they did get some free space prior. No portal committed to get there quick. I mean, they need it as more of an answer. But Valentina going to find the first pick on a Poly, and we all know how valuable that is on someone that is discussing on that hero. Energy with Glartrox does get launched, finds two. Oh, but gets exiled to make sure it cannot be followed up on. Still is able to take out one, but what an exile there from Kraz, looking for more.
The freeze frame while the Predator is on the loose. You couldn't have scripted any better. Now Scatter finds the Spark Chief in both vanguards. Down and out, Poly back with the team as the Legends are up. Going to force the pop of the boundary. Going to go ahead and rotate over. That's enough value in itself, Shib, oftentimes. Valentina, though, ready for the show as well to follow the Kumaho. Will lead the charge into what Spark Chief does. That's what they like to do. Cooper, though, has continued to find value yesterday. 2 eats were not enough to get the job done. Will it be today? Van Hammer is on the shark, but doesn't matter. Waiting patiently, and there it is. Going to go to get his own teammate. Unfortunately, nothing from that.
Yeah, just trying to use it to avoid that ult in the moment. It's not a horrendous idea, but I do think there was some other answers. Just looking for something, but they all kited backwards. Good movement by Swamp, who's coming in with the dance floor. No fear here. Everybody, when you're moving like this, can play aggro. Forky finds Cooper, and that's going to be one up. Energy trades that back into Melaphobia, so that's going to be an advantage and the Elsa advantage. Tackle comes in onto Nero. Again, if the box goes down, doesn't really matter because you're back in form. Teleports away, and that's kind of valued there from Nero in the end of the day, as it was a lot of commitment. Spark Chief going in with a feast. Lands heavy onto the back line. Can they clean it up? Energy takes one. Make it two. Do I see three? I do. Energy now stepping up to find a three-piece and push them back to the door.
Yeah, not Groundhog Day yet, because that was the big difference from yesterday's Shib. They've had all the damage. It was the finish and the flush, and they could not get that from those constant feasts of the Abyss. So great job getting them out of there. Down and out. 1 minute 45 now. Glartrox ready and loaded. And right now, if you're Swamp, really now just got to play kind of clean in this neutral. It's going to be back-to-back. A lot of early play. These teams love, though, to get the job done right there without the Qs. Fastball special ready. Get ready to see this man fly. The X-Men up in this air, and there comes the Glartrox first from Energy. Going to come up empty, but frozen in the trap of Diablo is the whole game. God punching, thirsty for more shit, but nothing from it.
And here goes the new engage now. Wow, energy onto Daze, and that passive being gone was very valuable. I'm sure that communication was made to the team to allow that initiation to happen. There is more drop back. Scatter, able to find Nero to trade it once again, and that just seems to be the case. If somebody goes down, it always is answered. The positioning was maybe overextended for a proper reason. Pauly gonna dive in, gets tackled out of the sky, though. That was huge to push away, and the whole team believes they have the pressure from that freedom charge, but they don't. What an answer. Valentina takes out Speedery. Again, Kraz, huge moment there as Melaphobia able to clean up Spark Chief.
Yeah, we are gods, but we've got a Hulk, right? That's the famous line that we continue to see, and no different here in Marvel Rivals. The point going to be capped out. Glartrox for an Aura, as well as the pick and the finish. Speedery up is there. 2.73 left. They want to take and continue this hold. Down goes one. Melaphobia going to find that spawn room. Instant value now as the show goes on. Coachella's here live. Valentina keeping the team alive. Kraz, man, getting one.
Trying to bide time on point here using that feast. Driving backline. The communication was made to get on point. 1 meter left and available. It's going to be difficult here for Spark to hold on, but doing so somehow. Great healing in the backline. There's a big ultimate there. The last stand comes through, and the pressure alone was all that was needed as Scatter takes out Pauly, and point two have been taken by the Swamp.
Dude, that was disgusting juggling. I mean, from Kraz there at the end, and then just absolute perfect pressure and push. Didn't have to use much outside of that. And that is going to be tough, though, because going into what is such a last point to take, they don't have much. Forky at least will have a bit of a defensive effort, but they have every answer to that, right? And by the time that laps around, Speedery is going to be close as well with how fast he can get that. Going for the kidnap, flying in the sky. Peter Pan comes up empty. Does find... wow, how does he get it? And it's consistent.
Wow, that is being down an ultimate charge there. Scatter now committing towards backline. 100 HP and almost going down, but able to drop back. Great focus by the backline of Swamp as they do also find value through it. Pauly goes down once again. Forky's got Pauly's number. Same with Valentina as they are still keeping this pressure. They had 1:11 to push this forward. They still have 36 seconds, and they've got this thing moving quickly. They want a full 3-piece cap like they did yesterday.
Well said, my friend. Now Scatter pushing for the aggression set to maximum. Cooper hungry for more, and it's going to go ahead and lead what is going to be a bit of a slow, soft approach. Now Day slicing, dicing, Rage is maximum. Going to go rotate back, make sure Snowflake keeps him up and healthy. Passive still intact. Speedery with the click and the finish dash. Goodbye, Yokai. As now comes the Kumaho. Going to go ahead and flush on it now. The Glartrox out and ready. Melaphobia finding Pauly in this.
Wow, that was a massive Glartrox. Not only gets rid of the Kumiho Unleashed, but also able to take out Pauly, who had ult available. And we know that would have been massive in this. Spark able to trade after Daze and Kraz do the same. Energy takes out Scatter. Speedery on to Daze. It's not over yet here. TLC does not want to lose this as they're holding on tight. Valentina with the dance floor shortly. Out goes a huge slice with the Cutterfly. Melaphobia going to be in a tough spot trying to make that chase happen. And Melaphobia is juking for the moment. And wow, that was disgusting moving back to the dance floor to stay healthy.
Perfect positioning, and now here comes the dinner. Predator is activated, and Prey is surviving. It doesn't even need to get the finish and the meal. They hold them to 2. Liquid Citadel now on the offense.
And folks, that is a good push, as you gotta consider yesterday Swamp held Liquid Citadel on .1 before they could even cap and get that thing moving. So this is going to be a decent push for them, but it is absolutely winnable here for Team Liquid Citadel, who I'm sure having that in their mindset.
No, absolutely, man. And I mean, listen, there's a lot of things done well. Obviously, man, that Speedery rotation, insane to stay up through it all. I mean, I feel like they did a lot of the same game plan. Shib, what stood out to you, though, where they were able to hold so strong? Obviously, tough point to take. Like, that is not an easy one. Anything else, though?
Yeah, I think the switch at the end there, I actually really like the switch from Speed to go towards that side because they were essentially diving together with Nero. And you can see that set up a few times on cam there where they're playing with each other, hard committing onto the backline and finding one. And that's really all you need. But, you know, obviously it was answered after that fight there by Melaphobia with a disgusting ult. But either way, that pressure and trying to pick off Luna, who can deal so much healing and so much damage, is very valuable. So that switch was a crucial switch for them.
Takes me back to the White Queen team-up days of Psylocke. The disgusting echoes where you would just see Speedery swipe on in and click a couple buttons, goodbye, gone. But can still do that to such success with, like, such little time to react, right? We've seen that with the Elsa, but that's what's, like, Psylocke's specialty in a lot of ways is the burst quick combo. And on heroes like Luna, you've got to get the job done extremely fast. Valentina going to be on Cloak and Dagger. now as they set up for the defense. I think Daze has to play a bit more safe when it comes to the kidnaps, though, and that's the difference of being more on that defensive angle.
Oh, really? Taking a lot of damage there. Forky able to drop back. Daze in a tough spot, but still has that passive. Can play more aggro. Scatter trying to build out quickly. Energy doing the same. Applying so much pressure on Melophobia and is able to find that pick. And that is a huge Elsa trade. Daze trades with Polly, but that attention was the whole goal. Whoa, that movement was insane in the sky there from Daze. That's a high sense right there.
Dude, I'm telling you, there's abilities that Daze has on Wolf that I don't. What team up is he? Is the flying one? Because I got to continue to find it. I just know it comes from Torch. But either way, waving at you is Scatter, which pushes the team back. But good job to answer. Just like that, Scatter going to go ahead back in. Those upgrades reset, as y'all know, in this game mode. Slicing, dicing. Daze finds more low, though. Proc, I believe, is the passive. They're taking the whole fight back to it. You're going to go ahead and see Spark Chief now in a bit of danger, popping his cooldowns, and Energy finds a big one. Kraz going down, forcing out Valentina to use the sustain, and this is exactly what they want with the point close to take.
And there are some answers for that. You can try to use, well, Cooper's thinking Jeff, but that will be faded as they're, oh, one less. It's a surprise. Might have found a few there. Tries to land Glartrox and anyone that tries to juke in that moment, but the combo was a good idea, just to no avail. Some great responses from Swamp on the defense. Forky committing the boundary. Speedery trades one, but Daze on a Spark Chief, as there goes the Galactic Legend up in the sky. Forky gonna patty cake with backline. Last stand goes out for Daze, who does not seem to find any Psyche. Lie down goes Nero as Kraz cleans that up. Speedery trying to escape. 9 HP and a Dream does that. Wow, clean movement there.
I mean, just W to see Forky Dog there, and the perspective of him as the legendary goes in the sky, because he gets inside at the perfect moment, and then they've got the pseudo ult and the cloak bubble that just keeps everybody up through the madness. Melophobia has the Predator ready. Look for them to use this so aggressively as they always do to farm up the next one and press go. Here comes Monster Hulk, though. It's going to be Kraz in that backline, causing chaos, jumping out because immediately 1,500 health deleted Shib. I'm trying to find Solus and pump up that ult charge for the strats.
Yeah, it's a great hold so far. There's the ult here in a minute. As we have a flyby, we have Feast of the Abyss diving in and going to be answered shortly. And Melophobia with a big Glartrox opportunity. Polly going to start off with a Freedom Charge. We've seen, getting exiled right at the door here. Everybody's collapsing in heavy, and it's working out for them. Just a full snowball comp, bringing us back to, we lost. And it does work as they take this point. Liquid Citadel are not done yet, and they've already pushed farther than they have yesterday.
Yeah, Spark Chief getting a lot of value from this Venom compared to yesterday, at least in a lot of these matchups. Daze was able to be the complete server admin, Game Shark activated on this map in particular, and they, even though I've had to deal with them, doing a much better job in the terms of communication. Shib is what you like to see if you're a fan of the TLC. Now Cooper, only one with ult, and she can be close behind as he always is. See how Melophobia chooses the off angle, always trying to find a pick.
Yeah, I just think Valentina's doing a good job of making that, kind of a moot point, this Jeff ult, but it does force, and there's the commitment right now, I was going to say, it does force you into staying in cloak form, which, if you don't have ult out, is going to be a tough look. Polly just going to escape off from the right side angle, try to drive some attention in that direction, and that's what Cap does, going to re-engage when they least expect it. Everybody healed up now and resetting as the next fight commences.
It's a great call out, man, because that phase form, oftentimes when you're not playing with teammates that are always aware of you, you got to pop it whenever Venom pressures you. Here, they know just to hang on to it. Kraz, Melo, get 2, 3, make it complete wipe. Going to be clean in the neutral. Forky Dog also has that invis. They did use the scatter ult, but other than that, and that was just a fight win on all ways around.
Cooper with ult available. Energy, Nero in the same vein as Speeder. You look over Forky Dog, Melophobia, soon to be Daze for Swamp as answers. Ult advantage in the favor of Liquid Citadel, but Swamp has a fight they can lose in terms of positioning, but the boundary gets committed now. Daze almost in a tough spot. Still holding on to that passive. Melophobia with Glartrox available as well is going to land something huge here. You see it coming with a two-piece. Collides into that side. The It's Jeff comes through, but the bubble is an answer. Well done there as the cleanup comes as Cooper falls now. Melophobia with one. More commitment as the Glartrox is answered, but that one does not land. Daze onto Nero. Again, Swamper up after a ton of commitment from Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, Jeff and Diablo both hungry. Only one coming up with the full belly. And man, I just got to say, I'm not crazy about Cooper on Jeff right now, especially with that answer on the other side that they can do with Valentina. But we'll see if they adjust from here. You got obviously the team up. That's also going to get that healing so much for that team and ready. But Shib, time is evaporating just like that. The chances to take map after map again follows. Krazman has the ult. Monster Hulk ready to roll. Spark Chief has been nailing these feats of the Abyss. Let's see what he goes with.
Oh,
Here it
goes
is.
under now. That is a huge land. Everybody's antied in that moment, but the answer comes through from Valentina. Really well played once again, just farming these ults
Bubble.
so fast and leading them right back to the door, and they cannot handle it. They do not have an answer right now. Maybe that Glartrox to pull off if available, but it's very difficult to make that happen on the timing because a lot of the best of these C&Ds are staying there in that cloak form so that they can immediately fade should they need to upon ending that ultimate. Because if you are in that form, you will end in that form after using the ult.
Yeah.
As starting up once more with the throw.
I gotta say, Shib, the bubble has got to get, pulled out before Valentina can use it there to protect from that Venom ult, right? Because you're trying to go for the pop and the perfect cooldown with the ult, and every time it's healing right whenever that cooldown pops, and you're not able to get the secure on the strategist. It's the only way you can on Venom, and they're answering every time. Really patient play from Valentina. Love what I'm seeing. Scatter gets Paulie out of here, throws the middle finger now towards what is going to be a Jeff running for their life as well. And the pop, the elephant gun, sends Venom to the grave. Jeff to follow. 20 seconds left, just like that. Glartrox is the only thing to the name. And shit, they can't even get out the gates.
Yeah, Swamp have stepped right back up. And folks, we assumed this could be the case, and they're looking clean doing it right now. TLC's got a lot of space to take here, a lot of yardage to move forward, but not able to do that just yet. Commitment, the big tackle coming in from Daze once more. The combo right here with this Hulk on Kraz has been just such a problem. Meliphobia driving them a mile away with a tackle, able to find one onto Energy. And that is just clean play once again.
Oh my gosh, with the Berserker Rage and 3 stun just like that. Nero going down to 0 very quickly. Spark Chief trying to find something with Speeder and getting the click, and that's going to at least give them a little bit of space towards the damage. Forky follows, so it looks like, oh my, Valentina and Daze! Oh my days! Gonna pop the portal though to try to keep this thing entertaining. Energy now coming in, but Valentina pops the internal path to get the purple path of victory in their clutches. Now Swamp Gaming gets 2, and Swamp Gaming takes map 2.
Yeah, that was textbook there by Swamp. Bounce back heavy. They are coming back with a vengeance, and they are going to tie things up 1-1. That was unbelievably clean right there. That second point defense, it didn't move at all.
Dude, this is what we highlighted yesterday. There was nothing of big ult play there. The Venom, not successful. All the Glartroxes came up empty, right? Like, there was an answer in a position for every which situation. They were playing the spawn like it was theirs, my man. I mean, that was confidence oozing and why they took it to this map.
Yeah, they just had answers for Paulie, too. They did a great job marking him, as you can see in the stat line. Not a lot of finals across the board here besides Energy, which is to be expected up at the top. But, folks, we are heading to Game 3. 1-1 tie. We'll be back right after this break.
And it turns out history does repeat itself. Yeah, this is a few different heroes, of course, so it's slightly different looks, but the same map. Could this have been an email? Like, are we just watching the same series again? Is that what's going to happen here?
Yeah, I don't think we go over to Spider Island this time around is what happened yesterday. But honestly, you could just tell we're looking at the best two teams in America. The way they play, the synergy in between them is to an all-time maximum. And man, the strategist play, if you're a fan of the role, you were watching the GOATs at it. Yggdrasil Path is going to be our destination. Asgard Shib is where we find ourselves for match 3. If you're looking at Liquid, it just felt like the big plays really never came out. I wanted to see Spark Chief kind of bait out some bigger cooldowns earlier, and Cooper being on the jet for too long. Those are things I didn't love. What about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of things that I thought were disgusting, was the Peel Wolf alongside that Hulk. That Hulk bubble was so valuable. Like you said, stopping the Jeff. I didn't love the Jeff play just because there were so many answers. Valentina had no issue ulting ever. Never felt pressured. Always had huge ultimates. 52k healing, over 12k over the opposition, 14k, I believe. I mean, it's obscene. It seems like they had no pressure back there.
No, they really didn't. Like, Swamp Gaming clearly had the answers to what was coming out of the gates for Liquid Citadel. Can they do it again? Last time around, they went up in the series on map number 3. Of course, different map this time around. So let's see who's going to come out on top.
Alrighty, Ship. I mean, Yggdrasil Path always feels built for the iconic moments of the Game 7s. Me and you have been able to do some great ones with them, and I love this map. Now, last time, map 3, they banned the Wolf after that, right? Because you had to stop it. And then they kind of stopped banning the Wolf from there. So I'm curious if history there repeats itself, because again, Days, especially on this map as well, this is going to be a scary one. You would know that well as a Vanguard man.
Oh, yeah. I think Wolf plays great here. There's a lot of corner angles you can tackle around that allows your team to just kind of get free value on every single pull. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm surprised because Kraz is looking so good on this Hulk, too. You know, stats don't really show well for Hulk. The value really is in that exile, those bubbles, and, 41k damage blocked up there with some of the most, even alongside of that Venom, right, of the 43k from Spark. So big value there, but I'm with you. I don't know if the Wolverine ban's a play because you can still just go over to that, as you see, Daredevil, which is getting banned out now. And there's just so many answers for both sides. It's so crazy.
The meta is in chaos shambles, and I love it, right? Like everything, I think I saw this, everything feels good, everything feels bad. There's so many answers for just incredible amounts of tough situations. You got this strange ban, which I think we're going to be seeing for the rest of this night. But the Wolf save coming in, and that's to answer what they did last time in fear of what might happen. Last save coming here for them. A few angles. Again, Deadpool is probably, that's what I was expecting to see to continue the Pauly show. Yeah, I mean, Vanpool's actually really good into Wolf, and you expect the Wolf coming. Honestly, I think that you mentioned, what do I think I wish I saw? They saved Vanpool, I believe, last time, if I'm remembering correctly, and never played it. They ran the cap, and obviously Polygon cap is a problem, but struggled heavy because Wolverine is constantly peeling, playing the peel game, and, cap has, some escapability, but Vanpool, you can pop that damage reduction. Next thing you know, you can turn it on them, and you have plenty of time, a ton of escape, a ton of movement cooldowns. You have an ultimate that'll keep you healthy. You have solutions to the Wolverine, and that is something you need right now. Yeah, one thing, I said yesterday, and I'm going to say again today, this is, I don't want to say must win, but it's close to it for Liquid Citadel. They cannot allow 2 to fall. We've talked about the mental ship of these teams in Swamp with getting the loss early. We saw how they handle adversity, and they respond greatly. Yesterday, the mental kind of hit heavy there for Liquid Citadel. Pauly hates losing. We can tell it, and it just happened. Just got that loss. So now we're going to go ahead and head to Asgard. They like to flex the golden fart. We're not going to see the team up, but, we have seen little flashes of it, Shib. Have you even seen that team up in your ranked matches once, my guy? Never have I seen the fart cloud. I'm going to be honest. It's funny to see, and it could get some value. Obviously, getting a change here in the recent season, a little more, getting those heals back quicker as you land shots. But no, haven't seen it, at all. I think he's been taking a heavy step back since he lost that 15% of his healing. I was just going to ask at the break, do you think they pull out the thing, Preseason Cozy, but do you think this happens because Spark Chief being able to be such a heavy counter for that Wolverine, and obviously one that they can fear and answer to a lot of the time, and just stop what has just been this pickoff of pickoffs on the Vanguards? But here we go, man. This could be an answer, and I like the play. Oh, boy. Yeah, you can see... Wow, what a pick there by Scatter onto Cooper. You can see they're really putting a lot of stock into this Wolverine and fearing the Wolverine. I'm surprised that Vanpool maybe isn't getting the play that we might have thought, as down goes Pauly. And
It's another pick for the side of Scatter, who's looking clean off the rip here on this smart play. Honestly, across the board here from Swamp.
Yeah, Sue stomps, man. I can't believe that he got that kidnapped of all heroes, that Invisible Woman. Such a hard hero to grasp with that escapability, but here we go now, seeing the lines of poke. This is a bit of an awkward thing. Sometimes we like teams to push up here. Other ones want to hold the line. And wow, what a LeBron! With the right click of the baseball right into energy, the freeze now. And this is just shutting down the door. Liquid's going to have to adjust fast because Spark Chief's about to take a quick trip as well. They're going to rotate back.
Yeah, it's a tough Vanguard line to go into group with. You can charge off walls, but you know, if the team doesn't have focus on those walls, you will struggle. Huge ultimate there with the Strangling Prison. Can they combine off it? They can. Forky gonna find three. Melophobia with one. Disgusting ult there by Kraz, who used the wall to propel himself upward and then find it, over top of some of those shield answers from Pauly. A huge Strangling Prison. Disgusting play, Kraz.
The big man gets big plays with Hulk, Groot. Doesn't matter. Man gets it done. Cap. Absolute crazy flexibility and keeping the top level of performance in clutch. Nero now throwing the balls up top there to see anybody is going to be lurking from behind. Kamaho is going to go unleashed here shortly, but the Soul Resurgence is what pushes them forward. Again, they targeted Speedery. How do they answer? The Glartrox comes out, thing is down. Now with the quick pop and a slam! Scatter! Goodbye!
James from 3, able to find one there, make it 2. Valentina on to Pauly. Energy falls 2 with Melophobia. And that is just, again, another sweep. But
Wolf.
Team Liquid Citadel, a ton of ults available.
I mean, you can still feel the rim shaking from that slam dunk. And it's just one ult at a time, right, man? It's all they need to just keep on stopping what has been this push. Liquid has everything. Like, they're not committing, at least. But it's time to. Minute 28 seconds. Everything on the line. This is feeling like a must-win situation. Spark Chief does have his clobber time up and ready to go, and the show is on as Valentina throws down the K-pop song, and is going to rotate back. Needs some health and help, but now it's going to be Pauly. All eyes on him. Not a lot of Elsa from them, but going to play it now. Melophobia, though, finds Speedery in the back, and there goes one. The rest are looking to fall. Have to rotate back once again.
There's just so much fear of this Wolverine that I think it's leading itself into being a very tough comp to get around this corner with right now, and there's going to be ults gaining quickly here for Swamp, who should have advantage in this next fight once again. Folks, only 52 seconds available on this attack, and it seems like TLC is crumbling. They're in the same headspace as yesterday when they went down.
It just feels like Cooper is playing a bit off as well, man. Like this is just not the team of perfection that we're used to seeing in these certain moments, but either way, disappears, activated. Forky Dog keeps them up and healthy. Clobbering Time slam down, say the line, he does, but nothing comes from it as Dinner Time comes out and the feast is abound, but nothing gonna come from it. Good punches with it. Groot gonna go ahead and just get the Spark Chief. Nero finds Daze, says goodnight, and just like that, they finally get a bit of a push, but Ship, they don't have Strange, so you win this fight with the 6v5, you win the point.
Yeah, and at this point, they're just trying to keep him in this choke here. Speedery going to be on that Wolf now and has the last stand available. This could be a disgusting play. It is! Come on now! Speedery able to find one. Energy onto Kraz. And now, folks, we have ourselves a game as point 1 will be taken as there is no portal play back. That was a disgusting idea. Well played by the side of Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, honestly, I love the Wolf here. I think Wolf is definitely going to be the play moving forward when Speedery does not have access to those heroes. We saw it a bit yesterday, but not enough from the iconic duelist that we've seen in the scene now. Year 1 to year 2, Energy throwing trap above. No flanks happening from the back end. Go ahead and keep eyes peeled. Everybody now pushing forward. Only one on the point. Have to get this pick. It's a left, right, left. Deletion of Valentina. That's the only thing they need at this point. Shib can move forward with ease. Forky Dog does have the invis. Going to try to save the boundary if I were to guess here. Don't want to waste it too early with plenty of time to go.
Yeah, they're finding more answers through more traditional means as Pauly is going to be on that Magneto.
Off angle.
Sky is hit here from Scatter, but Melophobia able to find energy, and that's a big trade as once again, Elsa mismatch now. Out goes the boundary from Cooper, though, on TLC. Meteor M is up, trying to eat some of this damage, looking for somebody, looking downtown. Oh, well, what a shield there from the side of, I believe, Forky Dog as Pauly cleans up Kraz in that fight.
Yeah, misses the 3-pointer, but gets the 2 right after with the left, right. And there's Melophobia. These off-angle Ship. I keep watching this because Spider Island yesterday, same fact. He just finds an angle to get the hit and the pressure. And again, here it is. Cooper's not going to be able to escape, but he does. Perfect backup, but still finds himself the hunt. Spark Chief goes down. 1 minute, 10 seconds left here in Asgard.
It's all about these big ultimates now. Days holding on to that last stand. Kraz, the similar situation, could be a big strangling prison. Can they go back to back here? Nero and Spark with ults available. There is that Berserker Rage. The last stand comes through, able to clean up Speedery from the chaos. It's the start there, but again, that is an ult out for Days. Time still on the clock of 45 seconds, trying to walk them to the door. Not allowing a portal play should it be needed, but it's a little too early for that to be considered just yet.
Holding down the W, trap set and ready. Diablo hungry, and same as the Swamp, setting up the messy conditions to take down the Fortress of Citadel. Now with the quick kidnap, once again, the Groot ult to try to set down the back line of these strategists, forcing the Kulaho thing, throws down the Clopper in time now as the Galartrox comes for more. That's a lot of Qs, but nothing up for Swamp. Now it's the slam down in the fist, and the entire Liquid Citadel collapsed into this Swamp and lay that foundation.
Oh, and Speedery tries to hard engage there, try to get that out quickly, look for the backline, but they do escape and not able to make it through that tight corridor. But this could be a big last stand opportunity. Ult advantage here for the side of TLC. This is their fight to lose. Energy with the Galartrox through this corridor. Mashed back with Invisible Boundary. Scatter going to have Meteor Ramp potentially in this fight. Forky with another answer. Valentina. It's all about, can they make this happen now? Trying to get Valentina before she can ult, and bang! Down goes Valentina. The last stand is available for them to tackle outside, and they are going to consider it and make it happen. Well played by Team Liquid Citadel once again. Swamp Gaming now playing on their heels.
The animal is on the loose and the show is canceled. Valentina now stuck to the point and gonna have to go on tour later. Ship. This is what they couldn't do yesterday. They could not finish on the clutch moments. Doing it twice now, point after point. It's nighttime now, heading into the tree.
Oh, wow. This is just beautiful Marvel Rivals. So much fun to witness this level of play, as there's a lot of commitment and great communication. Again, you can just see what they're thinking prior to these fights. They're understanding what's going to be committed. Using that Galartrox by last stand to keep them out of that boundary was game winning, or at least point winning there, as we're going to see what Swamp could do here on point 3. Can they hold them? Scatter has ult available. Valentina as well. Up in the skies, that Meteor Rem now. Biding time and waiting, trying not to allow much value. Goodbye to Pauly, who's stuck under that Meteor Rem in that moment.
Yeah, Pauly with ult as well. Gonna go ahead and look as 46 seconds, nothing left on the clock with all these overtime clutches. Either way, they are not going to back up. Relentless now hunting for more, like the Animal Planet Predator he is. Takes down Spark Chief, and now 34 seconds. Look at what can be had. We have the show ready, Galartrox to boot, and the Groot on the other side. We'll see how Pauly responds to this defensively. What do you want to try to do with this mag ult here, Shiv?
Yeah, if you're Pauly right now, you're hovering the Q button, waiting for seeing Kraz play a little bit too aggressive. When you think that ult's going to be committed, you try to stop it, but instead going to launch a little early and feed it right into the shield of the opposition's Magneto. Really smart play, heads-up play by Swamp, who now launch out with a combination Galartrox, but it gets stopped by their own wall from Kraz right there. Not able to make that one work out. Excuse me, actually, that was Energy, so even smarter play by the side of Swamp. I apologize. Melophobia finds one. Forky, scatter again. And that could be the hold here on point 3.
It's clobbering dead. Nothing. Swamp Gaming, hold. 2 points in. Set up the mess to try to get the victory. Now on the offense side, Shib. That was a really well done job at the end. And wow, I mean, perfect mechanics to stop everything pushed towards them.
Yeah, I mean, the idea there that I think was super smart that I kind of miscalled at first, but then corrected, is Kraz throwing out the wall inside of the boundary right before being eaten by the Galartrox that came out from Energy. Actually saved potentially 2 lives and potentially the point there. So really big play. And just heads up play across the board, especially the eat there from Scatter on that Meteor M. Both Vanguards in the front making clutch plays at the very end.
I like this swap up. Nero's been playing a really great Fox, but I feel like with the comp they're going against, Shib, it just doesn't feel like Fox might be the answer, at least here and now. I like the Luna switch up, hoping they stay to it. It was going to point out there on map or point 3, and obviously has been a good comfort pick. Valentina obviously repping Luna on their side, and it's been so fun. These teams put together for what has been a show in the making, buddy. We've got ourselves 2 to push. This can be a tough map. That point 2 is so hard to take, man, with that spawn right there. I'd put it up in the top 3 out of our maps, and so at least you've got that if you're a fan of Citadel.
Absolutely, and you can see here Liquid Citadel is going to try to run that triple comp, bringing us back a season here. So they're going to likely try to hold right up at the door. We'll see if they elect to do that, which will force Swamp into a spawn break comp, and that's why you're going to see that Storm coming out, which I think was an idea even prior, but it does work well into a comp like this. They're going to try to play right on top of the cart and bide as much time. Portal back then, right onto that ramp to ensure a second fight, and then walk in for the third fight. So that is their idea here for the defensive side of Liquid Citadel. Here's the hold from Spark Chief. Going to start up early and just run away. Nice and slow and steady.
Yeah, Storm is brewing in Asgard. They did this in Spider Island as well. Melophobia on the Storm often. Days, though, on the Moon Knight was not there yesterday, and obviously such a perfect classic play from tier or stage 2 and 1 last year. Forky Dog gets a trade, but Cooper with the other, and that is where the old call back to the Animal Crossing. Rocket gets the res, continue on the defensive effort, and can allow that pick. We saw Energy back in the Triple Vanguard days play a little mag ship.
Yeah, it looked great on the mag, too. A lot of duelists are able to play that mag, just understanding it's all about aim and patience. Kraz able to find Spark there. Very difficult to play that thing into a Groot like this. Puts that wall behind and follows up. Kraz still holding this point. Trying to find another pick at the moment. Daze now on that Moon Knight. Could potentially see the switch here onto Strange if they can't make anything happen. Daze finds one onto Energy. It's matched back once more as the commitment comes through from Valentina on that Eternal Bond.
Yeah, I like that bond to give him a little bit of safe room to push forward. Daze and Co get more, and wow, they did that without even Khonshu lending a hand. So get ready, because the portal will be available, but you know what's going to be tough is when you've got the moon falling 1,000 miles an hour as they exit. Look at this setup. Are you joking me? Big brain plays ahead. They would never expect the moon from above. He's going to jump back and out, and there comes the hands. Falling from the Egyptian god. No landing from it, though. Good rotation. Scatter finds one. That's a big one at that, as now the rocket's down and the BRB with it. Fear Magneto is up. Slammed down his Energy. No connection, Shib. Missing the cues all around.
I mean, that was a textbook re-engage, but even cleaner by the side of Swamp to be able to, even through some of those misses, still come out on top. I can't believe that. Really, really well played there. Not finding any value with the combination of the Strangling Prison into the Moon Knight, and instead just going to get picks in the neutral through that invisible boundary. So smart, but the retake, as we're discussing, comes through with the dance floor from Nero on that Luna. You mentioned Luna being very valuable in a comp like this. I do agree. Help break some of those walls and help poke that backline a little bit.
What a weird battle that was. I mean, you had Storms out, Khonshu out, the Groot ult, but nothing came from it. And then the show in the neutral to keep up the momentum. Man, Kraz has just been lethal with these fastball specials, not on Wolverine, but on Groot now. Valentina going to find another, and this is going to put a lot of pressure on them. The invisible boundary is up, but right now, great job from Citadel on point 1. This is an easy point in a lot of ways to get, but Spark Chief finding Daze is going to cause the reset of damage, most likely. Okay, going to keep pressure up, and there it is. Scatter played a lot of Emma last year. Invisible boundary, Forky Dog activating that team of safety. They got to get the win here, Shib.
Yeah, and it's looking like they will. As a few picks come through, Valentina takes out Polly. Now trying to stay on Spark in those moments. Really good movement here by Melophobia up in the sky 2 on that Storm, and that is going to be a pick well done by Valentina. It was a good focus on the Energy. You can't escape that, can't juke that right there as Forky and Kraz find another, and there will not be another touch here. Polly will, not even going to elect to try, as they did buy some time, but his 3 minutes going to be enough.
Girl, you nasty. That was crazy. I mean, Valentina is just so fun to watch. You can come back in-game client and watch the perspective of playership. One of my favorite parts about that in-game. I might just go back and watch the Valentina play because there's so many clutch moments and small things. I was talking about that in the green room and the break. There's the iconic spray from Paulie. The man hates losing. You can see it in his eyes now in the cam. So going to go ahead and move on in. Try to set up this defensive front. This is where they've got to win, Shib. If it gets point 3, it's going to be all but over.
Yeah, bunker indeed busted there as Melophobia takes out Spark Chief. And that's going to be answered as Spark Chief comes right back into the fight with that BRB. The value of the BRB being ever more present on this point as they try to hold tight. Polly and Spark Chief making the switch to a more dive-oriented composition. But Valentina with this bond and another pick here onto the backline. Doing so well with this cloak. Just playing so smart and so clean like he called out there. And look at all this space that they have immediately from this group.
There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Not even using that for the damage amplification, but just quickly there on the finish in the flush. There goes Valentina with the Eternal Bond, now setting them up as Nero.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my holy Predator out and Prey caught. Are you joking?
Folks, I want you to realize Energy right there. Launched the Galar trucks on the right side on top of the Eternal Bond. Jumped to the left side of point to pull them off Bond and cleaned 3 of them with the team. That is disgusting and probably something you maybe didn't even notice happened. What a clean play. Again, answering, burning an ultimate and getting value. That is what they needed to change this pace a little bit. But you know what? Daze on this Wolves. Scatter with the Meteor Ram. Melophobia with another Galar trucks are some decent answers as the commitment comes through.
Yeah, you can't teach that ship, right? Good push there on the invis just to make Speeder now slightly off-angled, giving Melophobia plenty of coverage there to go ahead and say just that. Cheers, mate, moving forward. Absolutely perfect play there and great push there at the end from Forky. Now Avengers are going to be assembled at the helm of Cap himself. Up goes Scatter, slams down the meteor. I'm going to go and get a quick dash and finish. Energy staying alive through it all. And the madness, Pauly punching, throwing, dashing. He can do this all day as Sparky finds Valentina. Both strategists gone, Shib. This is an easy opportunity now for Liquid to clean it up.
Yeah, you mentioned you wanted to see them pulling out some of those strategist cooldowns, and having Cap and Venom do that is exactly what they needed. They are going to have Speedery there as well, so a lot more pressure on that backline that seems uncontested in these matchups so far. Very smart change in composition here for Team Liquid Citadel. Swamp Gaming not able to make those ultimates work is a tough look, but Kraz does have the Thing switch, very close to having that ultimate in days on the last stand. We know how strong that can be.
Now, when you have Venom with a little bit of a damage boost, you can do so much more. They might be waiting on Nero for that, but either way, just look for that slow with the delay pop of damage that they try to do so often with the Feast of the Abyss. He's been doing it solo a lot lately, but it's going to go in as well to use it as a tool for survival this time around. That's the other way you can use it, but quickly burnt down. 200 cannot get away, begging for the CC changes, shit, but not in this pack.
12 seconds on here, folks. Swamp Gaming needs to clutch this, or we will be heading into another map where Liquid Citadel will be up. They've done a great job defending this point here, and this is going to be their choice. The tackle comes through now. Cooper trying to deal some damage on to that last stand that does not get value, and that's another W in terms of a team fight here for the side of Liquid Citadel. The clobbering time's out, and it could be big. Energy trying to find an answer. Shuts down Forky. Quickly make it 2 here. Do I see a third? I do, and that should do it here, folks. The W goes to Liquid Citadel.
No monster needed when you're a monster yourself. Energy seals the exclamation point on the win that felt needed. It changed history. Once again, winning now. The third match. 2-1 is up. Shib, this is such a great BO7 in the making. Are you kidding me? For America's best team to move forward for at least a month heading into stage 1.
If we can look here at the stats, Melophobia with 14 finals, by far the most, even showing some storm play there, getting 0.1, but you know, it's not about stats, folks. That's why you can't stat watch. As you can look here, the value of just the pressure of just staying on that point and winning these team fights slowly but surely. Team Liquid Citadel coming out on top, folks. It is a 2-1 situation. We are heading to our 4th game right after this break.
Welcome one and all, Zoe here, joined by Cozy and Iron Ship, and we are in the midst of the grand finals here in the preseason Americas, and wow, what a match that was. What an important win for Liquid Citadel in order to gain the confidence again, right? But they played it so well. There was so much point pressure and so much just presence from them on the point, and then also of course a lot of damage being dished out, even though a lot of their individuals were focused heavily. Looking at you, Spark Chief.
Oh wow, this is going to a domination. Celestial Husk, that is why that game was so big for Liquid to win, because now folks, they are undefeated, perfect in the America region, and this is going to be essentially theirs for the taking to go up 3-1 if history has continued to show what it is. Yeah, Ship, what I feel like they did so well there's a lot of things to point out, but the way they constantly just kind of pressured that back line, maybe not always getting the value, but distracting key players. Mello had to go back, take care of Speeder, and then it's like the point kind of got lost and sustained and stopped, time was out, and then it was just one team fight win from there.
Agreed. I think they struggled there on Hall to Jalia when they couldn't commit to the dive and the backline was uncontested the entire time. I mean, you saw what Forky and Valentina were able to do. No one was pressured, it felt like. And now, once they make that switch on point 2, because they struggled on point 1, they fully committed. They had not only the Psylocke and the Venom, but they also had the dive of Vanpool, then into Cap. And at that point, there is some serious pressure, pulling out cooldowns that actually get value when you call them out, and then collapsing from there.
Yeah, great changes we saw there from Liquid Citadel in the midst of that series, and also like having Speedery as well as sorry, oh my god, and Spark Chief kind of being the sacrificial lambs in order to make them look any which way. It worked out for them. Can they go again and get that third map? They have to win 4 in order to get the crown. Let's find out.
All right, Ship, here we go. We knew it was going to go at least a lot of the distance. Will it go the full amount now? Looking for the vibes at top. Forky Dog showing that animated Black Widow. Camp going to be banned on both sides. Elsa saved. Last time, Ship, when they did play another Dom, there's a Cap ban, Deadpool Vanguard, Magneto, and Gambit.
Yeah, and we are going to see the lock-in here, and this is the change-up. They said, all right, we struggled a bit with the Wolverine there. Let's try to find some value with the DD, which is going to be mismatched, and I believe it worked for him in the past. Why not do it again? But the mismatch change now is instead of having that, oh, this is crazy, the Elsa and DD mismatch, we're going to see which gets more value right now on domination.
Hey, that's putting a lot of trust in, you just said it, one of the best in days, right? So Days towards the end of that matchup yesterday was not getting the full follow-up. Energy kept finding them, and it was the exact thing we're running into right here. I would say that was on Krakoa, though. This is going to be on Celestial Husk, which I would give a little bit more room for, sneaking about and finding those opportunities for Daredevil. That's going to be the thing to watch, as Energy has got to keep his eyes forward, but also protect that important back line. Now, looking at the ban, Doctor Strange has been the call of the day, and I am all about this higher and higher as the stakes get there. But, man, a little bit of a speedery ban once again.
Yeah, that's just been the story right now, and it didn't necessarily work because, I think the new solution that we're seeing from Team Liquid Citadel is if they're really struggling on a duelist front, he'll just run Star-Lord and get valued that way. The Vanpool mismatch is coming through as well. The Mantis mismatch. There's a lot here that I'm curious about how it lands when it's on the line. When you have that DD damage boost, when you don't have the Elsa on the other side, is that enough to combat that problem? Is it enough to peel? We're going to find out together because this is very different strategies from both teams. I like to see it. I do not know which is going to be better, but domination has typically been in Team Liquid Citadel's favor. Will they continue to make that the case?
Yeah, now this really highlights what Fox does well, versus the dive. And so that also is going to lend to the strength of Nero as that strategist. So do like that they're able to go into that. In fact, Fox, I believe, was one of the bans against Liquid last time in this domination map number 4 because of that very reason. They did the DD save and they tried it all, did not come together. But Paulie, being that first Avenger, as he should. It's been Spark Chief a lot on domination as Cap. But this time, buddy, I've been playing a lot of Venom. Celestial Husk is a joyride for the symbiote. Going around the pillar, the Necro Sword, diving down, stalling. He can do so much on this.
Yeah, there's a lot of point stall potential on this map, and that's why you're going to see the Cap as well. In terms of stall comp, obviously Team Liquid Citadel has it in the bag, but That is not necessarily always the case. Oh, it's going to be match back now. Scouter makes a change. I was sure it wasn't going to be Angie, but I just wasn't sure who was going to land on. And looks like it is going to be pretty much almost an even match besides that duelist line when you're going to have that Elsa versus the DD. We're going to see what the strategies come out the door as they would likely change. That could just be a bubble play by Forky and the switch off. But no, looks like Forky's going to stay on that Jeff. So this should be a battle here, buddy.
Yeah, Dive was calling and Energy always answered every single time yesterday, even though they didn't come out with the win, did in domination. Flawless, folks. This could be their first loss in one of the most important matches in Swamp Gaming's young history here in year 2. We got Spark Chief starting off, going after the Shark right away. Doesn't want any of those shenanigans. Probably going to rotate over, throw the shield down and connect with Mello. Goodbye.
Yeah, folks, you can do a great job peeling and tracking some of those invisible heroes when you do have your saw ready as cap. You throw it at the ground, it will showcase where they're at if they're nearby. Pauly able to take advantage of that and finds 2 immediately. Again, Pauly's in the conversation for the best cap in the world, if not guaranteed at that position, just based on what we saw last year. Taking advantage of it off the rip here.
All right, now with 2 of those top-tier heroes banned, how will Melophobia end up playing? Obviously, Phoenix, really good pick. Was going to show a little bit on the side lock, but obviously quick into that. Spark Chief looking for the hunger of the Jeff, diving in early, and great just survivability tactics from Forky Dog off that invis for now. Only going to go ahead and keep up that pressure. This is going to be a tough point to take, Ship, from Liquid. They've got 2 Vanguards that can keep this thing alive forever. They've got to get Spark Chief out for him not to come back in it, and that's hard when Nero's taking care of that dive and answering.
Yeah, you can see there pulling up that melee form whenever they need to self-peel. Pauly finds another Spark Chief with a 2-piece for 1. 2 for 1 is energy. And Speedery clean up a few more. And this is a clean textbook start once again on domination for Team Liquid Citadel.
That's what's so cool about pro play, right? Because typically you only could do that with the Venom whenever you're doing the ult. But when everybody dives in with the OK Go, right, you're able to get that last second damage that's not always accounted for, slow down, and pop. Both of them dead. Cooper has the show to move forward now to continue on the show that Liquid Citadel has on the defensive side. Melophobia, In-Song Inferno, close, but nothing really to highlight in terms of cues for now. But the point, getting close to that 99 Shiv, and wow, lethal again. Speedery out. There's the pick they needed.
And you're going to see the Phoenix switch here from Melophobia. Again, it does a decent job in peeling with that stun, but also has the reset in terms of that ultimate with the In-Song Inferno. Damage boost coming in from the dance floor, maybe combined, except actually Psych Out Live. That was from Cooper, as that's just an answer. Spark Chief finding 4 keys. Another start here for Team Liquid Citadel, who are even in numbers now ahead. Energy cleans up Days, and there is going to be some commitment from Kraz, finding Cooper. Now another backline find, but this time for Swamp, and they need to keep this moving now, as there goes that Freedom Charge. Spark Chief, again with a pick on a Melophobia, is finding so much value on this Venom. Speedery onto Valentina, and I do not know that Swamp can bounce back from this. I think Citadel has this in the bag for map 1.
I'm telling you, man, this is the Symbiote's home court. It's just so much room to play in. Feast is Venom hitting everything perfectly. Here comes the Q and the bite. Trying to stay alive, gonna get fed up from the teammates now, and munches on Scatter. Nothing but survival and sustain is what he was going for there as he dives the backline. A good peel from the team now. Scatter takes on Spark, but Speedery slices, dices, Days to trade, but that is going to give enough time now for Spark Chief to swing back, but the point is still there. Days, oh my Days, gets another, but this is what I'm talking about, Shiv. The defense is too strong for the Helm's Deep that is Citadel.
Oh, we tried to get back there for the portal commitment. Oh, I thought it was going to be coming in from Liquid Citadel, but they got to 99. That was the entire goal there. They're going to reset as a unit and take this fight. Folks, we've seen the comeback before, and honestly, there was an ult advantage there for Team Liquid Citadel and numbers advantage, but a huge ult from Forky to keep them healthy, allowed the team to retake comfortably, and they do win that fight. So they did come back with a nice ult disadvantage fight win that could be enough momentum for them to keep this moving forward.
Look at that answer immediately. You've got the Venom and Days up top. They're ready to go. They know exactly who they want. They're going straight for the Mantis. But then boom, gone. Or I'm sorry, Cooper. Boom, gone, delivered. They were able to take care of Days just like that. Now Melophobia is going to switch once again. The Phoenix was not the answer. The White Room sheet goes as now Star-Lord looking for more.
Wow.
Pauly is just so disgusting. Doing everything that Captain America wouldn't do in the MCU right here in Marvel Rivals. Throwing a beat down on these heroes.
Yeah, uses that cover to iframe the ult, comes back and uses the shield to clean up the Jeff from Valentina. That's textbook play there. As Speedery gets another pick onto Days, and Swamp are trying to hold on for dear life, but they are being dragged down as the Citadel holds strong here on domination.
Man, it's just the way these players prep for the known dive, right? Like, it's no secret when they're coming out of spawn that they're going to come from some angle, and how to prepare for that, how to be ready. Especially in the backline ship, they make it look easy on how quickly they react to which one they're going for. That's the only unaccountable thing, right? Who are they going to try to dive and get out of there so quickly? Nero, pretty much very tough, to get rid of White Fox in that situation. So typically the play will be Cooper, but the freeze, the finish with ease. It's crazy because these two top teams are so evenly matched, but in domination, Liquid Citadel, they're on another level.
Absolutely, my friend. As we can see, ult advantage going to be in favor of Liquid Citadel once again on the rip of this fight. We'll have energy with the Glartrox. Nero soon to be right behind, and Cooper is another answer, and that is a ton of response to Daze, Kraz, and Mellow, which will be the first three on the side of Swamp, theoretically, to get ult. So there's a lot here. Swamp can definitely bounce back, but they need to make some big plays right now in the early openings of this battle.
Well, they've got to recover, too, from protecting the DD. Yesterday, the Daredevil didn't work in domination, and then you take away all those off angles and big play moments from Melophobia that he can get on Elsa now, and you can tell he's uncomfortable just kind of switching between these heroes, and you're not going to get anything like that as Glartrox takes the first Avenger right off the map. Goodbye, and the flush and the finish again from Energy. This was won a lot in the ban phase, in my opinion, man, and I did not like the protect on the Daredevil, personally.
Yeah, I think the Elsa mismatch has definitely been important. I think that's a good call out. I think like you're saying, the Daredevil is, Daredevil's incredibly strong, pairs well with a good consistent dive, but your whole team's kind of scattered right now. The focus is all over the place because they're just all over you as a unit. They're so coordinated right now, and on Dom, you just can see the level of their comms, how fluid they are, because they do not panic by any means. And they're so pointed and directed, and they keep getting value in these neutrals.
Oh, here they go. Okay, so Spark Chief is going to set up the dive, but they are forced to rotate out because of that back quick cap, so nice job there.
Nice
Melophobia does get every single shot in Cooper. Now Luna going to go back to spawn. Nero does trade with Daze, who's having a tough time in this domination. Legends are in the sky and on the screen now. Nero finding safety, but Melophobia now with two. Is Star-Lord the answer for this team as the mixtape goes in and the pistols go out? Pauly, though, just together with defense here on the line. Keep this thing alive. Cooper back now in the action. Show ready.
Oh, what a freeze there by Cooper. Goodbye, Kraz. That was disgusting. Ew, as Daze is in a tough spot here. The chase from Speedery is going to be a problem. Yes, it is. As Sparky takes out Forky, and TLC again out on top in these fights, but a big ult advantage fight coming for Swamp.
Man, that freeze was, you said it, ew. Threw up in my mouth a little, man. That was crazy. But yeah, listen, Speedery has the dance ready to go. They know this. They've tracked this. How do they want to use it? All of them on kind of tricky heroes to hit with that, though, and they oftentimes have Forky Dog just use that push, save it for this moment, that cooldown when ready. Spark Chief, though, knows that, going to try to bait that out if he can. Here's Speedery's angle. Daze has not found value yet. Going up against, just like that, get deleted, gone before the reaction could happen. Health pack picked up and all, Shiv. Are you kidding?
Yeah, I mean, they need to make something happen, and they need to make something happen now, but no. Even down, having ult in hand, not able to make the commitment. Oh my goodness. Downtown, just shovel passing one instead of the right side. Goodbye with a nice freeze KO, and they're just falling. They're letting it happen here. OT comes through, and they cannot portal in because of the Strange.
Yeah, and that is why that third map was so important for them to take Swamp Gaming, because domination was going to look just like this. Speedery slices, dices. Daze has not seen any part of Celestial Husk, just the spawn room now as the Glartrox comes out, finds Valentina in it, and with that, Citadel has not only been building this foundation on the Swamp, they've damn near removed it with the slice pop and finished the Elephant Gun. Are you kidding me, Shib? They are just farming now the highlight reels. Who wants the top 5 plays?
Energy's doing trick shots at this point. Get deleted, Star-Lord. Peter Quill just got his head taken off there. That was insane. I mean, buddy, we thought that might be the case on Dom, and that's why last map was so important. But I didn't think it was going to look like that. The ban phase, you cannot allow that Elsa mismatch. I don't think DD's worth it on Dom.
I mean, outside of a complete, not reverse sweep, but, outside of Swamp, taking this all the way to 7, domination, flawless, no matter the result here. In the case of TLC, they have not lost one. Even the zones looking clean as we look at the stats across. And again, just tough footing, right? 6-9, 3 eliminations. The duelists were kind of a non-factor there. And that's where a lot of their plan was too, right? And they liked what they had up front. But man, as we said, it's those vanguards to watch in the pre-show. Those are the ones that keep your eyes on, and Cooper back into form on the MVP.
Yeah, some really solid Luna play, a lot of value. I mean, 7 finals and having 17K, the most healing. You can't ask for more than that, folks. Keep it locked right here. 3-1. Team Liquid Citadel up. Can Swamp bounce back? We'll see in a minute.
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 방바늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계우면 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계우면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와
Welcome back, everyone. This is going to be match point for Liquid Citadel. Another dominant performance on domination, which, I mean, that's what we're expecting from that team, right? Let's talk about how they got it done, though, because I feel, and you pointed that out here, Cozy, the banning, they might have overcooked here for Swamp Gaming. Like, having that much focus on, like, protecting the DD and not getting that Elsa, that seemed to really hurt them because Mello was struggling. He went over from Star-Lord, he kept on switching, but nothing seemed to work for them in order to get the damage output they need.
You don't know what you got till it's gone, and man, the Elsa was felt in every single, shape and form. I feel like, it just shows how much of a win con Melophobia can be on the S-tier hero in the Monster Hunter herself, because it keeps energy in check as well because of the off angles and oftentimes the first pick off. Like, it's kind of a battle of trade shit between them two, and then they go on from there and carry the damage. But then you give energy that as well. It's just the game plan going in. Definitely something that I did not like, and it was tough to solve.
Yeah, it kind of diverts focus, right? Because you need to be looking for the other Elsa because you need to, fight power with power. You need to make sure you're covering that at all times. But when you're enabled, when you can kind of peel, when you know DD's in the game, you can look forward a little bit until your backline calls for it. It enables you to make more plays. Energy only going down one time, 10 finals, 26 eliminations. I mean, 16k damage, most in the lobby by far. It's too strong.
It is too strong indeed. The game plan needs to change as we're heading into what could be the last map of our grand finals.
Well, folks, Shib, this would be new territory for us. We're used to going to the game sevens here. This could be a quick potential day now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, buddy. I would like to see the bounce back here from Swamp, honestly. I just did not love the ban phase in the last go-around, and we will see that change up here now. Gambit removed on both sides, and the lock-in from Elsa, from both sides. So again, now they will have the back and forth, and I think Melophobia is up there in the conversation for one of the best. So why not enable it in this team comp?
Absolutely. My entire computer just imploded by the fact that we're here with so much on the line. And I'm here back ready to go. And yeah, seeing the adjustments that are made, love it right away now as the Elsa is ready for Melo in the action ship. Both Daredevils out of this thing. Don't think it matters all too much as we've seen both flex with ease. Ban ready in the save for Nero. Wow, I love that. I think that's definitely going to help them because they know the approach that they want to go. Do they shut down the first Avenger? It's looking like it.
Yeah, that is definitely on the table. That's obviously targeted to Polly. It seemed like they had the solution there on Hall to Jalia, but have struggled to find that footing again. And I do think that wasn't necessarily due to not only was Swamp playing a great backline, obviously they look great back there, but there wasn't a lot of pressure from the side of Liquid Citadel enabling the value of the cap. Like the cap's distraction got no value. They weren't able to get on the backline either. So it was in part a bit to them. So now that they figured it out and gone with more of a dive consistently as a unit, it's been more threatening. The lock-in of Fox there for Nero as well. And the removal of Strange has been the strategy today, buddy. And you and I keep saying it. It's been working.
Yeah, man. And I love, they're like, you know what? If this is it for everything, let Days go out in style. Kidnap style now. Fastball special will be here. Forky Dog obviously just going to go enable the super jetpack jump. And man, with the defensive edge that you get here, we're going to see a lot of the tail of the tape very early on. Liquid Citadel will be able to change the narrative again and prove that they are the team to beat heading into stage number 1. Shib, Shin Shibuya could be it for Swamp Gaming and the story they've created.
Swamp Gaming backs against the wall, folks. Preseason title on the line, the bragging rights and the bread all available here. We have seen this exact map last time go around, and Team Liquid Citadel got held before point 2, whereas Swamp was able to push it through that point. Will that be the tale again, or have they learned? They said they VOD reviewed, they've done the studying, but can they put it into practice?
Yeah, man. I mean, this is where it comes to show. It's you don't win matches on game day, is what I told Coach Fox yesterday. You win them in the practice room, right? In how you review and prep and get ready. But again, coming off the heater from the lower bracket run, it was Liquid Citadel. Melophobia going to be first out the gates, my friend, as they move forward. We'll see how they choose to attack this first point. Usually like to break this wall and go under. Fastball special going to throw him up there, and he can fly, my man. Paul and Peter Pan, as we like to do. Look at this, man. It's like a full new ability. Tries to get the kidnap, nothing there.
Yeah, those two together have been dominant. I'm happy to see Kraz back on that a whole because this fastball special is getting infinite value. They're going to reset and try to do it again in a moment once it comes off cooldown in 3 seconds. I like this attack here from Swamp. Going to essentially play off the left side like they are defending, get the height, and then go from there, try to attack energy. The tackle comes through. Good escape in the moment. Potentially using the push there. Something to escape in that. I'm not sure exactly how Spark got away, but did.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here. And we got to see how they play when the lights are the brightest, right? Because now it's newer territory for Swamp. They've lost a game down. They've been there, done that, but they've never been in this position, especially with the stakes so high, my friend. They want it so bad as this team, the dream that has come together. Paulie ready to activate that ban hammer. Kraz jumping in for the hero moment once again, and Mello with a quick pop and showing why you protect the Elsa for this man. Disgusting.
I knew you were going to say because it's so true. I mean, that was just so clean. Melophobia, just like auto aim right there. Playing Cloak and Dagger on Elsa as energy. He's going to be able to find one here onto Kraz to trade that a little bit. But notice the back and forth. Notice their positioning. They're back here completely switching spawn and playing in the arcade. And that's not a bad plan. Scatter. Oh, what a trap location there. He's going to try to find the backline, but he can't even figure out where they're at because both teams are just do-si-doing, circling around the map.
Yeah. If the map favors the defense, go ahead and take it over, right? That's our fortress now. The Citadel trying to set up, but Scatter now popping that quick shots of the golden gun and go ahead and dash on over. Love that shield there to continue the cover and the block of the heals. Melophobia dashing on in and over. Look at this rotation this team keeps doing, shit. Got to keep highlighting that. The way they're using the environment to their advantage as now the Predator comes out. Valentina pays the path. Nothing from that. Spark Chief energy, though. Clean up the rest that Glarchok's going to finish.
Tackle comes in out of the sky. Good place there. Speedery takes out Daze. Scatter trades it back onto Pauly. Alt advantage up for the side of Swamp, but it doesn't matter as the numbers go down. The res comes in out of Pauly, and Speedery gets a pick too. It's a 2-hero swing, and they are sent back to the additional push.
They were able to get the point up to 3, right? And still have plenty. But man, if they cannot make... Oh, goodbye. If they cannot make use of this Glarchox, buddy, I fear for Swamp and what they can do, because this could be everything on the line coming up to these 2 ults and the advantage they get. There goes Diablo. Energy has it ready, set, go. Speedery gonna pull out the katana any moment. The X-Men look up high in the boxes.
There's a tackle coming in now as Daze takes out Spark Chief, and they need some momentum now as the C is committed. What a tackle here with the last stand, able to find a 3-piece. What a play there by Daze, now heading towards the point, and it looks like they might be able to cap this quickly.
Sharpening his claws after that beautiful at least 4-piece from the X-Men now. Get the point, make this interesting. 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the line, folks. Swamp Gaming gonna get this messy once again. Kraz ready to jump. Monster mode activated shortly. Speedery still hanging on to this ult. Trying to find that opportunity. Like the patience, respect it. Now both teams showing that patience. You don't always need to go in guns a-blazing shit, but try to find that time and that value. And here goes Scatter on his moment.
Scatter holding up on the height now, and again, point is beginning to move. 3 minutes on the clock here. Ult advantage for the side of Swamp. Things are looking good for them in the current moment. Energy should have ult soon. Cooper with the dance floor. Try to get them moving, folks. And again, Swamp almost has 5 here. So we got to see if they can keep this momentum moving as the tackle and the fastball come in out of the sky. Goodbye to Spark Chief. What a tackle there.
Yeah, with the res, though, just back. That is so much complete sustain. Forky Dog ready to press the Q as well. So the show is on with Cooper. The Glarchox is going to come with it. The Predator is out and the Prey's in the mouth. They go ahead and survive that, though, as they come back to the comfort. Cooper pushing forward, continually sustaining this push. But wow, good job from Swamp Gaming, staying alive and in it. And once again, get 2. Cooper out of this thing as the show ends early. Now freeze frame is going to be Paulie, going to visit the rest of the team. Good push.
Yeah, really clean play again. Swamp still holding on to ult advantage. Spark going to be close behind. Is Paulie committed there. Energies well. Kraz, Valentina, and Daze are those to be looking out for. But the initiation of Kraz fastball, Daze behind to turn around and ult them is very much on the table. Paulie is not going to be able to escape, not even able to get that E off there. So another 2-piece pick here. Swamp are stepping up, folks, and this might be a ball game here.
Minute 34 seconds on the line to prove their push, and Melophobia puts that pressure forward as Sparchi falls again. Internal bond, co-op time, showing the unity of this team as they dive in. Fully committed now. Scatter going to find Paulie in this, unable to get up on the dang jump pack is Valentina. Luckily, those auto daggers going to go in and get the job done, but Energy has found the prey. Doesn't need the monster to get it done. It's the elephant gun that puts a quick grave into Valentina.
Yeah, but they got point 2, and that's all that matters. You know what I mean? Screw all the rest. When your team can walk it like this, heading to point 3, this is putting Swamp in an insanely strong position. Not being able to hold point 2 like that for very long is a tough look. Shout out Swamp, who still have 3 ults available, folks. They didn't need to commit like anything there.
Yeah, I love the way they aggressively pushed, and then it caused them to peel and swap on over and took eyes off the prize. So now they can push in 2 minutes, man, it's a world more of time. Trying to get through that sticky point in Shin Shibuya. Again, this map coming back for the first time since last year now, as Nero going to throw up the damage amp and the shields. Going to go ahead and cause Swamp Gaming just to reposition. You cannot fight that until it's taken down, and Good Rockets know where to place it to have a tough time in the angle, and this is going to be a stagger. He's just waiting. There it is, playing with his food.
Really smart play there by Speedery, who's now heading towards the back line. Does have the dance of the Cutterfly, able to look for one. The combined ultimates, still not able to get any value. Insane utilization of backline cooldowns from Forky, but oh my goodness, it doesn't matter as the Glarchox brings him right out of it. Speedery going to clean up the rest, but wow, that was a good hold at first, countering 2 ultimates there by Valentina and Forky, but then Energy says, all right, enough of this, pulls him right out of it.
Grabbed and gone. The food chain, man, updating in real time as now just putting on the full aggression and try to burn this minute and 13 seconds continually. Paulie, Meteor M, ready to dunk, but everything else ready for Swamp now as the Meteor goes up in the sky, trying to hit the 2-point. It slams down, and I think the environment blocked it there on the top. That's a bummer.
I feel like Dave's been holding this ult for too long, but is waiting for this as an answer potentially, and we'll try to make something happen with it here in a moment. What a play there by Kraz, who's going to find 2 here, likely. Yes, will. That was absolutely dirty, but does fall. Energy going to clean that up likely, unless, yeah, it is gone with Speedery.
That limp body slamming against the wall, man, was disgusting. The juggling from Kraz has been near perfect. He chooses to play the Hulk. Now going in, as you said, this ult has been ready and charging up. Wait until Rivals 2 to come around to pop it now. Going to go ahead and get ready. He's going to find his angle. Fastball special, ready to climb up. Going for Nero is what I thought, but no, going to circle back around. He keeps on finding Spark with this, which is good value, but is not using it.
Yeah, he's playing the peel game, and there's the rage there. The last stand comes through. Spark Chief falls, no one else does, but yeah, it might have been held a little bit too long, but still, it doesn't matter if they're able to push this the whole way. That's all they're looking forward to here, but the trade comes in. Cooper finds one on a Melophobia. The Sia gets launched. Wow, Val able to hold on just barely in that moment. Great fade energy. Trades with Forky. If they could buy time here, the hold could come in, as Scatter trying to get this trade on energy does. Out goes the Dance of the Butterfly. The hold is still there from Spark Chief. Overtime ticking down. There is no Strange Portal available. This is a tough look for Swamp here, but a great push so far, and everyone will fall as Polly cleans up the rest. OT ticks down, and that should do it, folks. But what a push.
The shield is down, but Magneto is up. Polly doesn't even need it with the left, right, left in the finish. Shib. I mean, insane, because they survived so much, right? The Glartrox had no room to move in there. That was finished and flush, but it was the Vanguard, Spark Chief, Polly, found 4 in that. Coming up just short. I will say, though, Shib, it'd be tough to finish the job there, right, on that map. So they got far enough and further, in fact, than they, were looking at first.
Yeah.
It comes down to this. How well can they play on defense?
Right, like, I'm with you, buddy. Like, that's about as good as it gets. I mean, it's so hard to push through that point. The spawn is literally feet behind the location, and that's why it's such a defensible location. But, point 2, teams typically throughout here in the preseason, despite which team, have held for a significant portion of time. It was an absolute walking there from the side of Swamp Gaming. If they can buy time on point 2, this could very much go their way, and they could push us another map.
Man, did you see those, sniper exiles that Kraz is doing as he jumps? I mean, it's disgusting.
Dirty.
The amount of skill that these players have. Folks, we are looking at the top 2 teams in America. The players absolutely ready to be the next big thing in the scene as year 2 commences. This is just the preseason. Buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride now as the defense sets up. Swamp Gaming, the most important hold of their professional gaming life.
This is going to be a big deal here, folks. Notice the height, expecting a similar attack style to what they just did. They're going to play around it and rotate for a while, but the portal is going to be the decision, and that's the advantage to having the Strange. Instead of walking through it and risking it and biding time, they're just going to send it immediately. Spark Chief going to make the switch here to Venom to be able to get to that team. And that is a crazy start here. I like this attack by Liquid Citadel a ton.
Yeah, for sure. They play, 6v5 for all of a few seconds before Spark Chief can get back immediately. And then he also gets that pressure in the back, right? Because they all commit to the back line, but then got to go to the point as well. They do find Pauly, so now numbers down massively. And we've got to see how they choose to rotate this, right? When you lose Pauly in that foundation of the front line, kind of in a sticky situation here. How fitting on Shin Shibuya. Going to go ahead and swipe on up and just like that. Delete, gone, jump off the edge, find justice before they find you.
Great communication by Swamp there. You can just see it. Beautiful way to take that fight, even being in a kind of a weird location, something you don't scrim against all the time. In the back corner there, around completely the arcade. Polly, though, able to find Daze is a good return. Oh my goodness, can Polly get more? Nice teleport there, looking up towards Scatter. But it's not going to be enough as the engagement comes in. There's that Banhammer now onto the back line from Scatter. Does it get value? Cooper goes low, but not quite enough. Playing around that shield to stay healthy. Energy, trying to look for something in the back line. Speedery farming up that ultimate. But so far, everyone just kind of playing a little more passive, trying to build those ults.
Absolutely. Now as the defense is still strong, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Both Invis going to go ahead and proc, and there goes the quick apex from Melophobia. Forky Dog with the downtown hit on Cooper. Are you joking now as they go ahead and move around? Look at the off angle. Melophobia known for it so well, trying to hunt energy. Almost found him. Does connect. Goodbye. The fellow Elsa falls to their knees, as this is exactly why you give him the elephant gun.
Yeah, nice bounce back again by Swamp on this defense, biding and buying a ton of time. Daze with the tackle, able to clean that up. Goodbye, Pauly. Fastball special for Daze here from the side of Swamp Gaming. It has been lights out, and it's consistently a problem.
Brother, this is what we highlighted at the break, right? We said because of those off angles, you get energy out first. It's the only way to counter what they try to do, and then you remove so much of that DPS at that point, right? Like that one duel is down is such a foundation of what that team's trying to do. Speedery's still there, but not obviously to be having that same impact. And things freeze quite literally as Days. They're just kind of hanging out at the top, frozen in time, waiting for his Kodak moment. Molophobia. They go ahead and rotate back. Exile going to land. And look at that timing of the clap. Everything's done, precise and surgical.
And here goes Kraz. Does have that ult available. There's that fastball. Tries to get Spark with a nice escape. Taking the height. And there is the last stand. Kraz able to clean up Speedery. Honestly, I think invisibly across the sky, but the res comes through. Here comes that engage now. What an Exile again. Trying to get this cleaned. And does not seem to be... Oh, Psyche Light Energy goes down. And looking for more here, Kraz. Come on now. Able to find two off the back of Scatter. Onto the backline of Nero. And once more, Swamp are stepping up with only 52 seconds on the clock.
The sun is not getting low, buddy. I mean, absolute throwing the Gamma Fist, and this is the crown on the line for Swamp Gaming, holding strong and proving they can make a fortress themselves out of the swamp to shut down Citadel with only now 35 seconds left. Citadel having both now the big-time Wombo combo, the Venom and the DPS boost. Look for Days. Can he get this pick? This would be everything, Ship. If he can get the kidnap, he finds it. He does freeze a little bit with the pullback, and that was a good pull now there from Cooper.
And there it is, folks. The res comes through. Energy able to find one on the Valentina. Will this be enough to push them forward? Forky committing. Melaphobia doing the same. Does that get... What a tackle, Days. Come on now. Oh, my Days. Once again, out of the sky. Finds another. Numbers up for Swamp on the retake. And there's only 4 seconds. This is going to be a panic point grab here. And, folks, it's in overtime now. Can they keep this moving? A ton of ults committed. Out goes the dance of the butterfly. Speedery finds one. Is that going to be enough on a Melaphobia? The Exile goes through, but it doesn't seem to land. As Crash tries to hold on. They have some time to give that point, but Energy takes out Scatter. The portal comes in from Polly, and oh, wow! Now Liquid Citadel heavily up in numbers through the portal, taking this point onto the third tick here, and it looks like they will get it. What a clutch play!
Oh, with the championship in their grasp, they get 2 minutes and 25 seconds, Shib, to still make this thing last, and they are loaded now going into the next point. Cooper, Energy, ready to play aggressive. If you're ult tracking, you push in heavily here. Well, they've got his Days, of course, with this ult yet again. Ready to lock and load. I mean, dude, they had nothing there, Shib, and created an absolute mountain from it. Getting rid of that
I can't
swamp,
believe it either.
little by little.
Dude, they were heavily down numbers there. I can't believe that. That is just clutch. That you can't, you know what I mean? Like, that's the stuff that you just need as a team that you can't really practice. As there's a nice pick there from Energy onto Days, and now they have the momentum, folks. And it's only a minute 45 here. This is advantageous for Swamp, as they just need to buy time, get to this point, ensure a few fights, make it go to an overtime situation and try to win it. It's like a lot of these games have been going down to.
Yeah, if you're a fan of Swamp, take a big deep breath here. Reset. Don't go and get too aggressive now, as the shield's going to pop up. Cooper trying to pull in that moment for the pick, but not going to happen this time. Going to rotate back to safety. Forky Dog now ready, locked up and loaded to protect their team themselves. Watch out for the Apex Predator now, as Monster Hulk is in the back, as well as the Banhammer. There's a lot going on here as the Color Fest continues. Energy finds the best from it. Are you joking now with the res back? Cooper is, but Melaphobia dashes. What is it? Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. The Patches Cool Hands special.
You didn't know it. You nailed it. First try. But yeah, dude, honestly, this is just textbook back and forth. Both these teams are just playing lights out of their mind. It's any given fight back and forth. Ult advantage here for Swamp. Scatter has priority on point. Polly trying to gain some pressure here, helping peel the backline, but they are deleted. Goodbye, Nero. On that Rocket, who had the Sia available. 40 seconds in a dream here for Liquid Citadel. Energy finds one. Valentina, another Scatter. Onto Energy now. Days onto Speedery. Heavily up in numbers now is the side of Swamp. And Liquid Citadel may not even have Portal available just yet.
Yeah, they don't. And, man, you can just feel the want to continue this thing from Swamp Gaming, locking in all together as one. Both teams in person, ready like a lamb now, as Nero, Spark Chief, ready to pop the Qs for Speedery. That might be what they need, but Swamp Gaming, they go ahead and try their best to hold this steep and strong, and they group up together, taking all the slices and dices there from the side. Like Forky Dog, again, crown on the line. Hold strong here, and you continue this thing, Shiv. Can they do it?
Folks, this is just absolute entertainment, and I'm having a blast being here as we see more commitment. Overtime begins. We've seen the clutch moments. The Glartrox finds one. Doesn't clean up the KO, though, as Daze is trying to hold on to the point. The exile onto Polly there from Kraz. The boundary's out now. Is there going to be a last stand from the Wolverine to pull them out of it? No, not quite yet. Kraz falls on the top side. There's a nice tackle from Daze, and the escape goes out from Polly, and that's why I use that Vandal. The Glartrox goes back. Spark Chief trades with Kraz. Goodbye to Bruce. Holding on to the point. No ult's going to be available yet. Spark Chief going to be the first one to gain, but Daze is right there too. It's going to be the feast versus the stand. Who gets more value? We'll find out shortly, folks. Kraz back on point again with that Hulk, but it's anyone's fight here.
Daze as the monster that he is. Elsa the hunter looking forward as the yokai trying to slay from Speeder now with the dodge. Daze with the dip and the ult slams down, shuts down the DPS. The energy is taken out of the room now as they're trying to hold on. Liquid Citadel looking for point two. Komoho trying to find some solace. Daze slicing, dicing, animal stalking. They did it. They dragged them in the mud and come out on top.
This is insanity, folks. We are heading forward again to another game. Wow, what an absolute battle. And the Swamp does not give up. Team Liquid Citadel looking so good, but it doesn't matter when you go against the most clutch team in these moments. Swamp Gaming, bouncing back, Scatter Genji on top there.
How fitting, the one coming out with the W wearing the DLC jersey from Scatter. The Deadpool, man, absolutely crazy performance, and just, you said it, man, you can't teach it. Clutch in the absolute veins, my friends, and we knew it was going to come down to everything these players and teams have. Don't go anywhere. We're going to reset, reload. It's match number 6 in this best of 7 championship.
And we're going to another map. Liquid Citadel, kind of reliving every millennial's childhood trauma, entering the Swamp of Sorrows here. There were just so many clutch moments from Liquid Citadel, which makes it so hard if you then end up losing a match, right? Like, you're losing a map where you clutched up like time and time again in order to keep yourself alive.
You know, buddy, I feel like we're speechless.
Same,
This is just, it's just so fun, dude, to be a fun. I don't know how this is happening. What's going on with Marvel Rivals Esports? Every single game is so heated, dude. It's insanity.
Just as a man, caster, sure, but as a fan, it's so fun to watch this and like the heart, man, that these players got. Because again, we just heard like Paulie, Citadel, they don't like to lose, but you can just feel them all in one room together, like through the screen, on how well they're able to hold down. Like, you can't teach the things that they're doing and the clutch that they have. It's so funny and so fitting because Melophobia said last year the lights were too bright. They kept saying that was why. Man, it's like they've gotten rid of that, debuff.
Yeah.
The debuff. It's so real though, right? Like it's such like high stakes moment. A lot of players which are not as experienced, they crumble. It's just too much. I mean, it helps that they don't have to play like live in front of an audience. That adds like another layer. But even in this scenario where they're either in a team house or in the comfort of their own home, it's a lot. And especially if it's a rematch, and especially if people have such high expectation of you and your team. For both of these two teams, that rings true because these are the top two teams in America and perhaps even beyond.
Oh, man. Yeah. I mean, we've seen the repeat, right, Coach? You can walk us through this, but right, they got held point 1 here for TLC. So this is just another opportunity for that to happen or change the fate, I guess.
Yeah, so it's funny. One thing with best of sevens, outside of obviously the back and forth, is you start to kind of run out of map options, right? Like, what you love as a team. Well, they picked Spider Island to get right yesterday, and it could not have been further from the truth. Now, looking at what happened in the pick ban, I think it was Groot, Ultron, Loki, Gambit was banned against Liquid last time. And so we'll see if they continue with that fate. But either way, man, it's past that at this point. It's about the heart and the finish and who wants to come out on top.
Yeah, let's see if Liquid Citadel want it more. It is match point for them. So all the pressure on Swamp Gaming.
Okay, Shib, here we go. Again, we called it, man. I don't think we've done, man, ever anything that isn't a match 7 when we have the grand finals together. So much fun, man. And we get to do it, it looks like, potentially again. Swamp Gaming, Liquid Citadel. Here we go.
Oh, man, folks. As we see the removal of Gambit, goodbye to the DD, and the lock-in once more of the Elsa matchup. And folks, at this point, it is absolutely anyone's game. It is game, set, match here for Liquid Citadel. If they win this, Swamp Gaming need to keep this alive to move forward to the final game. Can they make that happen, folks? Whatever team you're rooting for, you better get loud in the comments for them now. They need it because this is pure insanity.
Brother, I'm going on like hour number 14 in the last 24 hours of casting Rivals. I barely had time to sleep or eat, but I don't give a damn, man. I'm so excited with how fun that this has been. Now, Loki, Daredevil going to be banned on the other side. They're sticking with their formula from the last time. The Strange Protect is just, I mean, would you have ever expected this going into the preseason, man? That at everything on the line, that Doctor Strange of all Vanguards is going to be protected after ban every time. But with that comes the Wolverine ban.
Absolutely not would I have said that, but you know what? I don't hate it. And but that lends them to have the ability to play that triple they like with Ultron. Huge. And Spider Islands has a lot of verticality to dance around with Ultron. It plays well for that kind of comp. So I'll see what that looks like as they're going to try to run that probably on the attack off rip. We'll see who they combine it with for the triple backline. Mantis is on the table as well, dude. So they can go tried and true here if they want to.
Spider Island, such a unique map and the way it plays. Funny, we're going back to back. Spider and Shin Shibuya. Half the time I can never tell what side I'm on. I think it's the frog on the loading screen means you're on defense, man. That's all I've come to because sometimes the wording a little weird here. But either way, on the attack and defense itself, you can see on the top, my friends, as Speeder, you're going to lock in the Ultron, and they're going to go with an interesting pick here. Now, a lot of teams, Shib, as you know, like to go with the triple Vanguard on the defensive front. See what they do here. Doesn't look like they're going to follow suit.
Nah, just running. Oh, actually not. Oh, yeah, they're running that triple back line from the side of Swamp. And looks like Scatter is going to be on that Strange early on. They use the team up with Forky. And folks, when you're playing Strange at the top level, you're really playing Strange kind of in melee range. And when you have that pull on your release of the Dark Magic, it allows you to combo better. And that's why the top Strange is finding a lot of success in Ignite with that team up. But still, the reason sometimes they don't want to run Strange is because they want the ability to portal whenever they need to. But that being said, Citadel going to be running a comp that is going to be Bunker Buster should they need it. But they're going to find out shortly that they're not running a triple-triple.
Yeah, and Swamp Gaming is surely going to go Storm Moon Knight. They did that last time, and that's kind of how they address what Liquid Citadel likes to do on the defensive front as well. Scatter going to be on the Strange, has not had access to the Surgeon yet, but let me tell you, he will serve some medicine in form of Agamottos. Has hit some absolute fat ones here on the biggest stage. Now going to go ahead and get himself some nice pressure in space. Going to be able to have the comfort of the Ultron drone to keep him nice and healthy as well. Remember that shield, not what it once was, a little bit down on the overall health, but still plenty to make that pressure.
There's the movement now by Melophobia. Going to retake in a moment on point, but the space is being taken here by Liquid Citadel. The dive comes through from Polly now, peeling that back line from Kraz. He's on that Venom. Had success into this comp before Team Liquid Citadel. There's the commitment now from Polly. As we see Nero now just trying to self-peel onto Kraz, who will go down. Good shot there. And they're still moving forward.
Yeah, that was an absolutely huge hit because you're just able to now move the point with ease, one on it. You know, so many times you want to get all three, get that thing moving, but it's all about putting that pressure and focus aggressiveness on the other, forcing them back in. They rotate well as they always do. Scatter getting low. Scatter now down. Paulie picking him off. One of the biggest advantages of this Merc with the mouth. Speedery throwing in the Age of Ultron. This is before that buff as well. Energy finding once again that symbiote, and Kraz is a non-factor here early in point one.
Yeah, they are just playing around this point. They're doing exactly what they want to do, and that's play on the Groot, use that to take space, and then just play as a stack on point and roll together, peel each other, and have good comms. And it's been pretty dang clean so far as the initiation comes through from Daze. The Rage of Ultron netting not much value. Commitment of Portal as well. There's a lot of answers here from Swamp, but a similar story for the side of Liquid Citadel. Spark Chief with a big ultimate, gets answered, but a wall comes out, and I think that might have been from the side of Kraz. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, okay, so and the Glartrox had every single person in it, but hits the wall at the last second. The Agamotto slams down, does not get much, but finds Nero and Paulie, which is what they finish up and clean. That was the first portal that we've seen from Swamp Gaming, and boy, did they make it messy and ended up holding.
Yeah, really good fight there from the side of Swamp. They, Liquid Citadel committed everything and did not work out for them. Kraz should have ult available here, and it's going to be uncontested. So likely going to try to find a flank angle to make that work. The shield, well, there will be no shield really to stuff it, so it's kind of free reign. And there's that ult on the back line. Can they combine? Throwing the bubble shield to try to protect, but goodbye to everyone off the back of a huge ultimate from Kraz, who pays for it, though.
Dude, Melo used two different guns on the Elim feed and was able to get them back after back, like in between cooldowns and the swap and the finish. That was just sexy, man, if I'm being honest. 67%. They're farming up ult by the millisecond, looking like Moon Knight out here. Scattered ready for another Agamotto. First one did hit. Triple strat available means Liquid usually gets so much advantage, but right now solving the puzzle.
All right, folks, and again, Liquid Citadel now with ult advantage. The Rage of Ultron comes out. Melophobia with the Glartrox to try to answer if any of this stuff. The Schmovement goes out there for the top side of Speedery. Scatter able to take out Energy on the Wolverine is a good start, and there goes some heavy commitment. The Glartrox is out from Melophobia. Scatter takes out Spark Chief, and they are walking it back once again, folks. 30 seconds on here. Swamp Gaming looking like they're exactly like they did yesterday on this exact same map.
Reality bending in their favor, doing exactly what was called for them to take this thing the distance. Now we've got Elsa with the AI bot ready of Ultron, and there comes the Ultron ult pushing them back, and now dangerously low is Spark Chief, and time is ticking. 7 seconds left. What do they even have available? Cooper going to be able to have that ult, and the show is going to continue on now. Push forward, but hold on with the pick at the end. They don't have space or time. They can't touch. Are you kidding me? The Ultron snipe.
I'm just picking my jaw up off the floor. I think Paulie couldn't decide, or, not necessarily not his fault, but couldn't say, hey, I don't know if I can touch here. There's too much pressure. There's ults out in the sky. Tried to make it happen, burning every cooldown to get there, and paid for it instantly. Falling, not allowing the 3-second touch, folks. You got to touch within 3 seconds for the OT to tick, and didn't do it. Just couldn't get there, centimeters away. Wow, what a defense.
That was cinematic. Like the end of the pop of the primary as he was coming towards it too. Like it was within the exact frame to stop that from pushing into OT. And they had the show, bud, and they were close to the apex as well, which, who knows what could have happened there. But man, Liquid Citadel on their map choice once again. The fortress crumbled quickly after building it up on the last map. But Shib, why this is crazy is any game mode is up for grabs for map 7 if it does push to that, which listen, I'm not Doctor Strange, but I've seen the future. Probably domination.
Yeah. Someone's got to throw a rope to Citadel here because the Swamp is pulling them down. Domination might just be the one to make that rope come into play. But folks, Swamp right now holding before .1 back-to-back on this map is absolutely obscene against a team as storied as Team Liquid Citadel on a composition they love to run. It's just disgusting play.
Oh my days. Here's the Moon Knight. As we predicted, the Storm not going to be at play, and the Iron Fist. The Karate Kid coming ready for the home now. Throwing down is going to be the quick Crescent darts down. Look at that, farm up quickly. Kras is going to go down early and have them go ahead. Days punching air. Going to go and swap that out quickly. That was a fast swap. Unsure of what the plan was. Maybe just seeing what they might have come with.
Maybe.
At the gates. Yeah, okay. So Days now going back on over to the Tron.
Yeah, there's no wolves, so 100% base damage. Should they run that triple that they're running, or that they thought they could run, but they're electing to run that 2-2-2 across the board here. Actually, no, it is a 2-1-3. My fault. As Speedery takes out Daze, Polly onto Valentina. Speedery again onto Scatter, trying to set the tone, but there's so much time on the clock, folks. They're going to have to keep this momentum in their favor if they want to shut this tournament down and take the preseason home. Remember, they need a win here. But Swamp, if they win, would just push this to Game 7, map choice in Liquid Citadel's favor.
Man, they pushed this thing on blast with the Storm last time. Surprised they didn't go with that with the Moon Knight out the gate, but instead they go ahead and try something different. Now, with what they're rolling with, it can be tough to push the point, right, with the triple strat. Not easy on the offensive side, but they're trying to do the impossible as they've done with the defensive hold just shown. Speeder going to keep their Vanguards nice and healthy. Pushed up to the Foley is going to be the imprisonment. Group Frodo ready to go, and nothing is going to be taken as far as the picture of the Elim Cam. And there comes the Glartrox. Melophobia sends out the monster to keep them going forward.
Yeah, Melophobia's Glartrox is like juiced or something. It just always seems to eat a ton of people and always seems to give value. So shout out there. Great angles, great patience, and great understanding of cooldown utilization, knowing when it is available. And again, getting value is the side of Swamp Gaming with 2 minutes on. They only have to push through .1.
Man, this is just everything you would hope for if you've been a fan of this esport for so long now. Days up on the top. Looking across the roofs of Spider Island as Extermination are ready to go, and the power of the Ultrons behind him. But watch out for, they're going to go with the Kras angle first. Thought it was going to be scattered, but no. Daze gets a finish again. The pop on Cooper gets a huge elimination, and the Basante comes out, and the cleanup happens. Chip, this is a speed run.
Yeah, this is quick. They're going to need a portal play here. If they can get it, they should be able to get it off if they made the changes. But it's funny because if you wall off that zone, you actually have to take the portal through the high side. Sometimes folks will miss that. No, Cooper was prepped for that. As we begin once more, folks, trying to get on the point, they will do that. The walls are out to block from behind. Cooper keeping the damage out. He's going to be on that Strange. Locked in for the moment, looking for the back line now. E gets committed, but no one goes down. Good movement by both sides to stay healthy. Nero on that cloak for the time being. And the switch comes in as Speedery now on that rocket.
Alrighty, folks, minute left. 60-second stand between Swamp Gaming and Game 7 of the Crown. Going to Liquid Citadel. Melophobia, though. Kras finds another. Here comes the Glartrox coming up empty, though, instantly. What? Here comes now the firepower from Rocket & Co. Liquid Citadel trying to flip the script, but cannot do it. Sparksheet finds one, but will it be enough? The Rogue is out. The Southern BA trying to find some. 38 and climbing. It's Swamp Gaming that finished the job, Chip. You were here, chat. Roster Mania in America comes down to Game 7.
Oh my goodness. Are you joking me? That is absolute insanity. And dude, again, I actually think Kras stuffed the Glartrox there with a wall, trying to use it to block LOS. The same time it happened again, but didn't even need it. Melophobia coming out with the MVP. Come on now, folks. This is just absurd. We are going to Game 7.
7 games, man. 2 teams. Now only one gets to move on. This is it. It's all come down months in the making. The resets of orgs, players, teams, metas. Everything has been put together for this preseason to set what has been the standard for the America scene. I mean, just perfect play into the skill gap. It's like, man, I gotta say, these two stand out so far right now from what we've witnessed above the rest in the play, the patience. in the clutch. Folks, get ready. Game 7 around the corner. We're going to reset, reload. We'll be back. Grab.
Welcome back, everyone. Of course, we're going the distance. Where else will we be heading? And this, I have to put that into perspective. I'm gonna age myself. I have been doing this job for 18 years now, across the globe, across every AAA title, and this is the first time in my life that I am partaking in this many series that go the distance. This is insane.
And how fitting for the sun to set in Krakoa here. Because, yeah, Shiv, we were just saying in the green room, we've all been stretched to the max. I mean, I've had game 5 on day 1, 2 game 5s yesterday, taking me into today till 2 a.m. Now we're here at game 7, Shiv, and it all comes down to Krakoa.
Dude, you can't make it up. It's so funny. I love it. I mean, the craziest story for this game 7 is TLC has not lost a single domination. If Swamp were to reverse, turn this around these last 3 maps, not only would they be the first domination, but they would take home the preseason. It's just it's so cinematic, dude. It's so Marvel. I love it so much. This has been insane.
It really has been. And those teams just keep on showing us that they have more and more layers to them, right? Just in that last map, we're seeing the Strange Protect coming out from Swamp Gaming, a first Ultron Protect coming out from LC. They keep on like flipping pages in their playbooks to try and come out on top. Therefore, I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us for our last and final map here in the grand final.
Oh my, Kevin Feige could have scripted better himself. I know Doomsday's around the corner, but come on, if you're here watching the next big esport develop. Game 7, the Swamp has dragged this series deep. Can they finish it in the mud, or will the Fortress Citadel stand strong, Shib? Krakoa, Liquid Citadel, perfection on domination. Can they finish perfect and win the whole thing?
Oh, talk about Battle World, huh? I mean, this is Battle World right now, duking it out all the way down to the very end here. The removal, this is going to be the same ban phase from last time. I don't think there's going to be a change much here from the side of Swamp because it worked. And yeah, we're going to say goodbye to the DD, lock into the Elsa, and match it up once more.
All right, folks, now as the next ban commences from Swamp, it looks like they're going to get rid of Speedery and that Devil once again. Of course, now you'll never see the Elsa not locked on both sides. Like, buddy, with the talent of Melophobia and Energy on each side, like, who comes up more clutch? Every angle shot ult is going to matter here. Doctor Strange, goodbye before you can even save it. Once again, shuts that door down, what quite literally helped them several times. Cap saved in the biggest moment, Shib, the first Avenger, ready to pick up the shield.
Yeah, that's going to be right for Polly, as Polly gets so much value there, but they do have the option also for Sparkchief to run that if they do want to run the Vanpool, which is on the table for them. The lock in a Mantis now. The bottom side of Swamp Gaming worked for them last map. Can they do it again? Folks, everything on the line for this preseason. Bragging rights, seating looks good, the bread, everything is available to them, and nobody wants to lose it like this. It's even more painful when you push it to the final game, but it's been a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, man, it's been an honor to cast this whole thing through because next up is stage 1, and there's so many questions going into this season, this year. Me and you would talk all the time on the phone, like what's going to happen? Terra leaving, the scene changes, Paulie coming over, all the roster mania, the orgs announcing the esports packages to partner teams have led to the playoffs here at the big stage. And now the locking of these heroes to get an Infinity War underway. This is the end game now, Ship. Here we go.
All right, folks, as we can see the idea of comps being run, you're going to see Nero on that Fox, Energy, Elsa, Cooper showing the Luna, Polly, Vanpool, and Sparkchief on the cap. So there's that switch, Speedery on the Psylocke. And then over at Swamp, thinking about having Val on that Mantis, Kraz on the cap, who's look great on the cap as well. Melophobia on that Elsa, Forky showing Rocket, but it could just be for Pax, Days on the Ultron, Scatter on the Vanpool. So those are the ideas of comps for the moment. It is going to be a heater. Some very strong compositions for domination.
And I'll tell you what, with Venom Ban, right, that forces Spark on Captain America. Last year on the stage in tears to this moment, used as highlight marketing reels for the Liquid Citadel in their announcement. Well, the biggest stage is here and ready, but Swamp Gaming has been the team rising up from the depths that they've become. Here we go. We've got Valentina, Forky Dog, Days, Triple Strat, Locked and Loaded, Scatter, in a menace, on the Merc of the Mouth, throwing LFGs as the point opens up in 14.
All right, and now I think we're going to see a little bit of patience and just nerves coming into play here as the setup actually. Sparkchief looks clean. It's matched right back by Kraz on the backside left. Not sure they can actually see that as Fox pulls out Portal early on from the side of Nero. That's a good cooldown to burn. This Cap staying healthy from Kraz. Good positioning by Energy now. Both teams getting a feel for how this will look as Polly's just trying to get that experience. Peeling back line, trying to look for the Cap. Will get one, but it's matched on both sides as Polly falls. So will Kraz from Speedery. Now it's all about this next pick. Oh, point almost being owned here by Swamp as Melophobia gets a pick on a Nero. And that is going to be a startup here. Point likely for the side of Swamp.
Yeah, Spark need to stay on there early and get a fall right away. Now, Liquid Citadel have not lost the point first often, as we've seen in these dominations. Again, pure perfection from them in every zone, especially against the Swamp. Now ready to lock and load. Look behind the scenes. Speeder going to try to find that pick once again. Open up the pathway to get this thing right back. You got to treat this like any other day, Shib, a scrim. These teams have fought each other now near 100 times, traded back and forth. But the biggest game lands right now. 27 seconds. Hellfire Gala firing up. Now Energy looking for something, playing very patient.
Yeah, but it's tough to play patient when they are building that charge on point, folks. You do want to try to get that back, especially before it gets to that 70. Oh my goodness, Speedery, that was dirty. As one goes down, goodbye, Kraz. Putting pressure onto the front line once more, off point, getting some of that charge back on point, trying to take control as out goes the Ultron's Rage. Melophobia looking for an ultimate opportunity here, but no, doesn't even need it. That is a huge delete through the dance floor, folks. Speedery going to start off with a huge Cutterfly. That's a two-piece, but gets Glartrox off map in that moment. And that's a good answer as Melophobia and Scatter get two. And that's going to be another pick on a Speedery. And what a response by Swamp as they clean up, and 70% is on the domination point right now, which gives them a heavy percentage chance of taking home this first map.
Are you joking, Melaphobia? You watch two teammates get sliced down from Psylocke and throw the monster out to answer the call instantly. Just
Dude.
like that. Valentina, man. This is... Okay, watch Energy here and the way he chooses to get this off angle. Gonna go ahead and look on the right side. It's gonna go ahead and beat the cap. Spark Chief trying to get that pressure there for the rotate. Here comes Energy, looking for his moment to send out the beast. The undefeatable comes out full surges. He finds three. Everybody's gonna fall up to the wall. Hits and unable to finish is gonna be the Glartrox now together. Jumping in, Nero, Kumaho ready. Shib, overtime tick.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, folks, swamp her up. Invisible Boundaries committed Spark Chief with the freedom charge, but Melaphobia onto Energy once more. Melaphobia locking in as Daze takes out Cooper. That is two there for Daze. Melaphobia once more, making a two-piece. Overtime ticks down. Not sure the portal can be committed, folks. That is going to be map 1, Swamp Gaming.
The first zone taken in domination from them, I believe, as well. Carousel could decide the fate of the crown of the championship just like that. It came down to 5, Shib, in the BO5 yesterday between these two greats. To the last second, to the last moments. Who was on top? The Swamp. Dragged him in the mud. Will Citadel stand strong once again, facing the last zone. I cannot believe how perfect Swamp play. And Melaphobia, my God, just tattoo MVP on the face.
Oh my, folks. This is just pure Marvel Rivals right now. So consistent, so locked in, and Swamp against the wall, backs against the wall, multiple games now, stepping up, consistently clutching. They just have it in their veins, but can Liquid Citadel do the same? They need to take a map now, or their dreams of taking this preseason will be eliminated, folks. Here we go once again in this compositional change.
All right, Kraz, ready for the feast. Gonna have that opening, and that does give them plenty of advantage to at least burn some of the cooldowns and then put the aggression from there. And go ahead and try to take the fight here right now before the point opens up. And there it is. The Feast of the Abyss comes on with the symbionts. Gonna pop with it. They do survive. Damage is boosted. His energy is feeling that pump now as he pushes in the elephant gun, trying to find something. Nothing gonna come from it now as dinner time coming out early, and that's gonna be used all on the Groot. Goodbye. Cut him down. Spark to the spawn.
Yeah, they're still trying to maintain presence on point for the moment, but not able to do that. Daze and Scatter have ult available. Pauly is going to be on that cap now, so the switch up did come through. Cooper copying up, but they can't get to point in time. There's a huge play there to get this presence on. Rage of Ultron now to try to peel, and instead going to be used defensively. Wow, Pauly almost, oh my goodness, Pauly with energy, getting that pick in the sky as 10% is on here for Swamp. The invisible boundary committed by Nero. Pauly close to ultimate as well. Speedery almost there too. No ults available for Swamp as the retake of point comes in from Liquid Citadel, and now they're looking very clean with this comp change.
Yeah, the point's just a side objective. They're just trying to get team wipes both each time, and just perfect precision play. Now as Daze and Co going to go ahead and rotate out the win in the perfect dive. You said it, man. Energy, Pauly locked in and shut down the Sky villain in Ultron. Looking at what they have, man. Plenty of sustain in Pauly to be able to keep them alive. Obviously, with that swap in the Vanguards, they feel that is best. They got to end it with their best. Looking close. Melaphobia, Energy, Monster v Monster coming up shortly. Watch the angles.
Here goes the commitment now. Kraz holding the high side, just trying to call out where location is and make sure they can make a play on that back line. But the triple back line is going to be difficult to dive with solo here for this cap. Instead, just going to divert focus. It's the only job there. As a Glartrox gets released on a Cooper, I believe that might be the actual target. But switching in that very end moment, might have been a clone. As we see, Melaphobia, that is a first time in a while we've seen a huge miss in ult.
They're going to get the pseudo-strategist ult in. Captain America to keep everybody alive and healthy. Energy gets the Glartrox out. They're trying to get the finish in the flush, and there it is. The monster takes it down. Going to go ahead and get the picks needed. And Shib, are you kidding me? Could this go to Zone 3 and Cerebro's location to settle the score? The maximum distance?
Oh my, dude, this is insanity, folks! As no one will have ult available early on in this next fight besides potentially Cooper. This is very much in Liquid Citadel's court here in terms of if they can make this work. The copy will be a problem. There is not going to be an answer yet. Days making the switch, the compositional change from Swamp as a chess move answer to what they saw from Liquid Citadel is all they are hoping for. Trying to burn the passive here now from Days in the front line. They are going to go with that fastball special that's provided so much value, but will it be enough value this late into Dom? 97 and climbing, 99 going to be the case here now. Pauly trying to find value in the back line on this cap, has looked dominant ever since that switch came through.
The yellow bar now up and ready, shining and shortening now as Spark Chief going to go ahead and try to close down there. Now the Banhammer's thrown down, but everyone kept alive. A Soldier is thrown out by Cooper. My gosh, loss of words as Scatter falls. Time is ticking shortly. 99 up. Pauly throwing punches, shields. He's going to take this thing to zone 3. He will not be stopped as the first Avenger, picking up Mjolnir in the perfect time against Thanos.
Wow.
That is Swamp Gaming ship.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Steve Rogers back on cap, coming in looking clean. The answer comes in from Swamp, maybe a little bit too late. But now, again, folks, since they've made that switch, if they believe it's the ideal comp for the comp they're going against, now they won't be down ult advantage. That was the problem. Once you make the switch, you don't have the ults to answer, so you can't necessarily judge your comp based on what you've seen, because you kind of just lose to the fact that Soul Resurgence was out there and you didn't have anything to stop it. But now you are going to have Days, soon to be Forky and Melophobia as answers into Energy and Nero, soon to be Pauly and Spark Chief. I mean, this is going to be a heater, folks. Strap in. It's anyone's game here.
This is Marvel Rivals, man. I can't remember a tighter, even match at the stakes high. Sure, preseason, but my God, both teams so equally footed, blow for blow. Looking at the ults, though, if they're tracking in the chaos, in the mud of the swamp, they've got the advantage here pretty good with Nero and Energy up to go. Q's ready. Everybody fueled up. Valentina gonna go ahead and get the jetpacks out and the healthy armor. The Fox is coming out. Did not see her play that last time with that matchup, but here we are, Shib. Cerebro is for the taking alongside the crown. 16 seconds.
Folks, this could not be any closer. I myself have nerves, and I don't even care who wins it. I'm just excited to be here. Fastball special available. It's been very dominant. Got to see a little bit of it. There's that damage reduction, trying to get onto the backline, not able to make that work. Good movement, but not a big play there yet. But the final ultimate is available. Out goes Glartrox, coming right back, trying to keep them healthy. But I do believe, oh my goodness, Days using the ult as a counter. Invisible Boundary lands right on the landing point, and Spark Chief able to take out Days. That's big value for Liquid Citadel, who turned that around. Cap starting up heavy with Pauly. Nero now going to be on that boundary, and we see Pauly and Spark Chief have ult available. Speedery as well. Forky brings out the boundary. It's gone. No ults available yet for Swamp. Valentina close, but Valentina gets deleted by Energy. Make it a two-piece Energy, and Pauly finds the third.
Holy God. I mean, there's 15 things to shout out there, buddy. And which one do you want to pick? Because high energy. It's dude, Days trying to do his best Phoenix impression, going to the White Room in the ult, but cannot find the Solace. And then Mello finds them all, but cannot finish as Cooper throwing down the lanterns. My God, the perfect cooldowns coming off the heat, folks. 14 seconds, or 14% now climbing up. Pauly has yet another ult to keep this thing theirs. I mean, such a big defensive comp if the point is capped early. It comes down to the last zone. This is it. Scattered. 73.
He's running this alt recharge battery comp where they can use that Groot wall to farm alt fast too. And that's the idea there, is it's placed in the back line. You see now, Days and Scatter, they need to find something, and they need to do it soon. 35% looking here towards the side of Pauly, who's going to launch that ult early on. Energy, though, through the chaos, takes out Scatter. And again, they're up in numbers, and this is going to be a forced retake. They're going to have to drop back here just from the pressure of Pauly. And that is value. Valentina, though, launches with the ult and is going to be able to find a two-piece. But no, it's matched right back once again. Excuse me, it was a one-piece match back again.
TLC assembled now as Energy follows the captain into the charge. It is absolutely Marvel madness here. Looking like the Avengers has won 65%. They've been perfect on domination, Shib, and they are 23%. I wish I could count. 30% to the finish.
We're going to see now, folks, what can happen, but it is a must-win fight for Swamp Gaming, who do not have Portal back.
Oh, dude.
Liquid Citadel locking in here. Cooper and Energy. Ults available. Spark Chief with the Strangling Prison and soon to be Nero. So many cues to be pressed in this fight. Swamp Gaming cannot overcommit, but they need to win this, as it will be final fight territory for the side of Liquid Citadel. The commitment comes in. The Glartrox goes out. It looks for two, and it does not seem to find two as the boundary's committed.
Forky's able to place that ahead, and the game sense is unmatched. The intangibles displayed as Crash Days finds more. Would you expect anything less for them to then get this point back? Charging up that rage, ready to go as the Wolverine himself slices, dices the animal. Instincts come in as he slices down by Energy, finds one. Crash with another. They're blowing for blow here as the trades continue. Energy is the Thanos to stop. Paulie as well, and the point is taken. Chip, what the hell?
I love it as we see the re-engage once more here, folks. There's an all from Craze trying to find backline pressure early, and that is a pick, but it's matched as Paulie gets one on Daze. That does not land from the side of Spark Chief, getting no value, blocked by the shield. And there goes the portal commitment immediately, trying to get point pressure as we see Energy able to find Melophobia. Are they going to be able to get more as Paulie takes out Forky? 2 down, numbers up off the back of the portal, and it's overtime ticking down. Port priority up here for Liquid Citadel. Can they keep this moving?
Just like that, the portal not available with Strange gone and more. Paulie said he will not lose again on Twitter and finds himself throwing the shield of justice one by one, slamming them down. Melophobia can't do enough. It's Citadel standing strong and finding revenge.
They've officially paved the swamp and made it a moat for the Citadel that is TLC. W for Team Liquid Citadel on an amazing retake. Wow, what a series.
Unbroken, man. Unmatched, undenied. Domination is theirs for the taking. The distance couldn't have gone further. Hearts broken, low lows, but even higher highs. Liquid Citadel are your first chance in this preseason of an incredible year 2 Shiv. My God, just blessed to be a part of it.
Paulie made that switch to Cap and takes the MVP. So happy to be here alongside you, buddy. Wow. This, I mean, Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason. If this is just any indication of what we're going to see this year, folks, and we're not even at a LAN yet. Imagine this level of play. Oh, live in person. This is just beautiful. What an absolute beauty of a series. Shout out to Swamp, who almost made the impossible happen, but Team Liquid Citadel are undefeated on that Dom.
The way that tempo switches so quickly and the error of margin is so low. I mean, when you try to look at this as micro and macro, there's just little mistakes. I mean, it comes down to quite literally small ability adjustments and picks and plays in that hero moment. Paulie claimed it, won't lose again. Energy's been there at some of the biggest moments. Atlanta fell short. So many of these great players have come together as a team to make sure to get the job done, and they do just that.
Oh, Zoe, we're going to be pulling you in here. I'm curious on your thoughts, but I can't imagine it's any different than ours. Just a beauty. I mean, I can't express it enough. What a battle out there, huh?
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't just a match. That wasn't just a battle. We watched a war of attrition here. At this level, when your hands are shaking and the fatigue starts to set in, you're playing in a best of 7. One of the teams just battling their way through the lower bracket. The game is no longer really played like with mouse and keyboard or sticks or whatever you play with. Like at that point, it's played with the heart. That sounds so cheesy, but it's so true. Like that's really coming down to who wants it more. Like to go the distance all the way to map 7 requires a level of grit that you simply cannot teach.
And to be down, to go down on zone 1 right for the first fall of a zone, and to come back and just hold the fortress strong, right? They breach the front gates, but you don't let them get to the throne, man, for the crown. Like it was, you could not storytell it any better. And what that means too, Ship, we talked about this going into today, is like now the scene is like, I don't know, both beat each other once. It's crazy how close both these teams are.
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, now it's who gets the third, right? Who gets the best 2 out of 3? Going to game 7-2. They struggled on map 1. They put Polly on cap. The guy's just Thanos on cap. It's just different play, finding 12 finals, a ton of damage. It's just disgusting, and it worked so well. I mean, honestly, the backline that they ran towards the end, the portal play was a must. The ban, right? The ban of the Strange was cerebral by the coaches. Shout out to those who made that decision. There's just so much to talk about here. It really worked out.
It really is. There were so many individual comebacks here too, right? If you're looking at the backline that you just praised, Cooper, he struggled early on in the series and he really brought it back later on. So much good turnarounds across the board, really.
Yeah, the way that they handled everything pushed against them. Coach Fox gets these guys and girl and Valentina ready for anything, right? And just for Liquid Citadel to adjust to what Speedery bands were going to come out, to Daze popping off as the Nightmare and what is the Wolverine, I felt like when the moments mattered most, and sometimes it's just how the cards fall, the way that this was able to go to Dom at the end, right? Like, if it was Convoy, Convergence, it probably even crazier. But, I mean, it just fell perfectly for just peak entertainment, that's for sure.
Yeah,
you know
I'm with
what?
you.
I feel like we got exactly what we needed to get from the preseason. A rivalry for stage 1. Because now that's the 1-1 score, right? Like, yeah, of course, like Liquid Citadel, like they won it, but they didn't come out of this unscratched. Like, it would be a very different story, I think, and a very different kind of vibe coming off of that preseason playoffs if it was just Liquid Citadel, like, running through the upper bracket and no one could stop them. For us to have a team that can play that close, and then also, like, literally all the other teams, like, trading wins off of each other, like, we got such a competitive region. We're so blessed.
Yeah, you said it beautifully. I'm with you. It's any given day for any given team, all the way down to the finals. We've been saying that every day because it's gone. I haven't had a single day where there wasn't a game 5 between matchups, whether it was the top side bracket or the lower side before getting kicked out of the tournament. And I truly do believe if we run it back, it could be different. I'm not. It's, you know what I mean? Because every team was going all the way to the distance. It was all about those very final fights and who had the gusto to just stay in it. And it's been awesome.
And I think those teams set the standard for the rest as well. You look at that and you're like, okay, we know what the benchmark is to try and reach. And yeah, even looking back towards the middle of the chaos of the pack, 100 Thieves, they've got talent. There's a lot of teams, NRG out early. Like, a lot of these are going to look to reload and get ready. They've got about, a month to get there. And it's going to be amazing because, I'm telling you, we saw year 1 have its own storyline as the birth of the esport. Player-wise, now with all new teams, we're seeing something completely develop here, and I couldn't wish for anything better for this young esport.
Yeah, like the script writers, they're on it. Shout out to the script writers. Like they've been doing some solid work, and we got such a good look and such an interesting look at so many of these teams, right, over the group stages, and also now. I love that we do have a preseason where, you do get to, like, still switch things around. It also really helped, like, that we had a new meta, so it, like, added another layer of interest here, Shib.
Yeah, exactly. That's the beauty of the game. It's not. It can be some teams' meta, and then in a few weeks, it can not be their meta, right? Like, and that's crazy to think about because it's shifting so frequently. We're getting new heroes and all that stuff all the time too, and it can make some of these teams that maybe struggled be dominant. So it's just so fun to have that kind of be part of the scene because it's really about who can adapt the best. And I do think these two teams have the ability to adapt, but I'm looking forward to seeing as the development of this meta changes, the new meta comes into place, who does it better.
Yeah, and not just like that, right? Because you said it perfectly. You're like adapting to that. You have ult reduction changes. You have the CC stuff coming now soon. There's a new hero every month, and so that impacts all the other heroes. There's team ups involved with it. Like it's crazy how fast they have to adapt. And this meta has kind of felt like the messiest in the best way possible, Shib. Like, there were so many answers. So in the last year, like, you kind of knew what a lot of the team comps and stuff was going to be made. It feels like so many things work, and that's what makes any game great, in my opinion.
Yeah, and honestly, it's awesome that our first look is in such a versatile meta, right? Because I think that should give us a good idea of which teams lean more towards being meta-proof. Like, which teams do have the depth that is required to be able to deal with the shifts in what compositions are being played. Is there a team that specifically stood out to you where you felt like they showed us, like, the biggest variety, like, they have so much depth in their hero pool?
For variety, it's tough. I mean, because like they've been able to run different stuff. I think TLC can run the back line, the triple comp well, and other stuff. But there's almost every team has been doing that. But yeah, I mean, this has just been very back and forth. I know we've got an interview coming up right now, I believe, huh, Zoe?
We do. It's with all of them. Hooray! Polly, Sparky, and Nero are joining us for a quick chat. Guys, I just want to get a penny for your thoughts down the line. What are you thinking right now? Because you just got to beat the team that knocked you into the lower bracket, so that's got to feel extra special, extra good. Starting with you here, Polly.
I'm just happy. I don't know.
That's a valid feeling.
Yeah, we're really hyped when we won that match. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I need time.
That's it. Like that's what we wanted to hear. We want to hear you're feeling happy. We saw the fire in your eyes, right, when we got to chat with you previously. Spark Chief, what's going through your head right now? Like, were you worried at any point? Because this went the distance once again.
I mean, it's not more worried. I think it was just like upsetting. Like, I guess like at least personally, when I like did something bad or like we fucked up something or we just like played unlike ourselves, which happened a lot this series. Like, it just like made me mad. But I mean, obviously preseason, we're gonna work on it. Everyone's gonna get better. We're gonna get even stronger. So I think it's fine.
It is fine indeed. What about you, Nero? What are you thinking?
Shit was too easy. No, I'm joking. I respect their players. I respect them a lot, especially Daze. Daze just does everything for them. It's ridiculous. Like,
this guy made my life so miserable.
That guy is too good. Like, genuinely, he is too good.
Yeah, that guy is like
he's so oppressive to play
against.
But yeah, I respect them. GG's all around.
Ultron taking over. Yeah. Hey, listen, guys. I mean, come on. The tail cannot be put better together. Yeah, I mean, you know, Zoe said it. Paulie, I saw like it's just the hunger in your eyes before the pre-interview, and then now the Victoria the glad and joy now to follow. And you know, Spark, we've seen you on the big stage, buddy, to come here and set the tone for the preseason. Nero as well. Yo, I want to ask, as you get your revenge and get the crown for you, right now, what's next for the next month to adapt to the CC changes? You have Black Hat into the mix, more heroes to come. What do you do to continue to get right? Because you just said you won the day, you won the damn thing, and it still isn't enough. You're mad about some of the small imperfections, and that's what you love about winners.
I mean, yeah. I mean, to be honest, like we have some hero pool holes that we need to fix. Like at least for me, right? Like I need to get back and form like some of my other characters that I haven't played.
Nope,
in a while.
I can't hear anything.
And there we go.
Oh,
Hello. Can you hear me now? Hello. All right. That's bad.
Well,
Can't hear us.
Well, they can't hear us.
We can do our best charades. Yeah, we use our best charades here. Audio is Jarvis is cooking right now, and Ultron is winning the war. But I mean, we can see the winners interview.
all right. Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't quite get through all the questions that we wanted to. But the vibes were good. The spirits are high. They are very self-critical, which is, I mean, that's what champions are made of. You can't rest on your laurels. And it goes to show that it's not about the mistakes you make. It's about how you deal with the mistakes and how the team can deal with the mistakes. And they managed to bring it across the finish line and take the dub in an incredible fashion. So yeah, just big shout out to the entire team. Would have loved to hear more for them, but it was great to at least see them being chill, being casual, being nonchalant as per usual.
Yeah, a bit of, it's tough to hear like that. But I mean, the team, again, I think those guys are just right now kind of just, first off, they're super nonchalant, which is crazy. I would not be like that at all. But, they're definitely laid back, locked in. I think you kind of have to be like that in high pressure situations. So shout out to them to be able to remain composed. And, I also like how Spark called himself out a little bit and said, like, I was making mistakes. It just made me mad. Like, I just want to be better and move forward and be more dominant. And then shout out to that. I think that's huge.
Yeah, that's GOAT mentality, right? Like, oftentimes champions like get asked. I remember somebody like Tom Brady interviews, and it's like, hey, you won in there. And he's like, no, but I threw that one bad pass. It's like, what? You won the whole thing. But that's how you continue to get better and refine. To me, Zoe, it makes sense why these guys scrim so much against each other, right? Because the margin is so close as well, and iron sharpens iron, especially at the top of the scene here, right? We're seeing that from them. Obviously, now I'm sitting over the general manager. If there's any other words the team wants to say, they stood tough, as we saw Spark and Nero. But you could tell, Paulie, all right, I could promise you if we had a cams on at the win, it wasn't just nonchalant and cool. Those boys, they were celebrating, and you know it, bud.
Oh, yeah. They better. Otherwise, I'm just like mad as a collective on everyone in Gen Z because that's apparently their thing. But yeah, no, they're emotional about it. And you can see, you can just see that in how much they care, right? How much work they put into their craft and how much they're improving from map to map, from match to match, from day to day. So they do care a lot.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what. They're locked in. They truly care. They are just dominant right now. They have the title. They can go ahead and brag about it, and I'm sure they want to take it a little bit to their socials, right? But as for now, they are the reigning champions of Ignite in this preseason, giving them good seeding and giving them the mental clarity that they can do it. I think that's important, and they're going to identify what they need to work on because Swamp, they do also have a win on them, so it is a 1-1 situation. They can keep their heads held high because they definitely put up a fight. No joke.
And I see here, I asked for the general manager, any words? Just, nah, we are winners is what I got back. So quite fitting, standing tough and strong. But yeah, I mean, listen, they are now the team to beat. So you said it perfectly. Marvel Rivals, it's in the name. Sentinels, 100 Thieves, we know that exists. Well, I can promise you now, first of all, Swamp Gaming, we'll see if they stay Swamp Gaming, if orgs come in. I mean, who knows what happens in the month as things get fixed up, but the rival between these two are going to stand the test for the year.
Oh, yeah. A lot can happen in 1 month. Now, before we do sign off, Cozy and Ship, we've seen the upsets, the sweeps, the photo finishes. Looking ahead at the start of the regular season, which team or player do you think stood out the most here in the preseason? Who has the biggest target on their back other than the obvious top two?
Ooh, okay. You mean top two teams? So not these two teams at all?
Yeah, not these two teams. I'm looking at the rest of the squad.
There's a lot I could call out. I mean, I'd have to think about it for a moment. I mean, I could go through every team if we want, or you got one you want to go through?
Give me the highlights.
For sure. I think Vest and Nectar, those are two to keep your eyes on where they land, because those are just insane studs that are going to end up. Vision's looking for a team. He's crazy. That's going all the way back to week 1, too. So there's individuals that didn't get signed on these teams originally, and now they showed out. And these teams are going to sign them and perfect their rosters. Yeah. I think, we lost as a young team, too, Shib, that, they're getting better, moment by moment. That's another one that I think, might look to sharpen up what they have as well.
Agreed. Oh, and we are going to be checking out, folks. You got to cop this skin. Shout out to Liquid Citadel, who took this thing home. Zoe, any feedback on this skin yourself?
I mean, that's an easy buy from me, friends.
Yeah.
It's just a good look. I've always been a Liquid fan. It's just good org, good mascot. Good everything. We're here for it, and they back it up with the level of play that you want. So if you're rocking that in your game, it might rub off on you. I don't know if that's how it works, but it might.
The general manager also said just W team and Liquid for wanting to work with them as well. I'll give this the chance to shine. You can rock them in game, but they also have just awesome apparel, the Fantastic Four jackets you've been seeing out there and shirts. You can rock the winning team just like that, as well as in game. Liquid Citadel reigning on top to rep the champs. But I mean, listen, it couldn't ask for a more perfect start again, guys, for what we got here on what has been the biggest stage of year 2, and just keeps me hungry and thirsty for more.
Same here, buddy. I mean, I just look forward to more of this. This was just, draining in the best way. We're exhausted, but I'm also could run through a brick wall. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I feel right now after watching that series, of course, going to Game 7. But I wouldn't want it any other way. We said we wanted that to be the case. I think that marks every single day of, moving towards these playoffs. I have had a Game 5. I think we've had 4 Game 5s and now a Game 7. So that's just a testament to these teams showing up.
So I can ask you, you've been here 17 years, so I want to ask you, this is Rivals for you, right? What is your thoughts on this? What is Rivals with you coming in here and just what, is it unlike anything you've seen? I just want to hear from you.
Yeah, I'm obviously very well versed in hero shooters in general. Like, that genre is like near and dear to my heart. I did not know what to expect, and I was more than just a little positively surprised. It was my first stint, obviously, Marvel Rivals, starting here in the group stage in the preseason. The level of play is, considering that this esports is only in its second year, the level of play that we got to see is like, that's beyond anything. Like, it was so competitive. There were no real, like, I mean, there were sweeps, but it wasn't, you couldn't really tell who's going to come out on top, which I absolutely love. It was competitive. It was fun. The caster is also like, massive shout out. This is such a difficult game to cast. I don't know how your brains are wired that you guys are able to do that. So like, massive shout out to all the casters in all the regions covering the action here for Marvel Rivals. It's a thing to behold. And yeah, as I said, level of play for the teams has been phenomenal. I love that this is such a high-octane, action-packed game. It just makes every single match, like, you can't look away, essentially. Usually when I'm covering broadcast, like, I get up, I do my thing, I like do some like push-ups. So like, for this one, no, it was stuck to the desk. I had to lock in. I didn't want to miss a single second because everything can turn so quickly. Like, it's so volatile. Every single map, like, things can turn around. Even if the first minute or two look like, oh, this is obviously going to be a stomp. Nah, it might not be. So yeah, and with that in mind, like, that's what makes these teams like so incredible good. It's just very impressive, like, across the board.
I mean, listen, I could have said it better myself, and I think what's so great about the American scene especially is, like, you know, obviously I'm with the ghost ship over here at the casting desk, and it is something so unique. And you know, shout out Dogman, shout out Gaskin and Vicky Giddy. It just, you know, all the talent here of the caster ship. It's just fun because there's so many ways to present this game that feels so chaotic in the best Marvel way possible. And man, it just always has me hungry for more. I mean, I can't remember the last time I've worked, you know, 19 hours and 24 hours, but man, I love it.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. It's like the same thing. It's the most I've worked where I still feel like I want to keep it going. I want another Game 7 at this point because it draws so much adrenaline out of us, bud. And it's a testament to us just really loving the game. I think it's just in a great space, and I love how this esport has started. A lot of money on the line here, folks. $3 million this year. This is absolutely no joke. But man, I just got to say, I have had so much fun working with you too, bud. This has been a pleasure. But we are going to now look at our Black Cat. Again, folks, Black Cat is now out and released. Although we haven't been hands-on, Coach. I don't think you've got to play. I haven't got to play because we've been casting every day. I'm looking forward to getting in there and seeing what she can do. She's going to change the meta heavily, folks, for these pro-level plays. Because think about it, when you have a portal through walls that you can run through as a team, if you have all this kind of utility that she has infinite in spades with an insane ult, imagine what these pro players are going to be able to do, folks. Those who meet the Black Cat's gaze should beware, as her omens never miss their mark.
Yeah, you said it best, man. My YouTube's in shambles. I've had no time to play. It's all casting the heat on here, and more heat is available as Black Cat, the Urban Predator, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, the photographer, has the mask off and ready. And then, of course, a Blade and the Starlight Shadow are available in-game to rep your favorite heroes across the board. Black Cat definitely going to be bringing something special. Ship, you said it utility-wise. And across the board, we already know what Spider-Man can do, and imagine doing it with the mask off this time. Soup in hand. A lot of fun to play these heroes and the new costumes that keep on coming and delivering the heat.
Speaking of delivering, once again, a reminder to connect your Marvel Rivals account to your Twitch account and earn these gorgeous drops. That's right. So at this point, also, of course, a massive thanks to all the players and teams that showed up over the last 4 days, because they went the distance so that you can collect these drops for all those hours of plays that you got to watch. The competition was steep, the stakes were high, and the entertainment was truly limitless. And you get double rewarded, right? Because you not just get good gameplay, you also get free goodies, such as this Daredevil skin. But of course, it's not just this one. No, we showed it earlier today. We also have Gambit with the Will of Galacta skin and an emote to go along with it as well. So definitely make sure to tune back in. This one is going to be available until May 17th. So if you did not manage to cop it today, as it literally just dropped today, you still have an opportunity coming up. So everyone, please, on behalf from our entire desk, thank you all so much for watching the action and bringing the energy all weekend long. Also, a big shout out to our co-streamers who've been partaking. Any final words to see us off here, Cozy and Shib?
Oh, man. Sun up, sun down. I never get sick of it. And the American scene is just getting started, y'all. I mean, this is what makes esports fun. And just one of the biggest show-outs, too, across the board. Again, yeah, shout out to Jay Space, all the co-streamers making this thing going and blowing up more and more. And just you wait. Stage 1 around the corner. Going to be even crazier, Shib.
I'm just bummed it's over, right? Like, this was so fun. And folks, we got some time to wait before we start up. But, you know, season 1's going to begin soon. Preseason out of the way. Things are just going to get even more dicey. Shout out to you two, Zoe, Cozy. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you guys. I've had so much fun, and we couldn't have asked for a better grand finals.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you all so much for watching and supporting Marvel Rivals Ignite. Big shout out to our production as well, who brought us the action. Now, all of you, of course, we will be back soon in a month's time with Stage 1. You don't want to miss it, and we're going to see you there.